Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something that's gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, You can't ever break us down, I'll be speechless for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch your sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight it out, always will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, you take your aim, you know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember. So many times, I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I got the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it all. I'm on the road, accomplish all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch your sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight it out, always will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
So turn it up, turn it all the way up.
Only you get your hands up, only you raise your hands up. Listen to what you feel and say. We gon' turn it up tonight, we gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
Casual. I have a bunch of shirts.
You can travel the world to find yourself. journey must start at home.
Valley are going to M4!
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me. You know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories. And something that's gotta give. Cause it's just that I made it now, I made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be speechless for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never, ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch your sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. The fire in our eyes will be us strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, you take your aim, you know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I got the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all. I'm on the road, accomplished all of my goals. And I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch your sky,
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, honey bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
It's time to make the most of the moment. I'm Hoon, I'm milling for the Valley, and I'm ready.
I graduated high school a few months ago. Yeah. We dare to be great.
Dude, that's perfect. One more second.
Hello, my name is Fly Chicken. I'm XP Lane from the Valley. Let's go.
Hey, it's basic. Again.
That's right. I like that.
We dare.
And action.
We dare to improve. Hey, it's basic. Coordinator for the Valley. Let's go.
Say hi. Hi.
3 wasn't good enough.
There you go. One more time.
3 wasn't good enough.
One more time. You got a better one again.
Hi, I'm Chuck. I'm Leighton for the Valley. Let's go.
You see my chapped lips on the camera? Like here a little bit? Don't disrespect the US of A. One more. Hi, I'm Moba Zane, Jungle for the Valley, and we're ready.
I want to fight Yahweh from the Eagle team from Philippines.
Definitely RRQ. They've done so much for Mobile Legends, and you could tell just by the amount of fans that they have. They've also been so driven. I mean, they've been in Mobile Legends for years and years and years, and they've always been pretty good. They've always, even when they weren't doing as well, even in this MPL, they bounced back in the second half of the season. And I have a lot of respect for them. They brought a lot for Mobile Legends. And in the Philippines, it probably blacklist because they're actually the first team that, even after winning a World Cup, they just stayed driven, stayed focused, and now they're on their way to having a chance of getting their second World Cup win.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Valley are going to end war!
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking to me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, You can't ever break us down, I'll be speechless for the stars. Come and show me what they know, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch your sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I got the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I'm on the road, accomplish all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch your sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Valentine Dash, the first ever Mobile Legends Scrim Academy tournament, and super excited to say we have an insane turnout already. So many teams competing in North America, trying to claim their name across the land of the dawn, and not only that, so many casters joining the desk for this amazing event, this amazing tournament that is going to be hosted over this weekend, and today is only the qualifiers. That's right, it is only the top 16 teams right now competing it out for day one. Like I said, this is the Valentine Dash, the first ever tournament from the MLSA to close out Season 1 and open the doors for Season 2. We partnered up officially with Raz to get a total prize pool of $700 that will be going to first place. And this will be starting today, day 1, qualifiers, and ending all the way through the 5th of February, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern Time every single day. The prize pool for first place, sponsored by Moonton, is going to go ahead and give them 25,000 diamonds. Second through fourth place will get a total of 15,000 diamonds, and fifth through eighth place will get a total of 10,000 diamonds. What more could you ask for as you see this insane bracket already? So many familiar teams and also some brand new faces for North America. And I can't wait to see how they prevail through the Land of the Dawn through today's matches. Speaking of today's matches, a look at the schedule. All of these will be a best of one. We have 8 total matches between these 16 teams. Match 1 is going to be the Valley versus Shadow 9. Up next will be FaZe versus Idyllics. Then Ackerman versus Elementalist, Bloodhounds versus Prime Esports, Team Gosu up against Beat the Odds, Chubby versus Huevo, Shinigami versus Bloodhounds Academy, and Phantom Esports versus Zoomers. Can't wait to see how they perform as this is just the first stage. Best of one. I know there's a lot on the line, and I can't wait to see what these teams do as we do progress through the match. But speaking of match 1, the Valley, the team from M4 going up against Shadow 9. And joined on the desk with me, speaking of M4, you may know him as the best assassin on the planet and also one of the first to be on the caster's desk from North America for M4. We've got the one, the only Assassin Dave for the On Point analyst.
How's everybody doing? This is Assassin Dave. Thank you for having me, VZ. I appreciate it.
I'm glad to have you, Dave. Man, it's been insane. I know you just got back from M4 not too long ago. Maybe you got a little bit of a tan out there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It was a lot of fun. Dude, I'm so excited for today's matches. Thank you for having me because this is the first time I got to see a lot of the top teams in North America, frankly speaking, that right after M4, they're getting ready for the upcoming tournaments, the major tournament series for North America region. I got to see how good they are. Now, today's matches have some interesting formats. The first round is best out of 1. So we're going to see some really all-in kind of strategies, right? Because you only have one chance. If you lose it, you're out. Yeah, I think if you win, you progress to the next round, which is best out of 3.
Correct, and that's like you said, a lot on the line, right? Only 50%, of these participants will get a little bit of that prize pool, but that's just one of the amazing things too, the total amount that's kind of been, put into this. And like you said, with all these teams, a lot on the line, especially on day 1. We do got a lot of big names in here and a lot of new faces, and I think this is what we all love to see. It's just how North America is forming as a region for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. I know we've seen M4. We've got finally 2 amazing casters that led the way on the desk. And now to see these amazing teams prevail afterward is super exciting. Because I know, NACT right around the corner. Maybe Dave kind of taking some notes on some of these teams that you'll see today competing. And hopefully, with these teams, we'll see them in NACT as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And by the way, we're going to see some interesting rosters on both sides. On the left side, first week, first band, we have Shadow 9, a well-known team actually in the North America scene. And on the right side, on the red side, we do have the Valley, but with some new faces, right? Ureshi, I think everybody knows him in the last tournament as well. Ureshi, one of the best EXP laners in the entire game. In fact, when we were in Asia, casting 4-4, a lot of teams, the MPL team from Philippines, know Ureshi, and they were talking to us about how is Ureshi doing in North America? This player is on the radar for a lot of the top teams. And obviously, we have best players now joining hands with the Valley in this tournament with Co-World from Simpsons. So, very interesting roster here come out from Valley. But what about Shadow 9? What do you think here, VZ?
Oh, Shadow 9, they're a pretty tough team too. A lot of these teams, we've seen them kind of compete from time to time again, and they've competed in previous events such as NASL. And to see them kind of jump in here, up against the Valley, I know everybody kind of shakes when you're put up against the Valley. I know when I played in ACT myself for the summer season, I was up against Ackerman, and Huevo went up against the Valley. Definitely one of the scarier opponents for this bracket. But I do know one thing, Shadow 9 does have some good synergy. They've been playing for a while, so you do have to watch out for them. And looking at the draft so far, right, you've seen that Hayabusa taking out that Glue, and then the side of the Valley is going to go ahead and respond, taking out that Carry and that Eve. So I'm liking the way the draft goes so far, but there's still a lot walking. I know we've kind of typically been seeing the Martis be picked up. Even the Fredrin still available for either side, and also, with the Beats, Joy. We got to mention that, right? That's still available, so I'm wondering which is going to be taken down from the side of Shadow 9 to finalize their first phase for this ban.
Yeah, there are also marksmen on the table. A lot of marksmen on the table, right? You can take 1-1. I think right now that's one of the popular choices. I know Basic really likes 1-1 back in 4. So that's something that they're going to prioritize. But obviously, it was Eve banning away. That opens up a lot of million options. Faramis all of a sudden become a really good option. And Faramis counters a lot of marksmen as well in the game. So right now, first pick, I think it's more going to be one of those standard picks. Either you pick the Fredrin, which is just banned. You might as well just go with let's say some standard mid lane, let's say Farsa, or some standard jungle, let's say Akai.
Yeah, definitely Akai, one of those stronger picks, that tank meta. It can also be flexed into the roam position, and I wonder if that is something they want to pick up. Could pick up a possible mage, can take the joy. I mean, that is something that did walk. A lot of options on the table, and typically when you're kind of first pick, you lead the way for the draft, and you see more of a reactive side. But I'm wondering if we'll see kind of the Valley go for more of a synergized comp instead of being more of a reactive side for this phase. But like you said, the joy still being available, definitely strong pickup.
Right.
You mentioned the Akai, I definitely like that as well. I know one thing, they should definitely pick something that they can flex into a different role.
Yeah, Kaja is also available. And see, the thing is, if you pick up Joy first, there's so many options on the table that can possibly pose a threat to this guy, right? You have Kaja. Speaking of Kaja, here we go. It's taken away by Shark. We do not see Shark on this character that much, but I've been seeing Shark playing Kaja quite a bit in ranked games. So this guy's been practicing and really ramping up the proficiency on this character. And then we have Valentina being available as well. Valentina actually, for those who do not know, copy Joy's ultimate and straight up just use it. But obviously without the charges, you don't get a bonus damage. So nonetheless, Valentina is still a really good choice. And it's also really good against, it's an insurance against your Faramis pick, right? If you pick the Faramis, I got the Cold Ultra as well. I can copy your ultimate and then be effective for our team. On top of the fact, we do have the Kaja for the pick that can go against a lot of possible choice that comes out from Shadow 9. So really good draft coming out from Valley already.
Yeah, you're definitely seeing that reactive draft we kind of talked about. Picking up that Kaja, that Divine Judgment, that suppression that can keep Joy at bay. That's one of her issues, is the mobility, right? So definitely a solid answer. But now we're going to have to see something more frontline from the side of the Valley to kind of finalize their composition. But speaking of frontline, wait a minute. We are seeing a possible blacklist strat nice and early with the Barats picked up in the jungle, and Alon's going to go ahead and take this Estus.
Ooh, Fanny coming out. I like the pick coming out from best player here. Now, knowing best player as one of the best assassin players in the meta, or should I say in North America's region, this guy is an absolute monster on any assassins he touches, right? Ling, Fanny, I think the most proficient character, or Hayabusa as well. So there's so many characters you should consider like as comfort pick for best player. So right now with the Fanny coming out, especially going to be effective against the ST strategy, because ST strategy, they're going to be clumping up together. And so far, I don't see anything that can stop the Fanny, right? That can stop the Fanny from flying around and just doing an insane amount of damage. You can see Valley's already start banning away the Moskov that can possibly pose a threat to Fanny. And they might even ban another character such as Kufa cannot be considered anymore with his seats being taken out. Right now, they're already taking away a lot of options that can pose a threat to Fanny, which means this Fanny is going to be really effective on this map.
Yeah, and the thing about Fanny, right, especially into the hands of best player, that's one of those heroes you have to watch out. Fanny can kind of pave the way for the early game, pick up those early kills, only really needing the blue buff, picking up that Blade of Heptases, and getting the job done. So you are going to have to watch out for best player. But one thing with Fanny, late game, it may be a slight problem. Sometimes we typically see these Fannies kind of fall off toward the late, or if they don't have the best start, can also be an issue. And with that beefier composition, you do have the Estus to be able to provide the heals. You have the Barats, but we know Estus' heals are a little weak in the early game. But if they're able to sustain themselves through the beginning phases and transition from the mid to the late, they'll possibly have a really good chance to turn this around to their side. But this is all going to be dependent on best player on the Fanny, right? We have to see best player pick up some of these early kills to be able to pull it off. You're looking at their composition so far. You have Cold World over there on this Valentina, and if you look at the ultimates that Valentina can kind of go for, the Blessing of the Moon Goddess by Estus, go ahead, provide some heals for the team. You do have the Daytona's Welcome over there from Barats, which you could use. I don't know if that would be my first, choice of options, but definitely the Estus is enough for Cold World to be able to profit from for the side of the Valley.
Right, and right now, I'm looking at choices for Shadow 9 to see what kind of roam options they have. They don't have, not roam options, CC options that they have, right? They don't have a lot of quad control. Like, as I mentioned, yes, Daytona's Welcome is going to be one of the quad control, but that's really requiring your opponent to be stationary. And I don't think there's any character so far on the Valley side that will be stationary. And then they're missing what? They're missing a EXP laner, they're missing a marksman. So if you're picking those two are coming out, like, all the choices left are going to be pretty mobile. Especially a marksman, you're not going to get too close to someone like Barats. So right now, Shadow 9's comp already feeling like they're pretty short-handed. If they want to go into this game and have a chance of winning this game, at this point, I really don't know what they can draft. It felt like they have drafted themselves into a corner.
Yeah, and kind of looking at their draft so far, they need something that can close it out, right? They don't have a lot of late game damage. They have the early game sustainability, but they need something to be able to deal that late game presence. They are missing their marksman right now, and it looks like Basic is going to go ahead and pick up this Beatrix. I'm wondering what the game plan is going to be. Maybe a possible Brody on the way, get a little bit of that stun on that Fanny who does rush in with the flicker to get out, and also have a little bit of range. Oh, but Brody is banned. Oh, so they can't even pick up the Brody. So they need to get something late game. You are looking at Maestro hover over this Lapu. We've seen Lapu kind of dominate over time, but with the Lapu, we already have the Joy slotted, and I'm wondering where would Joy go in this situation? Unless they're planning to put Zaru in the mid lane with the Joy, I'm not really sure how Lapu would fit into this composition.
You see, like, in the current meta, the most insane thing is how flexible the meta can be, right? All the characters, we're talking about, there's so many characters that can flex, you know? Joy can go to mid, jungle can go to EXP. So far, we've seen the most effective Joy are EXP laner. But obviously, it's still nonetheless a flex position, right? Flex character. It can go a lot of positions. Even with Kaja, right? A lot of times you pick Kaja, you think it's a roam, but Kaja, we've seen from Blacklist, are frequently used in jungle position. So all the characters can be flex. And it's more of like how flexible and how versatile you are as a team. And right now, coming out from the side of Team Valley, they are going to lock in, it seems like a Thamus onto the EXP lane. Oh, it's going to be Uranus against Lapu versus a lot of sustain. And really, they don't really need more CCs. They need burst damage, and they have Beatrix in the late game was Kaja along with the Fanny. So I think at this particular draft, it seemed like Valley has done a more comprehensive, more detailed homework compared to Shadow 9.
Yeah, both teams are finalized for the drafts and shortly going to be going into the land of the dawn. And ladies and gentlemen, the polls were out. Who are you guys voting for game one? We got Shadow 9 going up against the Valley as we are in the qualifiers for the Valentine Dash, the first ever Mobile Legends Scrim Academy tournament. Joined on the desk, we have the amazing Assassin Dave, who's been spreading his name through the land of the dawn. You've seen him on M4, you've seen him on the desk. And speaking of things we're seeing, right? We've seen the Valley kind of perform, leading the way for NA, and now coming back to the NA scene, a lot of new teams to go up against who have been waiting to claim their name. Shadow 9, right? Looking at their composition, their late game, it's going to be a little shaky. Like, you are seeing this Popo and Koopa to kind of be that late game presence they are going to kind of rely on. But same thing with the Valley, right? In terms of late game damage, it's going to be more reliant on basic for the Beatrix.
Yeah, and Beatrix can do insane amount of damage, by the way. Like, in the late game, once you finish the core items, the Blade of Despair, the Malefic Roar, you can literally one-shot someone really quickly. I mean, probably 3-out attack, and he can just take out the Barats, right? And that's something you have to think about. And in the early game, you can see EXP lane, already Valley is showing more aggression, even though you have a Lapu, one of the strongest side laner being taken out by Shadow 9. And in the game right now, especially early game, it's more of a domination on EXP lane. Whoever have more lane prio in the EXP side should have more prio on the first turtle fight. And that usually set a really good foundation. And let's take a look at mid lane. You can see Valley is playing a really good job, doing a really good job of poking their opponents away. But obviously, you know, it doesn't stop the game from, here we go.
You already see the engagement, Ring of Order going in by Super Shark to contest for the blue buff, and it looks like that was Fanny able to take that best player with the double blue now on his side, and that is going to deny a little bit of that farm for V.
Well, that's not a little, I would say, right? Because V right now is going to have a hard time getting level 4. Yeah, he's going to have stacks, but without level 4, he lost a really, really strong, should I say, leverage going to the first turtle fight. I think at this point, Shadow 9 is probably looking at giving up the first turtle. You can see V, 20 seconds left on the turtle, and he's still hanging out on the bottom side. But speaking of that, best player.
Wasting no time, is going to quickly pick up a kill and take down V, and now you are seeing Essus also fall in that process. 2 members down for the side of Shadow 9 in the Valley. Like we stated with the Fanny, the early game aggression definitely working in their favor.
Wow. Well, what aggressive early game performance coming out from best player. And this is why you don't want to give this type of players their comfort picks. You know, understanding you have best player on the other side should automatically give you the signal, hey, we got to ban Fanny away. And then sometimes when you don't ban the respect bans, especially characters like Fanny, who is one of the most popular bans in the entire M4, it does pose a lot of trouble. You know, right now, it doesn't really need EXP lane for the Valley to win because Fanny alone, best player, is just rampaging through the entire map, and he's just dominating all by himself. Oh, here we go in the mid lane.
Are seeing the engagement on the way. S is trying to provide some heals, procking the Vengeance over there on Joy to escape. But you are seeing Valentina take that ultimate over there with the IMU to use some of those beats. A little bit of that friendly competition right there. But looking at the blue buff already, Yoreshi applying that pressure. Maybe a possible another still as best player rushing down with the steel cables, but be able to pick it up just in time. But wait a minute, Blessing of the Moon Goddess providing some heals. Daytona's welcome going in, but S is picking up a kill, taking down Cold World on that aggressive push, but it is not done there as Zero responding back with the beat. Forcing the flicker out from Super Shark. Gonna go into the turret. Go ahead and get a little bit of that recall. Yoreshi kind of giving that pill on this Uranus. And it looks like that was one kill picked up for the side of Shadow 9.
Yeah, Valley definitely bit a little bit too much more than what they can chew there. This is what we call ice bigger than your stomach, right? Going into the enemy side, especially Cold World, put himself in a position where he's not supposed to. It's this early with Valentina. Because Valentina early game damage is not that high. You really have to synergize with the tanks engage. And we saw Shark didn't have ultimate there through the whole team fight. So when Kada did not have ult, did not have the prio engage, you have Valentina going to the front line, it's just too risky. And here we go, best player one more time.
Trying to go in for another kill. Is going to go ahead and take down Estes and get out of there with barely any HP. But look at V rushing in. Ringo order by Kaja. And now you are seeing the Vengeance proc by Zero on this Joy to try and do some additional damage. But that was best player able to take down another member from Shadow 9. Now 3-1 leading for the Valley.
Yeah, I don't see anyone on the Shadow 9 side that can possibly pose a threat to best player. If best player didn't mess up himself, like on the energy side, which you can bet that chance of best player messing up the energy is going to be like, I don't know, the chance of you winning lottery is very, very low, you know? So, well, I have never won lottery myself. But the whole point is he's not going to miss his cables in most of the cases, right? You can expect that from happening. And sure enough, they're going to take another turtle, continue to solidify their control in this game. Already 2,000 gold lead. This is only 4 minutes into the game. That's about 500 gold lead steady per minute on average. And when it gets to 500 gold on average, 5 minutes into the game, that usually snowball into like 700-800 by the time we get to probably 10 minutes into the game. And that can be really bad. On the bottom side, you can see how much pressure Valley is putting for on the bottom side map for Basic. And Basic is getting a lot of gold plate. Top side, try to get another kill. You know, just pressure all over the map at this point. And there's nothing Shadow 9 can do because they have no qual control, right? They can't engage.
Yeah, definitely having a hard time finding their footing for this game. And the Valley leading the early way, like you said, up by about 3,000 gold now. Was able to take a turtle on top of that. And just finding some kills on the board. Speaking of kills, though, you do see the Raina's Empathy connecting, doing some damage over there on this Barat. And now terrified by the Valentina. And here comes best player rushing in, trying to get a kill. Blessing of the Moon Goddess to provide some heals to V and Zaru to save them. As best player is not playing around right now with this Fanny.
He's not playing around, you know. If this is a pick, usually should come out a little bit later, right? He still comes out a little bit too early. It's not very good. Here we go, bottom side.
Numerous passes going in by Beatrix. Basic picking up a kill, taking down Popo and Koopa. But look at V trying to take down Basic. You are going to see Estes pick up that kill. Down goes Beatrix. Basic has fallen down. And it looks like Cold World now going up against Zero. Is going to go ahead and try and take him down. The Terrified. Zaru's going to go ahead and push off of that fight. But here comes best player with the steel cables. Go ahead and try and burst down Barat. And it looks like he is going to try and contest this red buff, but no, going to go ahead and cable out of there. But man, already, like we said, that aggressive composition, best player, one of the players in North America known for this Fanny, dominating for the early phase, and now the tier 1 turret for the bottom side, no contest. You're seeing an easier time in the early phase for the Valley.
Yeah, Kava, make sure Kaya is having a lot of trouble on the bottom side trying to defend his tower. He's getting no farm. Tier 1 is almost down right here, and he's on level 7. Comparing his gold to level 9 basic, right? I mean, this is sliding further and further away from the side of Shadow 9. But mid lane, though, we seem like a little bit of skirmish.
Yeah, a little bit of a skirmish, like you said. Fanny, best player. He gets very low, but somehow always finds a way to get out. But Rainer's Empathy not able to hit the mark onto V, and Turtle has spawned in.
Yeah, Shadow 9 definitely not playing very aggressive at all. Even though they have the Black Kong, the Ube strategy, but it seems like they're lacking a sense of direction, where to go, right? So dinosaurs are not getting the most value. But before that, here we go, turtle fight.
Best player rushing in, able to secure that turtle with the Retribution for the side of the Valley, and now the engagement on the way as you are seeing Shadow 9 try and put in some pressure. Ring order over there by Super Shark to do some AoE damage, but you are seeing another turret fall for the side of Shadow 9 and a lot of real estate right now for the Valley.
A lot of real estate. I like that word. You know, they're definitely just buying all over the map for free. They're robbing the map. Oh, here we go.
And you are going to see an engagement as Maestro's going to pick up a kill with the Raging Slash, taking down Cold World. But best player responding, taking out Popol and Koopa. But look at the dive, rushing in. Super Shark going to be forced to kind of retreat. Range empty going in by Basic. Maestro now in a tricky position, being able to get heals from Allen's on this Estes, but look at Yoreshi rushing in. It's gonna go ahead and try and close them down. Super Shark with the ring order takes down Estes, and you are seeing the Valley apply some pressure. And now with Shadow 9 on the back end, this is gonna open up the opportunity to take the tier 1 turret for the mid lane, which Basic has secured, and they are not done there. As best player rushing in, gonna go ahead and hit the cutthroat, and Super Shark pick up the kill with the ring of order, taking down V on the Barats, and you are seeing 8-3 leading for the Valley right now. Only 8 minutes in, but does it stop here? They have their foot on full throttle for the gas, and it looks like Basic, you know, with that Beatrix, switching to Renner to go ahead and do some range damage on that turret without no minions.
Fast finger gaming from best player. He's able to survive that whole fight. I thought he was gonna die from the last tower shots. He survived. And also, you gotta give props. Oh, before the props, here we go. One more time.
You're seeing best player give props over there to Estes. Gonna go ahead and burst him down. And down goes the tier 2 turret for the mid lane. And now, like we said, a lot of real estate for the side of the Valley, leading by about 7,000 gold. And definitely leading for turrets.
Wow. I was trying to give props, or should I say credit, to Reshi for finding the flank. A lot of times when we're pushing mid tower, the key to success is really the EXP lane rotation, right? And sure enough, Reshi find a flank into the back line, pushing everybody away, knowing that he's absolutely unkillable with the ultimate activated. And before we talk about Reshi in the front line one more time, and the damage.
Rush in, take out Barats. Namir's passing going in by Basic. Fanny resting in with the steel cables, gonna find the back line, take out Estes, the support, and now getting a double, taking out Zaru on the Joy. Maestro gonna take down best player response. Super Shark taking out Popol and Koopa. And that is gonna leave Maestro by himself against the 4-man team of the Valley. And they're gonna go ahead and take the inhibitor for the bottom side.
Oh, way too easy for best player, right? Jumping in 1v4, no problem. No one can stop you under the tower. He died, yes, a small price for 4 kills for a Maniac for the side of Team Valley. So very, very good job there from best player. And that goes back to what I said in the beginning at the draft. And there's no CC from the side of Shadow 9 that can stop this Fanny. You know, he comes in, bait out his skills, and just get away. Come in, bait out your Blessing of Moon Goddess, but bait out anything that you think valuable, and just run away. Here we go, one more time.
Here we go, order going in. Basic gonna pick up a kill, take down V, fighting out over Namir's Passion activated, and it looks like the side of Shadow 9 is gonna go back into the base with the healing, the Blessing of the Moon Goddess provided by Allen's on this Estes. And like we said, Yoreshi kind of being more dominant, getting in and out. But speaking of in and out, you are seeing Basic pick up a kill and take down Azaru. That is 2 members fallen for the side of Shadow 9. And this is going to open up the opportunity for the side of the Valley to take this Lord.
Yeah, it felt like a rank game for the Valley at this point. You know, it's way too easy. Like, they're not even playing very clean. This is people going in one by one, finding kills one by one somehow. And again, this is, I think, for Shadow 9 losing at the draft, right? There's nothing they can do to even counterplay or finding a play themselves. Even now with Lapu going in, you see just now Cold World copy Lapu's ultimate and playing the better Lapu, because at this point, you know, it feels like Valley can do whatever they want and they will not be punished, right? Valentina copying Lapu's ultimate, yeah, it's a good ult, but it's gonna be a hard copy, and before that, best player.
Gonna go ahead and take some serious damage with the steel cables. Able to get out just in time. What an escape. Blessing of the Moon Goddess activated by Estes, trying to keep the team alive, trying to stop the side of the Valley from pushing in another inhibitor turret. But look at Yoreshi being that nuisance, gonna stay in the bottom lane, and they can't burst him down. He knows he has the sustainability, and he is gonna stay in that fight. But this suppression going in, Brave Spider, Raging Slash, basically gonna take down Zaru on this Joy. Fighting out over those. Maestro trying to do some damage to Cold World, not able to hit the mark, but Yoreshi again inside of the base, dealing a lot of damage. Fanny rushing in, best player trying to pick up a kill. You are gonna see Super Shark take down the inhibitor for the mid lane. Lord rushing in, gonna go ahead and try and close in on this Nexus. Then it looks like the Valley is going in for a possible finish. Fight not stopping, though. Ring order going by Kaza. You are seeing the Namir's Passion activated by Basic. Hit with the stun over there by Barats. But Super Shark gonna take down V. You are gonna see Popol take down Basic. Marksman out for the side of the Valley. Maestro gonna take down Cold World. That is a mage for the Valley as well. Yoreshi gonna take down Popol. Best player rushes in, takes down Estes. Vengeance being activated over there by Joy, trying to be the saving grace, trying to hold off these minions. Look at Super Shark with barely any HP, using the Ring of Order, gonna go ahead and clear these minions, but the fight does not stop here. The Valley is not letting go of the gas. They're gonna continue this engagement. 2v2. Is this the right choice? As you are seeing members slowly spawn in for the side of Shadow 9, but speaking of slowly, Fanny rushing in, best player taking out Mage, getting a double, is gonna take down Joy, and ladies and gentlemen, the Valley has taken match 1.
What a clean game by the Valley there. A beautiful job. And then let's take a look at the total results. 11 kills on best player under his belt. You know, he didn't even finish his item, didn't need to. 9,400 gold compared to Barat 7,000, compared to Popo Kuba 6,400. This guy is leading the chart, but just him, he's actually one on the low side of the farm, right? The third from the last. Yureshi, Basic, both have more farm than the jungler. They both have over 10,000 gold in this particular match. This is the snowball I talked about in the beginning of the game, around 4 minutes. You know, just fully expanded all the way until the finish of the game. So a beautiful job from the Valley, definitely showing that, you know, the lesson, the training they had from the world stage is paying off.
Yeah, definitely a lot paying off. And like you said, Yureshi being that nuisance over there on that Uranus. And then best player opening up the door, not only just in the early game, but the entire time with this Fanny. A lot of close calls, but able to get out. And that just shows you his mastery over this Fanny. Definitely something that you have to respect, man, moving forward. But speaking of moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, that was just game 1. As we have 7 other matches today, but the Valley is going to go ahead and progress on to the top 8 for this tournament. Speaking of this tournament, ladies and gentlemen, we are officially hosting the Valentine Dash, the first ever Mobile Legends Scrim Academy tournament to close out the doors for Season 1 and open up the gates for Season 2. We have Moonton, who has pitched in for an amazing prize pool for first place of 25,000 diamonds. Second through fourth place will be 15,000 diamonds, and fifth through eighth place will be a total of 10K. And not to mention the team that takes first place in this tournament between all 16 teams, we get a total cash prize of $700 US. Like I said, today is only day 1 for the top 16 teams, and we'll be progressing each day through the week, closing out February 5th for the grand finals. So definitely root for your teams. And speaking of rooting, just excited to see what we're gonna, see going forward. Looking at that schedule already, the Valley taking down Shadow 9. On to match 2 now, Team FaZe. Now, Team FaZe is my own personal team that I've been working with a long time, so I want to see how they kind of perform. Idyllic's a team that's been competing in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. They are going to be the ones up next. And then moving forward, Ackerman versus Elementalist, Bloodhounds versus Prime Esports, Team Gosu up against Beat the Odds, Chubby versus Fuevo, Shinigami versus Bloodhounds Academy, and Phantom Esports versus Zoomers to close out day 1. So definitely don't go anywhere. Grab some popcorn, get some drinks. We'll be right back with you guys for Game 2.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Valley are going to end war!
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
definitely they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me. You know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories. And something that's gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now. You can't ever break us down. I'll be speechless for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop. Yeah.
Don't just go. You're made of silver and gold. Don't just go. You're the greatest, don't you know? You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fight it out, always will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I'm on the road, accomplish all of my goals. And I ain't gonna let you down.
Don't just go. You're made of silver and gold. Don't just go. You're the greatest, don't you know? You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fight it out, always will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
So turn it up, turn it all the way up.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the land of the dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. We're officially hosting the Valentine Dash, the first ever Mobile Legends Scrim Academy tournament to close the doors for Season 1 and open up the gates for Season 2. Right now, we're seeing a lot of teams in North America compete. 16 teams for the #1 place. All live from February 2nd through February 5th on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy YouTube channel, with first place receiving a total cash prize of $700 US. We do have Moonton pitching in with the amazing prize pool for first place of 25,000 diamonds. Second through fourth place will get a total of 15,000 diamonds, and 5th through 8th place will get a total of 10,000 diamonds. A little bit of a sneak peek at that bracket so far. We've seen the Valley go up against Shadow 9 and able to take them down. Speaking of taking down, looking at the schedule, it is simple. It is a best of 1 today, as it is officially the qualifiers, right? So the Valley was able to prevail, best of 1, and now they are on to the top 8. And now we're going to watch FaZe go up against Idyllics. I'm excited to see what they do, both sides of the board, teams that are competing actively inside of the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. And then to move on, we will be seeing Ackerman Superman and Elementalist, Bloodhounds versus Prime Esports, Team Gosu up against Beat the Odds, Chubby versus Suevo, Shinigami versus Bloodhounds Academy, and then to close out today, Phantom Esports going up against Zoomers. Joined with me on the desk, I have the one, the only Assassin Dave.
Yo, I like the intro. I have to match the energy, so I have to like yell. Even though when I look at a match, I want to save the energy for the match. But like Weezy is always out of this world. It's like in M4, there's a player called Alien. We call him out of this world gaming. I feel like you're the out of the world casting, Weezy. You're way too good.
Appreciate you, Dave. But speaking of too good, we've seen some insane games so far, especially for match 1. Definitely setting the bar high for the Valley. And now going into game 2, I think the issue was a little bit in that draft, like you said, not having some crowd control, some CC, some solid answers to kind of take down the Valley. And so I'm wondering with these drafts going forward for these other teams competing, they definitely have to make sure they fix their drafting phases. That's half the battle right there, you know? So looking at the draft so far, you are seeing Fanny be banned out by the side of FaZe, and it looks like Idyllics is going to go ahead and respond by taking out the Eve.
Yeah, absolutely. Coming out from M4, because a lot of it from M4 until now, the meta has not changed, right? The game has not changed, hasn't been a patch, hasn't been anything else. And we've seen M4 has demonstrated quite a bit of how to play the meta correctly, especially watch the top team from Philippines, the top team from Indonesia, the RQs, Echo. And when you watch how they play, you'll find out that in the current meta, the CC roamers, the qual control abilities having a huge impact in the entire game. Right? Whoever has a better initiation, whoever has a more decisive, more active kind of gameplay, usually have take dominance in the entire game. And that's what happened in the last game, right? Valley had the engage, to have the Kaja ultimate, the divine judgment, whereas on the other side, we don't see any CC at all. The only possible qual control I had that I can think of in my head was Lapu's ultimate, the bravest warrior, which is not really a great engage tool if you put Lapu as a constant frontline, right? He can be squishy, especially considering there's a Kaja looking for you if you jump in. So there just wasn't very effective. Coming to this game, we're gonna see something different. Right now, there's no marksman being banned, leaving both carry and 1-1 on the table. But I do want to warn, like all the viewers there, the 1-1 and the carry might seem really strong picks to a lot of people watching the entire M series, especially in the group stages. But coming out, when you go further towards the grand finals, we'll find out the marksmen actually can be countered pretty easily. If you pick the 1-1 that leave Framis, Lolita, those really good character to counter 1-1, right? So same as carry. If you pick out carry, there are characters that in the game that counter carry as well. So there are just so many counter picks on the table. And now teams that really winning draft prioritize the mid lane, the roamers, because those are universal. Those characters have very little choices. So sometimes they're really, really universal, really, really good. So we see Farsa Eve coming out. With Eve being banned away, I think Farsa is one of the best choices right now.
Yeah, you definitely make some great points there. Even when I was watching like the Seabowl games, the men's division, the carry, right? When it was slotted, oftentimes teams are allowing it to walk because there's opportunity on the board to counter it out. I've been seeing the Lunox over in the gold lane, the Harith in the gold lane to kind of deal some damage and be that nuisance. But it looks like they are going to go ahead and ban this carry out for this. But I do agree with you. The later we get inside of the bracket, the higher elo of these teams we are going to see. And I'm wondering which team is going to take that chance to let the carry walk and properly counter it, as that's what we want to see. Teams adjust to the meta and find ways around it, because when you find a way to allow the carry to walk, you open up more opportunity in your bans on who you want to stop from allowing to walk. But speaking of the draft so far, King Kong's going to go ahead and take this Lapu first pick for the side of FaZe, and now a direct response. You are seeing Kaja slotted in for the side of Idyllics.
Yeah, I like the Kaja pick. It's really, really good. And now for FaZe, with Lapu being picked out, this is a character that you know 100% going to go to EXP lane. So that already locked in one option. And with Valentina coming out, you can see that not taking 1-1 is actually quite a smart choice, right? Because 1-1 as a character can be countered by Kaja if Kaja locks down the ultimate properly, and can also be countered by Lolita, which is still available on the table. And if FaZe decided to take out the Faramis, the ultimate can be countered as well. So right now, for the side of Idyllics, they're definitely winning the first phase of the draft, but doesn't mean that FaZe is out of it, right? FaZe has Lapu first pick. They have so many other choices available to them, right? 1-1. even though it's a character that can be countered, it's just such a strong pick in the meta. You can take that out, and you can take some really, really strong engages, such a Chow, such a Lolita, that can do really, really well to match with Lapu's engage as well. So Brody coming out, looking really strong on the goal lane. So FaZe are already picking out all their side lanes.
Oh, but speaking of picks, Kyle's going to pick up this Hayabusa, and I'm wondering how well that'll be effective for the side of Team FaZe, as Kaja was slotted. One of those direct counters, can rush up on the quad shadow and use that Divine Judgment to keep him in his place for a possible kill on that suppression. And now that is definitely going to be one of the things the side of FaZe has to look out for, and that's going to solidify that Kaja for the side of Idyllics being a key role for this match.
Yeah, but Kaja can only use all on one person. So it is only gonna come down to whose tank play more aggressive. Kaja is really good pick, but we also seen on the world stage that Kaja is not a must prioritize pick, because this character can only ult one target, and if you're not always able to target the right character from the opposition side, you actually put yourself in a corner, right? Because if you ult the front line, if you ult the tank, then you really don't have much CC left. Or if you simply get engaged by someone like a Chow or a Lolita, then the entire side of your opposition can just dive onto you and just wipe out your entire team. So it all comes down to which roamer plays more decisive and which team is more synergized. Now, speaking of synergy, we have the very rarely seen actually. Can't think of this guy's name
Khalid?
again.
Yeah, we got the Khalid. I know you barely ever see him. You barely see him.
Yes, we barely see Khalid. Sorry, Khalid is actually a really popular pick. It counters Joy on the EXP lane. It does really, really well as a counter pick. But this pick is coming out very early, and it surprises me. I don't know how Khalid do against Lapu. I know in the early game, Lapu does not have any CC, which means that Khalid can do really well in lane. Can just trade HP and use the skill to regenerate all the trade back. So it seems like a decent pick, but it really have to come down to who does the micro better, who does the macro better for the EXP laner.
Yeah, you definitely make a great point. Khalid, not something you typically see, and I'm wondering how it's going to play out. I'm definitely going to be keeping my eyes on Hashira. But one thing Khalid does have, right, is that quicksand to be able to heal himself up when things get a little tricky. And he does have that AoE damage, and then stacked up with that execute. So you're going to expect him to be a little bit more aggressive as we do, go throughout today's matches. And this is going to be a Lapu up against a Khalid. Lapu, who does have a little bit of a stun to kind of stop him when he does regen, but not a knockup. So I'm wondering exactly how this will play out. But looking at the ban so far, right? You are seeing this Lunox taking out the Wan off the board, as well as the side of Idyllics needs a late game damage dealer. They need somebody to close this out, and whoever they pick has to be able to solidify themselves up against Jim on this Brody.
Yeah, there's so many different choices on the table. Yes, Brody can be a lane bully, but the one way that counters lane bullies really well is your mid lane rotation. If you're able to win in mid lane, and thinking about what Idyllics have right now, they have Kaja and Valentina. If they use their skills together, they can shove the lane almost instantaneously and roam to the goal lane. Because when Brody plays really aggressive, sometimes you can be out of the line just a little bit, right? If you're on the other side, if you're on the side closer to the side of Idyllics, they can punish you really well, right? That gives more room for the roamers, for the Kaja, for the Valentina to roam to your lane, actually give them more room to take you down. So it can be good, it can be bad. It all depends on how Idyllics take this lane, right? Take this map and really execute it. So there are so many marksmen on the table. I know 1-1 just being banned away from the side of FaZe, but look at all the options they have, right? They still have Beatrix, who can be really, really strong late game, who can one-shot Lapu, Lapu jumps in, and they still have someone that can kind of do okay against. I mean, there are not too many choices that can do okay against Hayabusa. So if they really want to pick a marksman, it feels like Claude and Beatrix might be their best choice.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. The Claude is a solid answer, not only with the late game damage, but he has the mobility to escape those tricky situations. As you're going to have to watch out on Super Kyle for this Hayabusa, who's going to primarily focus on the gold lane, get that gank, the easy shadow kill going in for a possible kill. But right on the mark, like you mentioned, it was either going to be the Claude or the Beatrix, and it looks like Faith is going to go with Beatrix. And now, looking at the side of FaZe, only having 2 picks left. We haven't seen a roam for their side yet, and right now we're kind of anticipating Idyllics running this Kaja in that roam position. So they definitely can go for a little bit of group CC, maybe even, well, you don't want to pick up, you got to be careful who you pick up as a tank, as one thing that is on the table for Idyllics is this Valentina, who's going to benefit with that IMU to pretty much steal anybody's ultimate of her choice, and you definitely don't want to give her an easier time inside of these skirmishes.
Yeah, Chow's probably your best bet. if they have a good Chao player. The thing about Chao is the high skill mechanics, right? The requirement. You have to be good at a character, you have to play really aggressive, you have to know how to use the flicker in different scenarios. And not too many people are comfortable doing that. And sure enough, we have the Kufra coming out. Kufra can also be a pretty decent choice because Kufra's ultimate, if you copy it with Valentina, is not going to be that effective. The thing that worries me the most is FaZe mid lane. It seems like they're losing out a lot of early game mid lane rotation, right? Brody is okay, Lapu is okay on the side lanes, but if they lose out mid lane, if Kaja and Valentina did what we talked about just now, which is shove lane and roam towards either side lane, it can open up a lot of advantages for the side of Idyllics, right? The early game lane advantage for team side of FaZe might actually turn into a disadvantage because how weak the early game is for the mid lane. And then obviously with Kufra, this character is hit and miss, right? You really have to land the skill. If you jump in and actually just not hit anyone, Kaja can turn it around on you and just straight up kill you because Kufra is not very, very tanky in the early game at all. In fact, Kufra I think needs 3 tank items just to start his presence in the bush, right? Otherwise, you're just gonna have a really bad bush experience, and that's a nightmare for everybody. On the side of the Kufra, obviously.
And speaking of nightmares, looks like both sides already that Abyss skin over there on that on this Liam board. Gonna go ahead and flex that new skin that just came out. But like you said, Super Proxy over there on the Sicilian. We're gonna be keeping our eyes on him as he requires stacks to kind of come online, right? So he is gonna have a little bit of a slower time revving up, and he is kind of paired up against this Valentina, who can kind of take advantage of the early game. And I'm possibly thinking one of the game plans with the Sicilian is not to allow a mage that Valentina can profit on, but with that mage that they slotted Sicilian, it's going to require them to play a little bit safer and wait for that late game. But if they can make it to the late game, you do have Sicilian with the Sanguine Claws, who can stop Khalid, especially when he's using that quicksand guard to be able to heal himself up. And that is a guaranteed late game damage dealer. But speaking of the game, ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping into match 2 for the Valentine Dash, FaZe versus Idyllics. This is going to be a best of 1 as we are currently on the qualifiers. Who are you guys voting on winning this match based off the draft and based off of these teams? Joined on the desk, I do have the amazing Assassin Dave to handle this analyst work. And speaking of work, a lot of these teams having work ahead of them for match 2.
Absolutely. If you're watching our stream, make sure to like, subscribe, and turn it on to all notification bells. Right? Definitely do that because I think this is a great community event for the entire side of North America. If you're watching, big shout out to all the organizers, big shout out to all the entire community who made it happen. So you guys are doing fantastic work for the community, and I hope you guys make sure to smash the like button and share the stream with your friends so more people get to see this incredible event, especially with all the top teams in North America joining into the tournament. So you really get to see get a sneak peek, like a preview for what's upcoming in North America region.
That's right, what's upcoming, and it's definitely what these teams are working on, right? We know NA is definitely growing like wildfire for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. NACT right around the corner, and I'm hoping to see a lot of these teams compete in it. But right now, speaking of these teams, you are seeing a little bit of a skirmish on the bottom side. Both teams trying to get that level 4, waiting for this first neutral objective turtle to spawn in. And already Kyle basically about to hit it. Is going to have that shadow kill at his disposal, but Leomord a little faster on the farm already with his ultimate.
Here we go. 2 minutes closing in. It seemed like Idyllics having the lane power on the top side, and the bottom side, they're doing pretty okay as well. This is a really good sign for the side of Idyllics, because if Khalid get to level 4 ahead of Lapu, he can actually put a lot of pressure. I don't see any CC so far that can put this Khalid away. Oh, but a nice rotation here from FaZe. It seemed like now King Kong is going to be hard stock level 3 for a little while, and somehow the Khalid is going to reach level 4 ahead of him. Now you can see Khalid coming in.
You do see him coming in, and speaking of spawning in, you are seeing this turtle now in effect, and the question is who will be able to take this objective, as you are seeing Leomord get his blue buff a little bit behind schedule, but this is going to create the opportunity for FaZe to slowly start bursting it down, but pay attention to Leo inside of the bush. Kufra winding around. You are seeing the Bravest Fighter go in with Raging Slash, and now the Phantom Steed rushing in. Jumo picking up a kill, taking out Kaja. It does not stop there, as you are seeing Hashira go ahead and pick up a kill with the Sandstorm. Leomord picking up a kill as well, and a double. Hashira taking down Super Kyle. Not to stop there, gonna get a double and take down Jumo, leaving only Brody on the bottom lane by himself and opening up the opportunity for Idyllics to take this turtle with no contest.
Oh, nice rotation from Faith over there. Faith, should I say, in pronunciations. English is hard. Coming all the way to the top side and really solidify the control of the turtle fight. Done a really good rotation. He got 2 assists. I don't know how much that's worth, because at the same time, you're giving the Brody about like 300 gold on the bottom side go play. And it doesn't seem like there's anything Faith is going to get out of this, right? There's a player called Faith. There's a team called FaZe. This is so hard for me because this two-word pronunciation is... English is such a hard language. But anyways, a nice team fight coming up from Idylix. You know, even though early on off the fight, it seemed like King Kong was finding the aggression. They're going in first. It seemed Lapu was the Kufra was level 4, so he was doing. They were setting up properly. But unfortunately, Kufra did end up missing Lapu actually did end up missing everything. Speaking of missing, here we go.
You already see the time straight into the wall, and now JM gonna pick up a kill, bursting down Faith with Brody, but look at the stun into the wall. You are gonna see Leomord pick up the kill. It has a response, taking down the marksman. Super Kyle going in with the Ouija Shadow kill, take down Kaji, but a double kill picked up by Leomord, takes out Kyle, and getting a triple for the side of Idylix, now leading on the scoreboard 7-2-3.
Skin buff? This is a skin diff? What's going on? I mean, it seems pretty good. And by the way, for the first turtle fight, back to my point, right? Even though that Team FaZe has a better setup, it just seems like they're lacking damage, right? Like their entire early game damage come from who? Lapu, and probably a little bit from Hayabusa. Hayabusa really need the pick-off kill. And so far, because all the lanes are not really winning and not really having too much pressure, the Hayabusa is not able to really snowball into anything. So he's not able to do too much damage. We have a pause request coming in from the side of Idylix. Actually, it's from FaZe. But coming back to what we're talking about, yeah, like even though with the early game setup, with early game aggression on the side lane, it just feel like with the weaker mid lane, and that's one of the reasons why Sicilian is not a prior pick in the mid lane, right? Because mid lane rotation is so important in early game advantage. So far, if you really want to pick a poke mage, you could have gone for Xavier with a longer range. But Sicilian needs that 13 minutes, needs that like 3-4 core item just to start being impactful in the game.
Yeah, definitely need to be impactful. As right now, Idylix leading the way for the early game, already 7-3, up by 4 kills, and also up by 3,000 gold. And this Khalid came online nice and early, right? Picked up 2 kills, and you have to watch out for that. But it doesn't stop there. Leomord in the jungler, in that jungle position, currently 5-0-1, just kind of having an easier time picking up these objectives with the synergized rotations of his team. And we are seeing Hayabusa kind of have a hard time finding some pickoffs right now, as we are 4 minutes in the game, and Idylix already looking very strong. But ladies and gentlemen, looks like the technical pause has finally been resolved, and we are jumping right back into the land of the dawn to see Team FaZe go up against Idylix for game 2.
Nice. We're taking a look at the items right here. Before the items.
Oh, you are seeing a rush in. Phantom Steve gonna go ahead and pick up a kill, take down Jumo, 4-man of Idylix to help assist with that. And now Super Proxy on the Sicilian, not enough damage as he is gonna take some time to rev up. And that is another kill for the side of Idylix, now 8-3.
Ooh, really nice rotation there. Really nice job, nicely done from Idylix, opening up their advantage in the early game. Let's take a look at items one more time. I feel like at this point, Beatrice closing in on the Blade of Despair, but despite the early game Idylix early game advantage the entire red team has, you can see that Brody is still ahead. Like relatively speaking, right, on a single player farm, he said has 3,900 gold compared to 36. 300 gold ahead. Doesn't matter how many objectives you have, the team fight win from Beatrix, the team fight rotation, but early game rotation and losing the gold play is such a big loss for the marksman alone. Let's see if Brody can really carry this advantage forward. It seems like overall though, Idylix does have the map control going in further into the game. And with the Kaja, they can initiate better, they can really just play on the front hand, right? Put FaZe on the leash, right? Wherever they go, FaZe have to play reactionary. And that's not very good going into the Mobile Legends game in the current meta.
Now you are seeing a little bit of engagement already. Hashra rushing in, doing some damage inside of that tier 1 turret, showing the power of that Khalid. Not your traditional pick you see, but he's definitely playing him to the best of his ability right now. Already leading in the kills for the XP lane. But speaking of leading, you are seeing Idylix contest and go ahead and steal that blue buff for the side of FaZe. And now gonna go ahead and take some additional farm, but Kyle's gonna go ahead and use that retribution to pick up that creep.
Yeah, Haya's getting less and less farm. So this is, I'm really liking the rotation coming from Idylix, right? They're rotating really, really well. They're making things happen. They understand that they have the early game advantage, so they are extending that into more aggression, more rotation into the jungle, and that's how you take early game objectives, right? That's how you turn 1,000 gold into 2,000 golds. Here we go, bottom side.
You see the Divine Judgment going in, and you are seeing the momentum over there by this Leomord to pick up that kill, and that is the marksman down for the side of FaZe, and nobody there to kind of contest. You are are seeing Hayabusa waiting it out. Namir's passion going in to clear the minions. A little bit of utility used for possible engagement on the way, as you are seeing Jumo in the bush as well, and they do have a chance to kind of turn this around, but it looks like they're going to allow the minions to crash in, and this is going to open up the opportunity for Faith to close in on that tier 1 turret. But wait a minute, Cooper winding up. Gonna go ahead and try and possibly get a kill. Quad Shadow activated by Hayabusa. You are seeing the Phantom Steed by Leomore to rush in and try and pick up another kill. Juma very low. Sanguine Claws for a little bit of that group CC. Pulls in majority of the team of Idyllic, but Raina's Empathy is gonna take down Jumo on his escape between the tier 1 and tier 2 turret for the mid lane.
Nice snipe from Beatrix, from Faith over there. Really good job. And nice defense from Proxy, Super Proxy. It seems like this game has to go to at least like 15 minutes, right? In order for Faith to have a chance. But they do have a chance, right? They do have some super late game characters, namely Super Proxy on the Sicilian. It's all a matter of how many stacks he has coming into 15 minutes. So far, Hayabusa is not going to be any more relative than a super minion, to be honest, right? Hayabusa have to be mainly just split pushing, going to the late game. He can't find any kills. Everybody's tanky, and here we go, mid lane.
Alright, seeing Jumo rush in, get a knock-up. Tyrant's Rage into the turret, but down goes to tier 1, and that is Face, who did lose that turret. Phantom Sea going in, but bursted down by Jumo on this Cooper. Fight not over, though. Super Kyle gonna take down Kaja, and they are not done there. Valentine in a tricky situation, trying to get away, hits the speed boost, but you are seeing Hayabusa try and rush in. Justice Blades not able to connect, and Gia is gonna go ahead and slide out of there. And not only that, Faith is gonna go ahead and pick up the tier 2 turret for the top side.
Wow, what a counter clash from FaZe. Really good job, really decisive there. Initially it seems like it was kind of like lackluster, but after the tower was taken down, it seemed like the entire side of FaZe collapsed, and they did a really good job, definitely making up the goal deficit over there. I couldn't believe how Gia is able to run away. Now, even though with the teamfight win, Beatrix was able to take a tier 2 tower on the top side, and that's going to open up the advantage even further, right? Let's take a look at items right now. Take a look at farm. Beatrix with about 300 to 400 gold deficit in the early game now is coming to a 700 gold ahead individually compared to his counterpart. Now, sitting at close to 7,000 gold compared to 6,100 on Brody. Already finished 2 core items going to the third, Hunter Strike, it seems like. So this guy's going to hurt really bad. Speaking of hurt, here we go.
You are seeing the flicker used a little prematurely to escape for Jumo, and that's going to create an opportunity and an advantage for Idyllics without having that flicker to have a little bit of that extended range for that Tyrant's Rage, but it looks like both sides are going to disengage from that fight.
And Leomore's 3 levels ahead. Now, what I'm interested in, here we go, bottom side. It's a little bit of skill trade. I think Hashira is gonna run away. Back to what I was saying, I'm actually very interested in seeing what Super Proxy is building right now, because where he is in the power spike is gonna be deciding like how far they are into the game, right? So right now, I only see 2 items. Like I said, Sicilian needs like 3 items just to be relevant. So right now he's working on a third, and I don't know what he's working on because his third item can turn to a lot of things. This is a small component, a universal component for Sicilian, for any mages, any mage items, right? This can turn to a very well a magic penetration item, right? Or sometime like a even a more magic damage or holy crystal even. So all of those are possible, or even something like Winter Truncheon. So right now we don't know what he's building. It depends on he needs damage. Right? You saw that even with all the engages, Sicilian is still missing a lot of damage. Oh, speaking of damage, here we go. One more time.
You are seeing the Bass Feats activated by Sicilian. Torn apart memories from Brody, and Lapu rushing in with the Braves Fighter, finding the backline, takes out Faith, but look at the tier 2 turrets. Immobilized, down goes Hashira into the hands of Sicilian, but they are going to pick up kills. Jay takes down King Kong, 3v1 situation toward the mid river, and that is a 1-for-2 trade. FaZe leading in terms of kills, but Lord slowly making his way to the inhibitor for the top side.
Wow, props to King Kong. When the team needed him the most, he stepped up. You know, I like this type of players, right? You finding the right flanks, finding the right targets, taking out Faith and distracting the entire team, which bought the entire side of FaZe so much room to find this defense. And when you find more successful defense, that just means more opportunities for them to get to the late game, for Sicilian to come online. As Lapu gets more and more into the late game, when you finish the full items, he's gonna pose a bigger threat towards the back line. So especially towards someone like Beatrix. Like take Lapu's item, you have 2 damage items already. Coming to the third, he's building full damage right now. I like that thinking process. A lot of people actually think, okay, if you're building full damage at this point, if you're losing, like why should you build full damage? It's actually reversed exactly how it's supposed to work. When you're behind, it's supposed to build full damage, because like enemy team is so ahead, building tank is not going to help you survive at all. But if you go full damage, that actually give you more of a chance to find a flank, to find a turnaround. So look at how tanky this Kali really is, right? 1v4, skill 2, and it stays alive. Here comes Conceal though.
You are seeing the Conceal play, Plum Kaji with Ring of Order. You are going to also see the Phantom Steed connect, and Jay going to pick up the kill, take down King Kong, but it does not stop there. Jumo is going to go ahead and try and stop this Leomord, but you are seeing Beatrix pick up a kill and take down Faith over there on the top side. Actually, that was Hayabusa taking down the Beatrix on the top side. Tyrant's Rage going in, Quad Shadow by Hayabusa. Super Kyle trying to get a possible pick off. Cooper rushing in for the knockup, but it is not over as Leomord rushes in, takes down Jumo. And a little bit of that terrified from that Valentina. Proxy in a bad situation. 1v3 is going to get taken down. And that is a double kill picked up by Khalid, only leaving Super Kyle by himself as 4 members fell from that engagement for the side of FaZe to only 1 on the side of Idyllics.
Wow, it seems like, I guess everybody from Team FaZe is doing their best, right? Kufa is finding really good engages. And it's just like right now it's still not yet at their power spike. And a really good job for FaZe where they're finding a split push, even though he died by what cost, right? He finding the trade under the top high ground tower. And I think that's a really worthy trade. If you're able to trade yourself like solo split push and taking on the high ground tower, distracting 2 opposing team enemies, team members, right? FaZe have to send Hayabusa as well as Sicilian to find the defense and just to take that guy down. Now with the next lore coming up, they already have 6,000 gold, 7,000 gold lead at this point. It's 30 minutes into the game. So it's well over 500 gold per minute. Let's take a look at all the items right now. It's Leomord at level 15, A1 and 5, compared to Hayabusa level 14 at 3, 2, and 3. Let's take a look at total gold. It's 11,000 versus 84, 2,500 gold ahead. Leomord is almost fully built, compared to Hayabusa sitting merely at 3 items. And now Sicilian does finish the Malefic Roar, not Malefic Roar, the brain fart one more time. The magic penetration item.
Divine Glaive.
So Divine Glaive. So he's gonna find a lot of damage right now, right? See, last item it seemed like he's going for I think he's going for the Ice Queen one for the slow, the 5th item. You know, this is gonna be a really good item, but again, he's only have 8,000 gold. He barely has the 4th item, so I think this need to go another 5 minutes. But Lord coming in, it seems like the chances just slightly slitting off from team side of FaZe.
Yeah, definitely in a hard situation, but down goes the Lord, but Faith able to take the inhibitor, opening up the map even more for an opportunity for Idyllic to try and close this out. But did they overstay their welcome? Jay gonna go ahead and take down Jim. That is a marksman for the side of FaZe, but it does not stop there. Killing Spree activated. Hostra is gonna take down King Kong. Down goes Lapu Lapu and getting a double, taking out Jumo, leaving only Super Kyle and Proxy to fend off these minions. And you are gonna see the Ouija Shadow Kill go in, and the minions have been cleared. But ladies and gentlemen, Idyllic is gonna burst down the Nexus and take match 2.
What a beautiful job there by Sicilian, should I say. They tried their best, but again, the game didn't last until 15 minutes. Whew, missing 20 seconds there. He got his 4th item. And this is the thing about picking Sicilian, right? Mid lane rotation is so important. Whoever wins mid usually have the early game dominance, right? They can rotate the side lane. Like I said, even though FaZe picked a really strong side laners, the gold lane, the EXP lane, but if your mid lane doesn't win, the side lane doesn't really matter in a lot of cases. And this is a good example. King Kong, I think, played really well in this entire match, but that's not able to translate into more advantage for their side because mid lane, every time they rotated, they're not able to find any more damages. Even though with beautiful sync was Kufra's Tyrant's Rage, was Kufra's entire combo into Sicilian's damage. Still wasn't enough. And that's the thing, right? Like, that's why Farsa is so popular. If you want to scale, Farsa can scale even harder, has more mobility early game, and it obviously have a lot more poke. So coming out with Sicilian, who has so much restraint just to be effective, it's really, really hard. And then obviously coming out from the entire side, from FaZe, he's still, from Super Proxy, he still did a really good job, did almost 40% damage. And let's take a look at Valentina. More of a team fight, more of a team player, right? Only 18%, whereas the main damage source actually came out from Leomord with 35%. So it's more of a Valentina in this game and the Conj is more of a tool, right? They're able to clear the mid and help the team in every team fight. So that's something that you want to think about. Right now, Mage in the mid lane position is slowly fading away from the highlight. It's mainly the Eves, mainly the Farsa. And that's something going forward that FaZe can consider.
Yeah, definitely going forward. You are seeing Idyllics prevail and an insane gameplay. Definitely able to close it out through each phase of the match and then closing it out, taking down, speaking of phase, team phase, to be able to move on to the top 8. And that is only match 2, ladies and gentlemen, as we have so many teams competing currently for the Mobile Legends Valentine Dash. That's right, the first official Mobile Legends Scrim Academy tournament. We do have Moonton pitching in with the amazing prize pool for first place, 25,000 diamonds, second through fourth, 15,000 diamonds, and fifth through eighth for a total of 10,000 diamonds. And then not only that, first place is going to receive $700 cash as we have officially partnered up with Raz for that amazing prize pool. Right now, we're only on the qualifiers, and this is just February 2nd. It is going to continue all the way through February 5th for the grand final, so definitely stay tuned. A little bit of a look at the bracket. We did see Team Valley, the Valley, take down Shadow 9, and now we also seen the side of FaZe go down to Idyllics as we do embark into this schedule. Next on the list, we do have Ackerman going up against Elementalist for match 3. Match 4 will be Bloodhounds versus Prime Esports, then Team Gosu up against Beat the Odds, Chubby versus Suevo, Shinigami versus Bloodhounds Academy, and then to close out the day, we are going to be seeing Phantom Esports going up against Zoomers. So definitely enjoy, you guys, spending your time with us today, as this is our first official event, and hopefully you're enjoying the show as much as these teams are enjoying competing for these amazing prize pools. But don't go anywhere, as we will be slowly embarking for match 3 to see 2 more amazing teams in North America claim their spot for a possible top 8 position.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Now we are going to M4!
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking to me on me. You know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories. And something that's gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now. You can't ever break us down. I'll be speechless for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest, don't you know? You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will know you now. You and I, we can make it up the go. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. The fire in our eyes will remain strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home. Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be speechless for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Don't just go. You're a man of silver and gold. Don't just go. You're the greatest, don't you know? You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. The fire in our eyes will remain strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, you take your aim, you know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times, I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the control. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I'm on the road, accomplish all of my goals. And I ain't gonna let you down.
Don't just go. just go. You're the greatest, don't you know? You and I, we can make it on the go. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. The fire in our eyes will let me are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, honey bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Time. Oh, it's time to make the most of the moment. I'm Hoon, I'm mid lane for the Valley, and I'm ready.
I graduated high school a few months ago. Yeah. We dare to be great.
Dude, that's perfect. One more second.
Hello, my name is Fly Chicken. I'm XP lane from the Valley. Let's go.
Hey, it's basic. Again.
Right, I like that.
We dare.
And action.
We dare to improve. Hey, it's basic. Coordinator for the Valley. Let's go.
Say hi. Hi.
3 wasn't good enough.
There you go. One more time.
3 wasn't good enough.
One more time. You got a better one again.
Hi, I'm Chuck. I'm like son for the Valley. Let's go.
You see my chapped lips on the camera? Like here a little bit? Don't disrespect the US of A. One more. Hi, I'm Boba Zane, Jungle for the Valley, and we're ready.
I want to fight Yahweh from the Eagle team from Philippines.
Definitely RQ. They've done so much for Mobile Legends, and you could tell just by the amount of fans that they have. They've also been so driven. I mean, they've been in Mobile Legends for years and years and years, and they've always been pretty good. They've always, even when they weren't doing as well, even in this MPL, they bounced back in the second half of the season, and I have a lot of respect for them. They brought a lot for Mobile Legends. And in the Philippines, it probably blacklist, because they're actually the first team that, even after winning a World Cup, they just stayed driven, stayed focused, and now they're on their way to having a chance of getting their second World Cup win.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and we are officially hosting the Valentine Dash, the first ever Mobile Legends Scrim Academy tournament to close the doors for Season 1 and open up the gates for Season 2, and partnered with Raz. We are allowing 16 teams to compete from February 2nd through February 5th, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, with first place receiving a total prize pool of $700 US. And also Moonton chipping in with the big sponsorship is going to go ahead and give first place a total diamond amount of $25,000. Second through fourth place will get a total of 15,000 diamonds, and 5th through 8th place will get a total of 10K, as we are currently on the qualifiers. Top 16 teams competing for the top 8 positions, and this is a little sneak peek at that bracket today. And now a look at the schedule moving forward as we are embarking in for match 3. Ackerman going up against Elementalist. I'm excited to see what these two teams kind of do to prevail inside of match 3, as we've been seeing some crazy gameplay for match 1 and match 2. After them will be Bloodhounds up against Prime Esports. Then we will be seeing Team Gosu up against Beat the Odds. Then Chubby versus Suevo. Shinigami up against Bloodhounds Academy. And then to close out the day, Phantom Esports up against Zoomer. So definitely get ready, as these teams are slowly embarking inside of the Land of the Dawn. Right now, match 3, Ackerman versus Elementalist. Joined on the desk with me, I have the one, the only, Assassin Dave!
Yeehaw! Is that how I'm supposed to catch, like, you know, your introduction? I'm trying to find creative ways to do it. I feel like you're too much energy. I can't do it. Right? Going into this game though, I'm really excited because Ackerman is the team that's really strong in the entire last NACT fall of 2022. So coming into this season, they have some new blood. Okay, T right here, we can see T is gonna be playing the EXP lane. From the words on the street, T is probably one of the best EXP lane, on par with Chicken, who was trained in the entire in Asia for over a month and a half. So looking good. I cannot wait on how Ackerman perform in this match. Now, obviously, they have opponent coming into this game, Elementalist, who's ready to put on a fight. Ackerman, though, can they put out a clean game? I'm excited. That's all I can say.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited as well. And like we said, a lot of the battle is going to be determined by the draft, and something that has finally been banned out that we kind of seen walk through the beginning 2 matches is this Kaja for the side of Ackerman. And when I see that Kaja ban, I'm kind of expecting one or two things, right? Either picking up that Joy or possibly picking up an assassin for the jungle may be a possible game plan, but they still have a Franco to possibly work against. You know, Grok is in the Land of the Dawn to be slotted in the XP if they do want the additional CC. But when you typically see that Kaja this early in the phase, it is definitely screaming to watch out for a possible assassin.
Yeah, with Kaja being banned away, there's so many assassins on the table, right? Fanny's not being banned, and we know that Ackerman have what it takes to play it. They have, I cannot wait for Gelsky to play the support, but I really want to see Lord T, one of the best Fanny players in the entire North America, potentially #1. There are only a few Fanny players in North America that you can name, right? T, there's Zero, goes to Zero, who's really proficient on the character. And then I think that's 2 that come right off my head. So is this character going to be banned? Because they banned away Kaja. That tells you a lot about what they're planning to do right now at this point. And Valentina being taken away. So I'm hoping that Fanny will get banned. But if it doesn't, well, that's going to be a massacre actually coming out from T.
Well, Dave, you're forgetting about one other Fanny player for North America. Steph Teasy. Yeah, you didn't hear?
Sheesh. See, you're absolutely right. You know, that's actually my bad. I'm sorry that that's just slipped through my head somehow. I don't know why. But yes, absolutely. Coming into the last ban. Yeah, there's so many characters available on the table right now. Joy is also available, and Joy is a character that can be countered, but also just really strong in the EXP lane. Poses a lot of threat to a lot of marksmen. And you have Lapu being banned away, leaving a lot of choices on the table. I mean, we're talking about Grok, we're talking about Kaja, Kaja being banned away, we're talking about Fanny, you know, their carry being available. I mean, there's so many choices right now. So what is Arkman gonna first pick right here? Ooh, really?
It might be. I mean, it is going to be Mark Cutie's going to go ahead and take up this carry. Now, something that is on the board still is the Joy, and maybe we see what we were talking about a little bit earlier for today's matches, a team allowing the carry to walk and having a possible counter, and I'm expecting that to be a game plan. And Yuki already with a strong pick, picking up that Fredrin, that energy eruption, that walking petrify that he basically provides with his utility, and that is going to be a Fredrin possibly in the jungle. But one thing about Fredrin, right, you can still slot him into the XP if the draft is not looking in your favor, and still have another option for the jungles. With that Kaja being taken out, you can still get a valid assassin.
Right. And even with carry being taken out, there are still so many choices on the table, right? There's still characters like Brody. You can do really well against carry in lane, and it allows your team to scale. And if Brody scales further or faster than carry, Brody can be scary in a lot of ways. So I like the Fredrin coming out, even though carry is a counter, and they have Farsa that do really well against this type of marksmen. Even though you can think carry is a little bit more mobile, but Farsa can literally two-shot you with like 1-2 skill combo, or probably just 2 feather airstrike in the late game. So it comes down to execution. I like the Joy pick. It poses a lot of threat to the backline to the Farsa. So, and Joy pick is also a flex option. So are they gonna take out another flex, which is Grok, and just really, you know, put the entire side of Elementalist like on the guessing? You know, what do we pick here? What are they taking here? What are the possible options do they have? So, I mean, those are all really good choices here. So coming out, obviously Grok, Lilia. So that kind of locked in Lilia doesn't really play EX lane. So you can kind of say that Lilia is going mid. Really, really strong early game team comp coming out from Archiman. And now it's Elementalist last pick in the first phase.
It looks like they might go for that Franco. A little bit worried about an assassin on the way. Franco also a good option for Lord T on this Joy, to be able to use that Bloody Hunt, that suppression to stop her in her tracks. And that is not the worst option for the side of Elementalist, and I'm wondering if that's the game plan, right? They are going to go ahead and slot that in. They still need an XP lane. You will be going up against Lord T on this Joy, but Joy, one of those heroes that can be flexed in multiple different roles. You know it's not going to be mid lane because you are seeing Shiki over there with the Lilia for the main, so it could still be slotted as a jungler as well as an XP, but with that Vengeance, the battle spell being slotted, and maybe a possible XP, but they can always change their mind, and that is the beautiful thing when you have the first phase of the draft, to be able to pick these flex picks to keep your enemy side guessing.
Yeah, and then Franco is such a good pick in this particular draft. It's really good against carry, and then it's really good against Joy, like you correctly pointed out, right? And also, Franco is more of a laid-back character. It doesn't force you to engage, dive, and then you can be a second-handed character, right? Because Fredrin is going to be the front line, finding those engages, finding those vision, and then if anyone get out of position or try to dive onto the Fredrin, or if you find a position, if Fredrin is able to bait out the carry, bait out the Joy, that's when Franco join in with the Bloody Hunt and with the Farsa's burst damage in the back. Right now for Team Elementalist, they already have really, really good damage as well as quad control. Right, so right now they just need to find those good go lane to actually make sure they win the go lane, and then they still have silent, both silence they can use as counter pick. And being the second pick allow them to save one last pick to counter if they choose to do that, right? So this is looking pretty good in draft wise for the side of Team Elementalist.
Now, banning out that Grok, I was expecting that to be a possible pickup for them, but when you have Lord T, it might not be the easiest hero to go up against that Joy, and that will finalize the bans for the side of Elementalist, and now still one option on the table. If you look at what Elementalist needs, they currently need a marksman, that late game damage presence, so maybe going for another late game marksman. They already took out the Claude. You can also go against something that's going to counter this carry, as you've been seeing over there. Yeah, Brody, a good choice, and also, hey, we've seen it, right, overseas in the SEA Games. We've been seeing the Harith and the Lunox counter the carry as well. So there's a lot of options on the board right now, and I love when we see teams kind of work up against the meta in terms, instead of banning it. So I think the big question on the board is, what are you going to slot in the gold lane to go up against Marcuti for this carry?
Yeah, interesting thing is we do not see we see a Fanny ban coming off of Markman. You know, you're absolutely right on the Lunox. Actually, the Lunox also works really well against someone like Joy. Joy, yes, he can dash in. Yes, he has quad control immunity, but he doesn't have. The biggest thing is after Franco ults you the Bloody Hunt onto the Joy, you need to burst damage, right? You need to shut this guy down. the last thing you want is when a Franco uses such an important skill on Joy and you don't have the damage to do it. So like I think Lunox will be a great pick. Also do extremely well against someone like Carry because he can one-shot carry in the late game with a Ruby DD combo. Right, but obviously it's something that you don't have to pick right away, or you can, to be honest. Oh, Harith coming out. Dude, Team Elementalists know what they're doing here in this draft. It seems really good. They want to save their EXP lane for the last pick, just for the counter. And then go lane, they have two choices. You mentioned Harith and Lunox. So they decided to go with, they opt to go with the Harith, which is also a really nice option in this case, because you can dash away from a lot of scenarios from the Lilia, and also try to dodge and try to sustain away from the Joy. So I like the draft coming out from Elementalists right now.
And you are seeing some focus possibly being shifted from the side of Ackerman. They're going to go ahead and pick up a possible Martis. The anti-CC definitely working in his favor. One of the stronger junglers for this season. And he will be paired up against Yukio possibly on that Fredrin. But we still can't bank on that Fredrin being the actual jungle. And I think that's the reason why the side of Ackerman took out this Fanny, right? Because they were expecting that Fredrin to be flexed into the XP and then a last pick for an assassin into the hands of Elementalists. But going the frontline route, we are going to see Gold Lane and Joyer pick up this Rat and a Kufra. But to respond back, ladies and gentlemen, we are seeing for the first time Argus being slotted over there for the side of Elementalists.
A very interesting pick. The last pick, Argus. I mean, this is something that people must have tried in a lot of games, to have this much confidence to say, I'm going to lock this down instantaneously against Joy, right? I like the Barat's pick coming out. It does really well. Barat's and Martis both are really good counters against the Fredrin, and sure enough, they pick it out. Along with the Kufra pick, Kufra and Franco is one of those characters that's like love and hate relationship, and it was Kufra I didn't think will come off on top, especially with such a beefy front line like Barat's, to bait out everybody's position, and then Kufra will find a backline going in for the Tyrant's Rage. But that being said, we're gonna walk into the game, Wheezy.
Yeah, definitely jumping into the game, and definitely some keys to victory already on the board for both sides. But when we're looking at early game, right? Mid laner is going to go ahead and run this Farza. He's going to have that strong presence, especially with that feathered airstrike for that AoE damage. But if you are looking at Marquita for the gold lane, letting that carry walk, right? Not something you typically see for the NA meta, but something you see more overseas. In a direct response, we are seeing the Harith to directly counter it, and I really want to see how this goes over there for the bottom lane. But speaking of lanes, you are seeing in the mid lane, this Lilia up against this Farza. That Lilia who can use those black shoes to get out of that feathered airstrike when things get a little tricky, and also providing that early game damage.
Yeah, very interesting execution, very interesting draft. It seems like Argus is losing lane right now against Joy. To be honest, I expected someone like Khalid, a little bit off meta, but also really strong, or something like Thamus, right? That can match Joy in lane in terms of aggression. But that's what you do when you save the last pick. But they decided to choose Argus, which you can see right here is not necessarily doing too much, right? In fact, Joy is now going into the jungle of Fredrin, right? He's finding a lot more aggression on the top side, and that's something that you really need to watch out for when your EXP lane, like when your enemy EXP lane is finding so much aggression early game. And that's why you don't want to pick character in the super late game. Oh, here we go, top side.
You are seeing Farza trying to do some damage, but Lord T with that mobility being more of that nuisance and a big distraction. But now between a rock and a hard place, gonna go ahead and find himself between three members of the side of Elementalist, and you are seeing Execute being activated by Argus. I don't know if that was really the best usage of that battle spell. You definitely had the guaranteed kill, but that is gonna be a kill for the side of Elementalist for first blood.
And also really interesting, Lord T could easily run away from there, right? Like you could easily use a skill 2, leverage a skill 1 to run away. He decided to go deeper into the base of the side of Elementalist. It's not like he was in trouble. Speaking of trouble, TCC will be taken out.
There by Gauss Cutie on this Kufra, but look at Lilia with the glooms trying to stop Yukio. It's gonna go ahead and use the Appraiser's Wrath bursting down, but not enough damage, and now Joy with Lord T rushing in for some revenge is gonna pick up a kill and take down Yukio. And that is 2 kills on the board for the side of Ackerman now, and an advantage for them to take this turtle. But look at Arg Rose over on the Argus, is kind of hovering around, is possibly gonna try and contest it, and he was able to just in time. Definitely well played indeed. But on the bottom side, you are seeing Harith having a little bit of trouble over on Mark Cutie with this carry.
Yeah, he's having trouble, all right, on the bottom side. And then Harith is that you can't underestimate how strong carry is in the early game, right? I mean, when you activate ultimate, if you do the passive, it can be really strong. And here we go, Archiman undeniably gonna get this turtle. Ooh, actually close.
You do see Shiki picking up the turtle for the side of Ackerman, and TCC getting out with half HP. Definitely needing to be careful. With that first neutral objective on the board, Ackerman is gonna lead in terms of gold.
Yeah, very interesting. You know, Harith is a pick that I always have conflicted feeling for. Like, it's really popular on the world stage. A lot of teams would like to take it against carries like marksmen, and then, but it never turned out. The win rate on this character is actually is not very outstandingly good. It's noticeably on the negative side, right? Whereas if you pick Lunox, it's actually much better in a lot of ways. And sure enough, like you can see in this particular scenario where Harris is finding a lot of like disadvantaged trade, right? I mean, Faris is actually the one who's going to be looking out for to do the most damage. Here we go, mid laner.
You see the wings by wings outside of the map, able to take advantage with that micro. Is going to go ahead and get out of there, but that is going to open up the chance for Mark Cutie to do some damage on the tier 1 turret. Not only stripping all the gold, but also going to be able to burst it down. And yes, that is Ackerman already taking the first turret of the game, and a huge start for Mark Cutie on this carry.
Yeah, I like the Mark Cutie playing the marksman, having a lot of success in lane. But at the same time, you notice go lane lover or go lane enjoyer. I think that's Zia. I mean, I think I'm correct. Am I correct on that?
Yeah, you're correct. Yeah, that's Zia.
Yeah, that should be Zia playing that character, which is quite interesting. You know, Zia playing the jungle. But before that, here we go.
So the airstrike going down, but Rat's gonna pick up that kill, take down TCC on the Franco. Blue buff does go to Yukio just in time, and a little bit of that contest from Ackerman, not trying to give any room to breathe for the side of Elementalists in their jungle, but a taunt over there by Fredrin with the energy eruption. Farza doing some damage from afar, but pay attention to Hang Rose on the top side, kind of left behind as his Joy is definitely out rotating and creating opportunity from these split pushes, and you have to watch out for Lord T. But speaking of watching out, you are seeing Turtle spawn in, and Ackerman already pulling that aggro, shifting focus to the next objective.
Archiman is getting so much free stuff on the map, right? At bottom tier 1 tower, Harris is straight up lost the lane, as we mentioned. If you pick Lunox, yes, Lunox might be a late game character, might need those power spikes. Lunox actually do okay against carry early game. Oh, she ended up doing okay.
Kufa rushing in, gonna go ahead and get that Tyrant's range. Down goes Farza to Joy, but Harris gonna take out Gal's Cutie over there on the Kufa to respawn. And now the heavy aggression inside of the mid lane. Ackerman being very aggressive on the side of Elementalist's jungle. 1 for 1 on the board so far. 2 members have fallen. TCC doing some serious damage from those glooms, but hitting the bloody hump for the suppression. And you are gonna see Arg Rose pick up the kill, taking down Lord T. But Shiki gonna take down Arg Rose to respond in that process. Fight not over. Carry joining the fight. Mark Cutie now in effect. Gonna go ahead and do some damage over there to this turret. Franco with the iron hook onto Barrett, and that is Yukio to be able to facilitate a kill off of that assist. And down goes the feather airstrike. Mark Cutie taking out Harith, and that is the gold lane for the side of Elementalist down, and Gauss Cutie picking up a kill on to this Farza. Double kill by Mark Cutie, taking out TCC. And right now, Ackerman just leading the way in these trades with 8-5 on the board, but it is not over. Arg Rose possibly going in, does have the Eternal Evil, may be able to use it just in time. He's taking some serious damage, and it does get procced, but he is going to have to get out as he is very low.
Oh, Mark QT. I mean, it's an early game. This guy's 2-0. I'm looking forward to see his item right now. At this point, Carry's already closing on the second item, and it seems like it's going to be a very, very important item for him with the top tower taken out. Carry's only going to be stronger as we go. After you finish the golden staff, the Carry's going to hit the power spike that you cannot stop, right? Like, Fredrin's going to be melting like matter of seconds, like probably 1 or 2 seconds. Here we go. Speaking of melting.
You've seen the Detona's welcome connecting, possible set on the wall with the stun. Yukio in a bad situation with 4 members on him. Shiki gonna pick up that kill, taking down Fredrin. 1 member off the board for the side of Elementalist, and it looks like they are gonna try and clear some of these minions. Barat's trying to proxy, trying to give a little bit of pill so they will be able to open up a chance to take the tier 1. Flicker being used, Kufa rushing in, double time set with the Tyrant's Rage. Gauss Cutie picking up a kill, taking down Farza. Faye is gonna take down Barat, but it is not over. Zaman Force going down. You are gonna see Carry pick up a kill, taking down Franco. It's not done yet. Gloom going in, double kill. Mark Cutie taking out Arg Rose. Then you are gonna see Lord T rush in and get the kill, taking down Faye, but Faye responding back with the turret damage is gonna pick him down as well. But that was the tier 1 in the mid lane in favor for Ackerman.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting draft for the Argus, right? So far, I haven't seen the Argus doing anything special. I mean, unless they have something else planned that we just did not know. It's like more of a pocket pick. But at the same time, this is best out of one. You only got one shot at this. I don't know if it's the best time for you to take out Argus, unless, I mean, this guy's name is Arg Rose. So, like, you know, there's something between Arg Rose and Argus, right? I mean, I don't know what that is, but it might just be like this special connection that they're trying to go for, but it seems like the connection is now working to their favor. May go to the late game. It seems like Argus is going for the DHS and is almost gonna get it, but right now he's about he's not that behind, but carry is really far ahead. Right, this carry is an absolute monster right now. 6,500 gold, finishing the 2 core items, going to the third, and he's gonna get a roast gold meteor. Make sure he doesn't die from Farstar right away. And look at the bottom side. T's 1v2.
You are seeing the Eternal Evil activated over there by Arg to stay in this fight as he was bursted pretty low. And then you are seeing the taunt going the knockup over there by Lord T, trying to get a kill onto Yukio. Now it's not over though. You are seeing Mark Cutie, Kufa rush in, Gauss Cutie getting the Tyrant's range, double set on the wall, fight inside the tier 2. Faye gonna pick up a kill, take down Gauss Cutie on that set, getting a double, taking out Lord T in the Zaman Force. It is not over with that Chrono Dash. You are seeing Barats take a turret in the mid lane though, the tier 2, but Mark Cutie, unstoppable, is gonna find a kill, taking down Yukio on this Fredrin.
Oh, it feels like goal lane enjoyer is just completely non-existent in this game, right? This game we feel more, you get so much highlight on someone like Mark QT, on someone like Shiki. Shiki on the bombs are just so accurate. Wherever he placed them, it feel like it has so much more impact than any other Lilia player I've seen. Right? He doesn't know how to use them to maximize the damage. Like, wherever he lands a bomb, he leave a path of destruction, you know, wherever the locations are. And I don't even see that from the best of the best mid laners in the world. So I really love this Lilia pick. And no wonder they picked it so early in the first phase. Lilia right now is not one of the most popular picks. It's a really strong pick in my opinion, but where a few player can pull it off because like the bombs is so hard to position. And somehow in this particular game, Shiki is playing just out of his mind, same as Mark QT. The carry usually plays off the team, right? The marksman usually gets the power spike at the late game, but in this particular game, we see Mark QT solo, like just completely solo dominating the lane against someone like Faye on the Harith. And not only that, he had 2 kills in the early game, now snowballing to 5, having the third item moving to 4. Oh, here we go, one more team fight.
You already seen the suppression with the Iron Hook, TCC getting the kill, taking out Shiki, Feather Airstrike going down for some additional damage, flickering for the extended range. A little crazy on the utility right there. And you are going to see Ackerman kind of back down. Definitely not something they want to jump into. But an interesting note, right, about Elementalists. This former team went by the name of Deuce Knights. Now a little bit of that rebrand. They did play in the NASL, also in NACT. And to see them back again for these tournaments, you got to love seeing their synergized team compositions and also seeing them compete actively for Mobile Legends Bang Bang North America. But Ackerman, one of those top teams that you mentioned, definitely leading the way as we are slowly embarking toward the mid phase.
Oh.
But wait a minute.
There we go.
Flicker over there by Gauss Cutie, almost getting a 3v1 situation, but finding his way out with his battle spell.
Yeah, Argument at this point is trolling a lot more than I want to see them troll. Oh, speaking of trolling.
Did you see Feather Airstrike going down? Bloody Hunt to assist. Keep him there. Denton is welcome, but not going to find nobody. Arg Rose is going to take down Gold Lane and Joy. Down goes Zia, and that is one member off of the board. The jungler for the side of Ackerman. 8 seconds before the Lord spawns in, and this is a possible advantage for the side of Elementalists. And you are going to see them try and get the hook, missing by a hair, and Lord T able to escape from that Iron Hook.
I gotta say, the win condition for team side of Elementalists has to be this Franco. TCCC, or should I just call him TC, has been doing a phenomenal job at landing those hooks, right? And using the hook to check Bush as a tool, and he's finding picks left and right. He's playing like Naomi from a Falcon in M4, right? Those hooks from like blind spots in the bush, it looks phenomenal. It looks really, really good on his part. And obviously finding team a lot of benefits. And on the bottom side too, like, Argument is trolling on top of the fact TC is popping off is really giving them a chance to come back. But obviously, it eventually has to come down to can they find a kill onto this carry. Right, this carry is just finished the 4th item, the Wind Talker. So this is getting scarier and scarier. And he's going for the last item. It seems like gonna be a defensive item. The Immortality seems like.
Yeah, definitely getting prepped. And Carrie already being that menace that she already has been inside of the goal lane. Now 5-0-1, kind of leading the board in kills for the side of Ackerman right now. And definitely online. And we've seen that direct counter. 5-2-5. Harris not doing too bad with the KDA. But right now, the economy is not in their favor as the side of Ackerman has only lost a tier 1 turret for the bottom side. And now they have a Luminous Lord making his way up the mid lane.
Yeah, they feel like US, right? Just suffering from inflation right now. That's what happens with Elementalist. You know, look at their gold. Probably still 5,000 gold behind. Rose on the bottom side. It seems like you're doing something, but it's not gonna be. Is it gonna be effective?
Ooh,
Oy!
Able to bait out the Eternal Evil using the Vengeance, and Argus is going to kill himself by attacking him. And now looking at the engagement, you are seeing Lord crash into the possible Nexus. Some serious damage. Yukio is going to take down Gauss Cutie on the Kufra. Zaman Force activated. Mark Cutie taking out Yukio, getting a double taken out. The Harris mid laner is going to go ahead and take down Lily. And ladies and gentlemen, Ackerman is going to go ahead and take down the Nexus and take match 3.
Wow. What a play! What a play from side of Team Ackerman. Beautiful job. Gauss QT is still one of the best tank players in North America. I like the engages, very decisive. The entire games are just play after play, initiation after initiation come out from Gauss QT, and the entire team follows up. Like I said, this game we don't see much of a presence coming out from Goal Lane Endure, aka Zia, and I don't know why. Is this something permanent that Ackerman is experimenting? Or permanent with experimenting didn't really go together. But is something like permanent for Ackerman, or is this just something that they're experimenting, right, with the Zia on the jungler? Because it feels a little bit interesting. And then whereas Gauss QT is definitely the trump card, same as Shiki. Gauss QT, Mark QT, Shiki, they're doing phenomenal job. Lord T this game is trolling more than anything else. So I hope to see more in the as we go further into their journey with the Ackerman, but definitely a really good game. And I gotta say, there are a lot of highlights coming out from the side of Elementalist, right? TCCC played really, really well. Definitely one of the best Franco players that we see in North America, leveraging the hook for the vision control. And with the Harris pick, all I can say is it's a comfort pick. At the same time, personally, I prefer Lunox. If I had a Lunox, they would have burst down a lot more character a lot faster. Where Lunox, Harris really need to ramp that up. And when you're ramping that up, I mean, Carry is also ramping up, right? So who is scarier, a Harris or a Carry? You got to really understand that and think, okay, do I just need to burst damage to eliminate a threat, or do I want to compete against someone like Carry? So it's an interesting pick, and then it's definitely not working in their favor, as you can see in this game. Giving Mark QT was 2-0 in lane solo. So, but nonetheless, congratulations to Ackerman for moving forward in this stage of the game.
Yeah, definitely congratulations indeed, as they do prevail over to the top 8 now, as this is the qualifiers for the Valentine Dash, the first ever Mobile Legends Scrim Academy tournament. We've officially closed our doors for Season 1 and embarked onto Season 2, partnered up with Raz to give a total prize pool of $700 to the team that places first place. And also, we do have Moonton pitching in with the amazing diamond pool of 25,000 diamonds for first place. Second through fourth, we'll get 15,000 diamonds, and 5th through 8th place, we get a total of 10,000 diamonds. Like we said, this is the qualifier. 16 teams competing, trying to get that #1 spot. And it does not stop there. It's a little bit of a look at the schedule so far. We've seen the Valley take down Shadow 9. We've seen Idyllics take down FaZe. And now Ackerman taking down Elementalist. Moving on, we are going to be seeing Bloodhounds go up against Prime Esports. Then Team Gosu up against Beat the Odds. Chubby versus Suevo. Shinigami up against Bloodhounds Academy. And then to finish off the day, Phantom Esports versus Zoomers. So definitely don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, as we have another amazing match on the way. I can't wait to see what Bocarasco's team, Bloodhounds, is going to do up against Prime Esports, a team from the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy for Match 4. Definitely grab some popcorn, get some drinks, and we'll be right back with you guys for Game 4.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Now we are going to end war!
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure.
I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me. You know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories. And something that's gotta give. Cause this shit just what I made it now. I made it now. You can't ever break us down. Break us down. All these bitches what stars. Promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop. Yeah.
Don't just go. You're a man of saving good. Don't just go. You're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, you take your aim, you know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I got the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now. I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all. I'm on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Don't just go. You're a man of saving good. Don't just go. You're
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. We are officially hosting the Valentine Dash, the first ever Mobile Legends Scrim Academy tournament to close the doors for Season 1 and open up the gates for Season 2. Partnered up with Raz to give first place a total cash prize of $700. 16 teams currently competing, and we are on the qualifiers right now. Starting February 2nd through February 5th, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, and Moonton pitching in for an amazing diamond prize pool for first place of 25,000 diamonds. Second through fourth place will be 15,000 diamonds, and for 5th through 8th, at a total of 10,000 diamonds. Just such an amazing time for Mobile Legends Bang Bang North America. We appreciate everybody tuning in across the Land of the Dawn. But speaking of the Land of the Dawn, 16 amazing teams working their way toward the top 8 and eventually that number 1 spot, as you do get a sneak peek at the 16 mark bracket. Now moving forward, like we said, amazing teams competing. Looking at the schedule, a best of 1. We've seen the Valley go up against Shadow 9. The Valley able to dominate and take that game and move on. FaZe going up against Idyllics. Idyllics leading the way. And then the match we just seen, Elementalist up against Ackerman. And Ackerman able to close it out and progress on to the top 8. And now, currently on match 4, we are seeing Bloodhounds go up against Prime Esports. Bloodhounds led by Bocarasco. They got Pika Pika on there. Some well-known names in the Mobile Legends Bang Bang North America community. Going up against Prime Esports. One of those seasoned teams for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy has been working their craft every single day. And then up next, Team Ghosty versus Beat the Odds. Team Chubby up against Huevo. Match 7, Shinigami with Bloodhounds Academy. And then to close it out, Phantom Esports against Zoomers. As we do prevail on both of these teams getting ready to embark inside of the draft, I am joined on the desk by the one, the only, you know him as the man at the desk for M4, Assassin Dave!
What the hell? Dude, I'm running out of stuff to say, but I'm excited for this match coming to the 4th game of the night here. Bloodhound, my boys on the desk playing, Boca Roscoe, Pika Pika, rooting for them obviously, but this is unbiased gaming. Also for the other side, I'm excited to see what Prime Esports have in their pocket to show us tonight. And now Boca Roscoe, actually in the last NACT when we interviewed him, this is a really passionate player in the community. He was a caster, he was a player, and he's ramping up, has been preparing his team for quite some time now. And I cannot wait to see how they're preparing for the upcoming NACT, and today is one of the days I gotta see how organized their teams are in the upcoming match. With Pika Pika, what can I say about this guy? This guy's been a pro player in so long, right? He has to understand the communication required to be a good player. So today in Mobile Legends, I don't know how this guy managed it. This guy has 5 jobs and still one of the best players in the world in Mobile Legends community. So really looking forward to how Pika performs on the roam position in tonight's match. Bloodhound versus Prime Esports. Bring it on.
Yeah, definitely bring it on already, as we are seeing 2 bands locked out from the board. You are seeing Hayabusa from the side of Bloodhounds Academy and the Eve taken down. Now, Hayabusa, not something you typically see this early in the phase, at least for the first ban. And I'm wondering what the game plan is for the side of Bloodhounds, as they do have first pick, right? So they have some opportunity to pick up something that is a flex pick that you can put in multiple different roles. But with that Eve being taken out across the board, this is allowing a lot of meta to walk. And I'm wondering what they're going to do going forward. Is this going to be another draft where we see the carry walk through and be picked up, or is it going to be something where the Joy kind of slides through and be a little bit of that nuisance? And there we go. Speaking of meta, Kaja being taken off the board for the side of Bloodhounds.
Ooh, nice Kaja ban right there. Again, allows them to pick some assassins. And also, Kaja is just a character that if your team doesn't like it, you ban it, right? But in my book, Kaja is not something that you really want to focus on. I think Kaja usually coming out as a ban to teams who doesn't really prioritize Chow. And in this case, it makes sense, right? Pika Pika is more comfortable with characters like the big engages, like Kufra, like Atlas, or Grok. Those characters, the Supremon in North America region. So Kaja ban definitely make a lot of sense. Tonight, we have seen one character being banned for 4 games in a row, and that is Eve. And then again, it's always coming out on the red side, which is quite interesting. Eve is such a strong character. It counters so many mid-lane mages. Also renders a lot of marksmen kind of useless, or should I say make them less effective. So with this ban, it feels like NA North America region has definitely been watching the world tournaments and improving their draft and working on their craft. So this is looking good with the Eve ban and Fanny ban, some respect ban coming out. So a lot of marksmen still on the table, and also we have Glue Monster, and that character is still available. Joy, Glue, 1-1 carry, Grok, all of those characters still available right now. It depends on their comfort. So I'm looking forward to see how two teams are gonna draft the first phase.
And speaking of the first phase, 6 seconds on the board, need to make a decision, and it looks like they are going to opt in for that Joy. But Glue is still on the table, and the side of Bloodhounds has first pick. We do know that Faramis being definitely a great counter against it. I wonder if the side of Bloodhounds will pick that up. But when you see that Fanny kind of being banned out from the side of Prime Esports, it's probably respecting that Kaja, right? They realize Kaja's off the table. They're anticipating the side of Bloodhounds having an assassin player. Now, Franco is still on the board, same with Grok, so there's definitely some great options, and we know Pika Pika knows how to play a lot of these frontline heroes, so I'm wondering which way this is going to go. Definitely some meta on the table that both sides can kind of benefit from. You do have that Valentina that you can kind of slot in the early phase, later on in the draft, right before you close it out, and embark toward the second phase if you do want to take some of those ultimates against them, and down goes the carry. That is one you definitely don't want to slide, but something we haven't really seen teams pick up is the Martis, and I'm wondering, Fredrin actually on the board too, if you think about it, and definitely a solid option for both sides, but there you go. Dyna's gonna go ahead and prioritize this Glue.
Yeah, the Glue monster being taken out. Glue is one of the strongest pick in the game for many reasons, right? This character in lane is gonna be one of the strongest laners, right? There are not too many characters that can do well against Glue. Even character that's quote unquote supposed to counter Glue, like Uranus, like the Dairoth. If the Glue character play right, if the Glue player play right, you can do really well in lane, or at least equalize the lane with your opposition. So it's just a character that you have little counter against. Even against Faramis, right? Glue, a lot of times right now, the Glue players knowing the one flicker combo, it doesn't matter if an enemy team has the Faramis, you can go in one flicker, quickly proc your passive, and just ult and get to the backline. Because right now, Glue, with so much threat, this character can go to the backline and just kidnap this person to your team. And then the worst part is, after you kidnap him, more than Kaja, if he kidnaps your backline, there's nothing you can do to him to save your backline, right? So that's why this character is so prioritized. I like the characters coming out from the side of Prime Esports, though. Really meta picks, the Brody, as well as Lapu, and they still have the Faramis, as you correctly pointed out in the beginning of this draft phase. But that's something that can also be taken out just for the extra layer to counter this Glue. But Faramis also have a lot of counters, knowing that Farsa is available on the table, knowing that Irithel is available, Claude is available. Are those choices going to be all those choices are going to be on the table for Bloodhound to take out. So right now the draft is looking more of a chess game. It's more of a brain game. Whoever wins this chess in this phase will have a huge advantage going to the game.
And looking at the game so far, Sleeps is going to go ahead and pick up that Beatrix to solidify the side of Bloodhounds. Now, like you mentioned, the Faramis, right, can definitely be picked up to counter Dino over on that Glue. And if they do not opt in on that, I wonder if the side of Bloodhounds will ban it out, as there is another option on the table for the side of Bloodhounds to pick to work against it. The Valentina is still available in this draft, and if they do slot in this Faramis for this position, they need to probably ban that out, as that's going to allow that co-alter to also walk into the hands of Bloodhounds. And I'm wondering if that is their game plan, as you are looking at the side of Prime Esports, trying to figure out exactly what they want to slot here. They are going up against that Fredrin, that walking Petrify, who's able to get pretty much a lot of these objectives easily. Kind of the golden child right now for the jungle. Can kind of do it all with the frontline presence, the sustainability, and then also a little bit of that CC. But Odin, something we don't typically see too often, but definitely works. We've seen it in M4. We've seen Takashi over there with RQ Akira kind of dominate with it. Odin picking up this Benedetta.
Interesting Benny pick so early, because Benny at this point is going to be one of the lesser prioritized target. We talk about how you can take out a Faramis, ban Valentina, right, and then really give you a strong early game rotation, on top of the fact that you can also take out characters that help you, for example, like a really strong mid lane, but instead of get a jungler, because once you take out Lapu, you kind of lock yourself in. You know the Lapu is going to go to the XP lane, so if you take the Benedetta, there's not too much flex options, right? This character is almost for certain going to the jungle. That means like Fredrin's gonna have a decent time, in my opinion, because Fredrin, yes, he's not gonna kill the Benedetta if Benedetta just chooses to run away, but he's gonna have a lot of presence just going on top of the Benny all the time. So I don't really understand the Benny picks, especially so early. Now, coming out to the second part of the ban draft, it seems like the side of Prime Esports will ban away the Lunox, and we have an Alice ban. Very interesting. That's something that's been developing in the MLSA.
the Alice ban. Now I wouldn't say in the MLSA, but I have seen something with the Alice giving a lot of trouble over to a Glue for the XP lane. But I'm kind of wondering if that would have ever been picked up, because you are seeing the Lapu slotted, and unless they put the Alice for the Mage, that wouldn't even be a matchup against the Glue. So I'm not really sure that was the wisest decision, and I'm not sure, it's like you said, it's not something you typically see, and it looks like they are trying to limit the mid laner presence, and they're going to go ahead and take down this Lilia, but still options on the table, right? One thing that hasn't been banned is that Faramis, who is still available, and I'm wondering if that is their option to kind of secure their mid lane for the side of Prime Esports, as they are hovering over this Uranus. We've seen the Uranus kind of be a little bit of a presence over there in the early phases of today's matches, but I'm not sure if this is the well, actually, you know what? Uranus does work out really well against the Glue for one reason only. His passive, he's able to go in and out and regen, and Glue is one of those frontline heroes in the XP lane. He's gonna rush in, he's gonna get some regen off his slam, and when you have that Uranus to be able to go up against him, it definitely does work out. But Max Ape gonna flip the script and gonna go ahead and take up this Kufra, solidifying the roam for the side of Prime Esports.
Yeah, I was like, no way you're gonna do the, Uranus, right? Who, Uranus Rome? Or what? Benny that Rome? Yeah. I was thinking the CC is gonna be the king of the game, right? The key to victory. Whoever has more, should I say, proactive engages, have the early game dominance, and then on par, I also have to synergize with your team's damage. In this particular draft, I mean, it wouldn't make any sense if they take out Uranus, because then you're missing out all the CCs, and you're missing out, frankly, all the early game, because Uranus is only going to be good after level 4, and that wasn't coming out. But we are going to see a second Sicilian, and want to see some follow coming into the game, which is really nice. Weezy is a very popular dude. So, what do you think about the draft so far, Weezy?
Well, I know one thing for certain. Bo Carrasco picking up that comfort pick, that Sicilian that he's kind of known for in the Land of the Dawn. He's going to go ahead and make a special appearance for match 4 today, and that's solidifying the draft. And you are seeing Pika pick up this Atlas to be able to have some of those fatal links. Now, one thing that the side of Prime Esports does have is Benedetta, right? Then eye for an eye, that mobility to be able to get out of Atlas's ultimate. And you are seeing Well Done already lock in that Purify to try and get out of that as well. So I think it's going to be a battle of placement, right? Getting Bo Carrasco to his prime state of having all those stacks for the late game, and also Pika on this Atlas to be able to provide those sets with the fatal links. But one thing they do have is this Glue, and I'm not seeing anything to really, oh, actually, no, right. We are seeing, no, wait, we got Faramis. Faramis was a response to the Glue, so Glue having to watch out on his positioning, as Faramis can quickly burst him down when he does use that split with all of those little glues behind him, quickly getting bursted down. But ladies and gentlemen, we are embarking into match 4. We are watching Bloodhounds go up against Prime Esports. This is the qualifiers for the Mobile Legends Bang Bang, the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy Valentine Dash. Definitely place your votes as the polls are in. Who are you taking for match 4 as we are progressing through the qualifiers?
So right away, when I look at a draft, I feel like Bloodhound is heavily focused on late game. If they get to late game, if ever gets to it, they do have a pretty decent draft. They have the solid engage from Atlas, and they have the solid damage, consistent damage from the Beatrix, from the Sicilian. Now the problem is getting there, right? How can you get there? Because last game, 2 games ago, we just saw the Sicilian getting 15 minutes, and yet still losing, right? Like from the side of FaZe. It's just, even at 15 minutes with a Sicilian with a lot of stacks, probably over, 200 stacks, wasn't being effective. You can see the damage coming online, but it wasn't killing anyone. They don't have the executioner to finish off the kill. And in this particular game, you can only worry about them further, right? Because who is going to be executioner? Who's going to finish off the kill? Especially early game, even if the Atlas land those fatal links, it still feel like they have no one to finish off the job. And that's something they got to be worried about. Whereas if you look at the side of Prime Esports, they have the damage, they have the mobility, they have the poke, and they have the rotation. And speaking of damage, here we go.
You are seeing Odin pick up a kill, taking down Alex, and that is the jungler for the side of Bloodhounds, already falling prior to this turtle. As you know, both teams are racing for that level 4, and already a great start for the side of Prime Esports.
Yeah, Prime Esports. This exactly what we're talking about, right? You saw the Atlas poking with Sicilian and a Fredrin on top of the Kufra, and they had no damage. We talked about how Kufra is one of the squishier tank characters, and you need to match that with a tankier frontline. In this case, Prime Esports doesn't have that. It just have Benedetta in the jungle, right? But Kufa was tanking two people's damage coming out from Alex, and it wasn't effective at all. And that's exactly to my point. You need more damage. So at this point, Prime Esports definitely have the upper hand, but look at Dino though.
Wait a minute, whoa! He's gonna go ahead and finish him off with that flicker play. Bocarasco taking out Kufra, and that is 2 members off the board for the side of Prime Esports. Electro going in, Odin trying to get the kill, but you are seeing the split activated, pulling him into the turret, and ladies and gentlemen, Dino is gonna secure a second kill, taking down Odin, and Turtle going to the side of Bloodhounds.
No, we're talking about Faramis as a counter? Oh, before I get into that, here we go.
You see a little bit of a contest on the blue buff. Bloodhounds trying to contest and take some farm, but you are seeing a response from Prime Esports trying to delay. Fatal Links going in for the set. Alter being activated by Faramis for some sustainability. Flicker out by Pika, trying to escape. Benedetta is going to go ahead and try and chase, but no, you are seeing the energy eruption by Frederick for the stun. And look at the serious AoE damage. Alex going to pick up a kill, take down Odin. Glue with the split. It's going to take down Max Ape. 2 members down. A double kill from Alex, taking out the Lapu. 3 members off the board for the side of Prime Esports. Make that 4 as Dino gets a double kill, taking out Faramis.
Dino. That's all I can say. I mean, there's not too much else you can say about that fight. Dino is a glue monster. I mean, he's actually a glue monster. He's 4-0-2 now. Probably the most valuable character in the entire game if you look at a farm. I think this guy's probably like at one full item. Let's take a look. Yeah, he's already finishing off the Curse Helmet, and he has tank item already on top. So Dino at this point is gonna be just such a force to be reckoned with, right? And again, back to the point that I had in the beginning of the draft. Yes, you can kind of have Faramis to counter someone like Glue, but if Glue is targeting you, then there's not too much you can do, especially like you're not going to use ultimate, use skill 2 unless Glue uses split. But in this case, he's simply using skill 1 to get onto your Faramis, which is absolutely insane right here. Speaking of insane, it seems like this Kufa want to do something insane. Here we go.
Does dive in with the Tyrant's Rage. A lot of utility on the board being used. Some serious damage. Sleep's going to take down. Well done. Beatrix picking up a kill. Praise's Wrath going in by Fredrin. Nimiru's Passion by Beatrix. The taunt. Alex going to pick up a kill. Taking down Boosie. Electo by Benedetta joining the fight. But Alex is going to make it a double and takes him down right now. 10-1. 4 minutes in. Bloodhounds leading the way for the early game.
Yeah, Dino, man. Dino with early game advantage. I have to go back to it, even though that fight looks pretty clean for the side of Bloodhound on the top side. It seems like for the side of Prime Esports, they're missing the synergy, right? They're not synergizing with their engages. It's one by one. When Kufa engaged, there's no full combo coming out from Benedetta. There's no damage. There was some damage coming out from the Brody, but it just wasn't enough. Here we go. Look at the Dino monster, 1v3.
He is now a 1v4, and Beatrix picking up a kill on the top side, taking out Brody with the assistance of the team. But look at Dino rushing in for that distraction to allow them to facilitate that for the top lane, and he does escape over there with the split.
Yep, Dino 1v4, and that's all I can say. This game, we talk about how Sicilian, I was a non-believer. Now I have to apologize, I have to eat my own words, you know? I was a non-believer, but I forgot Bloodhounds have this kind of monster in their team, you know? The 1v4 monster. Here we go, Dino have to pop the flicker. But he's gonna be fine for now, I think. He's really, really tanky. Yeah, it's most likely fine. Oh.
Now this is just insane, Dave. Dino is on fire right now, and he's gonna go ahead and use that slam to regen, but Max Ape having other plans, rushes in for the knock-up, using the magic ball, but he is still in this fight. Dino now doing some serious damage. Justice Blade's unable to connect, hitting the split, but the flicker to extend the range, not to allow the slam to proc, and now Electo by Benedetta rushing in, trying to get the kill. Dino still escaping. Fatal Links for the set. You are seeing the Alter in response. A little bit of that frozen from the perfect match of the Atlas going in for the silence over there on Boosie. You are seeing a possible engagement. Bocarasco with the Bat's impact taken down. Fair miss, but the fight's not over as Dino is unstoppable. Is going to go ahead and take down Max Ape, and it is not over there as you are seeing Odin and Yukimura trying to defend. Beatrix picking up a kill with Numiru. He's going to take down Odin and now make his way toward the tier 1 turret with no contest as you are seeing the stun over there by the perfect match provided by Pika, but Halleck is going to go ahead and pick a kill. Unstoppable, taking down Yukimura, and right now what was once 10-1 is now 15-1 for the side of Bloodhounds, only 6 minutes in.
Yeah, if I'm Dino, I'll renegotiate my salary for the side of Bloodhounds after this game, right? Like, this guy is absolutely unstoppable on the bottom side. It felt like he was 1 HP, Lapu, Kufra, both diving. And it goes back to my point with Prime Esports. They're not syncing their engages. Everybody's working on their own. It felt like better ranked game, right? Get better random teammates you would want in your own ranked game, but that's not enough, right? Going against a team like Bloodhounds, you need to be more synergized on your engages, especially working with Kufra, someone that only has one shot. He doesn't really have a frontline presence, not very tanky. And speaking of the not tanky, look at Lapu
going in. The fatal links for the set. Sleep's gonna pick up a kill, taking down Yukimaru, and down goes the tier 1 turret for the mid lane into the hands of Sweet. But Alec gonna pick up a kill to top it off, taking out Brody. 2 members off the board for the side of Prime Esports, and having a very hard time getting online, as you are seeing a possible push for the tier 2 on the top side. Electa going in by Benedetta to clear the minions. You are seeing split activated over there by Glue. Alter to respond to the sustainability, but look at Odin. Serious damage. Boca also gonna pick up that kill. Dino gonna get a kill, taking out Maxape, getting a double, takes out Boosie. Then that is 3 members off of the board. A wipeout from that engagement in favor for Bloodhounds, who also takes the tier 2 for the bottom side.
What am I watching there? I mean, Boca, it felt like the entire game is all about Dino, right? I was gonna talk something about Boca, but not really. It's just more Dino stealing the show from everybody else. And look at this guy. He has like 3 full items, 7,200 gold. Compared to his opposition, Lap only have 4,000 gold. This guy had 3,000 gold ahead in his own lane. And compared to like Brody, who's supposed to be the hope, you know, the insurance. Oh, speaking of no more insurance. You know, actually Farm got taken out. But yeah, Dino, this guy is way too much. This is not gonna stop. Right now, I don't see the side of Prime Esports they have anything that they can do to stop this Dino, right? Unless they wait for Dino to use the ultimate and use a split, and that's when Farmers use skill 2. But at this point, he's not using ult, right? Dino's killing the Farmers without using ultimate at all. He just walk up, and then 1 flicker, you're dead. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what Prime Esports can do. It seems like a impossible mission to accomplish at this point if they want to win.
And the thing about this is Boca Roscoe on the Sicilian already 4-0-10, having a great time. And this is a late game major looking at using the Bat's feet. He's going to go ahead and get a lot of these stacks. And right now, he's going to be even more of a menace the later this game goes. So even in the late game, it's looking very shaky for the side of Prime Esports, as they're putting a lot into the hands of this Brody, right? To kind of seal the deal, who is currently 0-3-0 for KDA.
Yeah, Prime is 0-6 right now. Yeah, Prime Esports, I think this is probably ended the journey here, right? They did their best, but the best just wasn't enough, unfortunately, in this particular game. Dino was too much. Definitely the pillar of Bloodhounds. You can see the wave being sinking, going in. Look at the damage, though.
Yeah, definitely a lot of damage over there by the Bats. Impact from Boca Roscoe. The late game mage coming online for the mid game. Electa going in by Benedetta is going to go ahead and try and clear this Lord. But look at the turret. Inhibitor is going to fall, and that is going to open up the base for the side of Prime Esports, now in a vulnerable position. But Lord does go down. They're not stopping there, though. They're going to go in for a second inhibitor turret with no contest, and Prime Esports just claiming everything on the map so far.
You mean like, yeah, the Prime Esports...
Oh, but wait a minute. Engagement on the way. Fatal Link's getting the set. You are going to see the engagement going in. You are seeing Bloodhounds trying to close it out. But Bosi going to get a kill. Take down Pika. It's not over there, though, as you are seeing the Shadow Stampede go in. And well done. Going to pick up a kill onto Alex from this engagement. Split activated. You are seeing Glue Rush in. Pick up a kill, taking down Yukimaru. But look at the Shadow Stampede again onto Dino. The one-man army. 1v4. Picking up a double. Takes out Maxape using the split to escape. Not even the counter Faramis can stop him. Definitely a great game indeed. And right now, you're just seeing some solid rotations. And you need to see more of an answer right now from the side of Prime Esports. They're at a huge disadvantage. They're currently down by 20 kills, only 10 minutes in. And we're looking at the KDA so far. Boca Roscoe, Sicilian already 4-0-12. And Dino leading the way 9-0-6 on this Glue. But we are going to see another possible engagement on the way, as we are seeing these teams continue to take a possible fight. You are seeing the heavy presence from Bloodhounds kind of leading for this engagement, leading on the map, and the economy is looking great. Looking at the items, Beatrix currently not even leading in gold, as Dino is actually leading in gold right now. The full defensive route also has that Oracle at his disposal to kind of solidify that split even more, making him such a solid frontline presence. But like we are seeing so far, 11 minutes in right now, the side of Prime Esports just definitely being a little shaky. They need to play passive, play a little safe, but they have to kind of get well done online, as Brody is going to be the game changer inside of this match. If Brody can come online, then that'll definitely be able to turn the tide around. But like we said, with Sicilian, with Boca Roscoe, that pocket pick is going to be very difficult to defend, as you are seeing this Lord possibly spawn in the next 8 seconds. But here we go. We are seeing the blue buff be stolen, and a huge advantage for this Luminous Lord, which Bloodhounds is going to go ahead and take with pretty much no contest, as the side of Prime Esports can't go for this. If they do overextend, it could be very costly, and Bloodhounds can take this game. And they realize they have the advantage. They're going to go ahead and take the Lord, and now if they properly sync these lanes, the side of Bloodhounds will be able to close this out. Prime Esports not holding on to anything right now but a hope and a dream. No inhibitors on their side. Their backs against the wall, and the question is, can the side of Bloodhounds, with the dagger they formed today, holding on to all of their turrets, be able to close this out and pierce the shields that they have left for the side of Prime Esports, only holding on to this Nexus? And there we go. Luminous Lord spawning in, making his way down the mid lane. We need to see the syncage of lanes, though, from the side of Bloodhounds to make the most out of it, and you are seeing that happen right now, as Sleep's is going to go ahead and clear the bottom. Sicilian, Boca Roscoe clearing the top with the power of Dino, and Alec at his side. And with these lanes properly synced, we are going to have to see how the side of Prime Esports responds. They have a lot against them right now. A full team of Bloodhounds and a Luminous Lord. And here we go, engagement on the way. Sleeps wasting no time, taking down Odin. Is unstoppable, and the Nexus getting bursted down. Ult being activated, immortality proc. But ladies and gentlemen, a fast finish. Bloodhounds takes match 4. Definitely just an overall well-played game. You just seen a difference in synergy, right? Bloodhounds, more of a synergized team, been competing for a while now, and some strong meta picked up on the board. Dino slotting in that MVP with that glue. You see the full defensive route, and it didn't stop him from dealing that damage, as he was able to come online in the early game and kind of pave the way for all of the lanes. And then Boca Roscoe on his comfort pick, Sicilian, not really having a hard time, as with Dino kind of creating that separation, allowed him to get a lot of those stacks and get online with these damage nice and early. For the side of Prime Esports, we appreciate y'all participating, but we are going to see the side of Bloodhounds prevail on to top 8. And that is going to be the first 4 matches officially closed out for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy Valentine Dash, as we are officially hosting our first ever tournament. That's right, the gates for Season 1 have closed and reopened for Season 2, and we have partnered up with Raz to have 16 teams compete with a total prize pool, cash pool, of $700 going to first place, and Moonton pitching in, providing 25,000 diamonds. Second through fourth place will get a total of 15,000 diamonds, and 5th through 8th place will get a total of 10,000 diamonds. We appreciate you guys tuning in across the land of the Dawn on the MLSA YouTube channel and looking at the schedule so far. You've seen the Valley, match 1, take down Shadow 9, Idyllics take out FaZe, Ackerman take down Elementalist, and now Bloodhounds taking down Prime Esports. And all of these teams have moved on officially to the top 8. Next up, we are going to see Team Ghost who go up against Beat the Odds, and then Chubby versus Huevo. And then for match 7, Shinigami going up against Bloodhounds Academy. And to finalize the day, Phantom Esports going up against Zoomer. Definitely don't go anywhere, guys. Definitely appreciate y'all tuning in, and get ready, as both of these teams are kind of prepping to embark back in the land of the Dawn for match 5.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home. Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure.
I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking to me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Don't just go. You're a man of silver and gold. Don't just go. You're the greatest, don't you know? You and I can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, you take your aim, you know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I got the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Don't just go. You're a man of silver and gold. Don't just go. You're the greatest, don't you know? You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
course, Honey Bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little Flair.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Time. Oh, it's time to make the most of the moment. I'm Hoon, I'm mid-lane for the Valley, and I'm ready.
I graduated high school a few months ago. Yeah. We dare to be great.
Dude, that's perfect. One more second.
Hello, my name is Fly Chicken. I'm XP lane from the Valley. Let's go.
Hey, it's basic. Again.
That's right. I like that.
We dare.
And action.
We dare to improve. Hey, it's basic. Coordinator for the Valley. Let's go.
Say hi. Hi.
3 wasn't good enough.
There you go. One more time.
3 wasn't good enough.
One more time. You got a better one again.
Hi, I'm Sharp. I'm late son for the Valley. Let's go.
You see my chapped lips on the camera? Like here a little bit? Don't disrespect the US of A. One more. Hi, I'm MLBB, Jungle for the Valley, and we're ready.
I want to fight Yahweh from the Eagle team for Philippines.
Definitely RQ. They've done so much for Mobile Legends, and you could tell just by the amount of fans that they have. They've also been so driven. I mean, they've been in Mobile Legends for years and years and years, and they've always been pretty good. They've always, even when they weren't doing as well, even in this MPL, they bounced back in the second half of the season. And I have a lot of respect for them. They brought a lot for Mobile Legends. And in the Philippines, it probably blacklist because they're actually the first team that, even after winning a World Cup, they just stayed driven, stayed focused, and now they're on their way to having a chance of getting their second World Cup win.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Valley are going to end
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be speechless for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't ever stop, yeah.
Don't just go. You're a man of silver and gold. Don't just go. You're the greatest, don't you know? You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fight in our eyes and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, you take your aim, you know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I'm on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Don't just go. You're a man of silver and gold. Don't just go. You're the greatest, don't you know? You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fire in our eyes and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, Honey Bunch.
never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Time. Oh. It's time to make the most of the moment. I'm Hoon, I'm mid-lane for the Valley, and I'm ready.
I graduated high school a few months ago. Yeah. We dare to be great.
Dude, that's perfect. One more second.
Hello, my name is Fly Chicken. I'm XP lane from the Valley. Let's go.
Hey, it's basic. Again.
That's right. That's, I like that.
We dare.
And action.
We dare to improve. Hey, it's basic. Coordinator for the Valley. Let's go.
You say hi.
Three wasn't good enough.
There you go. One more time.
Three wasn't good enough.
One more time. You got a better one again.
Hi, I'm Chuck. I'm Valentine for the Valley. Let's go.
You see my chapped lips on the camera? Like here a little bit? Don't disrespect the US of A. One more. Hi, I'm Mobazane, Jungle for the Valley, and we're ready.
I want to fight Yahweh from the Eagle team for Philippines.
Definitely RRQ. They've done so much for Mobile Legends, and you could tell just by the amount of fans that they have. They've also been so driven. I mean, they've been in Mobile Legends for years and years and years, and they've always been pretty good. They've always, even when they weren't doing as well, even in this MPL, they bounced back in the second half of the season. And I have a lot of respect for them. They've brought a lot for Mobile Legends. And in the Philippines, it probably blacklist because they're actually the first team that, even after winning a World Cup, they just stayed driven, stayed focused, and now they're on their way to having a chance of getting their second World Cup win.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Valley are going to M4!
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and welcome back as we have progressed halfway through the qualifiers. That's right, 16 teams are currently competing for the first ever Mobile Legends Scrim Academy tournament, the Valentine Dash, where we are offering 16 teams the chance to compete for that #1 spot and a total cash prize of $700 provided by the MLSA and Raz. And also Moonton chipping in for first place, offering 25,000 diamonds. Second through fourth place, we get a total of 15,000 diamonds. And fifth through eighth place, we get a total of 1,000 diamonds. Definitely a time to be alive in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy and Mobile Legends Bang Bang North America. But it doesn't stop there. A little bit of a look at the bracket so far, as these teams are competing for the top 8 positions, and a look at the schedule of what we've seen so far and what we have to look forward to. We are looking at match 1, the Valley versus Shadow 9. The Valley prevailing with the win, and then Idyllics for game 2, taking down FaZe. Also, Ackerman able to prevail over Elementalists, and Bloodhounds getting the victory over on Prime Esports. And now on to match 5. All of these are best of ones. Team Gosu going up against Beat the Odds. Following that will be Chubby versus Suevo, Shinigami versus Bloodhounds Academy, and to close out the day, Phantom Esports going up against Zoomers. But right now, currently on the desk, we have 2 amazing casters. One that you've seen on the desk handling business, 4-4, one of the first casters in North America to pave the way in history, Trex. And also joined on his side, he will be having an on-point analyst going by the name of Eunice, who you've seen time and time again representing for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. How you guys doing today?
I'm doing very, very, very well. Super excited to be here. You know, we've watched some great games. Me and Eunice have actually been checking them out, and I'm even more excited for the game we are about to watch now. How are you feeling about it, Eunice?
I'm feeling kind of excited, kind of on the edge of my seat right now, because we do have 2 high elo teams here, right? We do have Beat the Odd. Originally, what they used to be Team First Blood, right? So we do have, or what was it before?
They were Beat the Odds. Sir Bossy and Foe have been around for a while, but not Team First Blood. No, they were both on other teams and stuff. They've both been bouncing around for a bit.
Yeah, I see. So okay, so we do have kind of a mixed history back here, but we do have 2 high elo teams going up against each other right now. We do have Kozu, which is one of the pretty strong teams that's been stuck around in the NA. You've probably seen them multiple times around in the Land of the Dawn, but we do also have Beat the Odds. We do have very good players here. But Trex, do you want to kind of talk about the side of Beat the Odds? Do you know any of these players personally?
I mean, Sir Bossy, we're definitely going to most likely see him in the EXP lane here. Foe, I'm wondering, because from what I know in the past is he's been a jungler, but again, I mean, all through tonight, we've seen a lot of players re-roll, we've seen a lot of people swap around. It's something me and you have actually been talking about for the past hour or two, is just kind of the change in NA and how I think a lot of teams right now and a lot of players are kind of finding their new position. We know a lot's happening this year, and I think a lot of teams are just trying to kind of hone in. Even speaking of that, looking at Gosu, we're seeing General's not playing right now, I'm pretty sure, unless he's full potential, but I don't think he is, and we're seeing some kind of newer players come in with Sirius. We know Fleur, we know Yue, we know Yuzi, but still, a lot of teams kind of switching things up here.
Yeah, so with that being said, full potential is actually Guapo on that jungler position there. So we do have, a good read on the side of Kozu. But speaking about Kozu, I do see a Lapu getting slotted by Bossy. Now, Bossy is a very good EXP lane. One of his main hero pools is actually Lapu. I've seen him play multiple times. I actually had the privilege of playing with him too in a good 5-man. So good read coming in from BTO. But I do see a Fredrin picked up by Guaps. How do you feel about this right now?
You know, it's been the story all night long. I feel like a lot of times the first pick. I don't know. From my personal opinion, I think Fredrin's like the boss right now. I think he is the guy in the jungle. If he's open, you pick him. You just need to lock him in. But maybe Maybe BTO has a better read on this. Maybe they have an idea. Yes, Sir Bossy is an amazing EXP laner, but now with Yue on the Estes as well, that is deadly right there.
Right, and I do actually play with Yue. I played a couple times with him. He's actually sitting at global number 5 Estes right now, so a lot of, I don't know, he's picking his comfort pick, but currently in this meta, Estes is pretty strong, but even just looking at the Fredrin with Estes, right, I think that's enough, and honestly, that's like a non-punished constant invade, right? Because the Estes is going to continuously heal the Fredrin. So with that being said, like, it's very easy to walk into the enemy jungle without any consequences pretty much in the early game, but we do have to remind ourselves that they are pretty squishy early game. So depending on how they decide to execute this towards the early game to mid game, we're going to have to see. But do you want to talk about the enemy draft?
I do like it. We get the Atlas, and then we have the Valentina. So we have some mental games in the draft here, right? With the Valentino, Gosu now needs to worry about what they're going to pick up as their mage, as even their offlaners, because they don't want to give anything too vicious over to Lucas here. Also, a lot of set potential with that Atlas. A nice answer to the Ube Estes, right? A good possible countermeasure. If he can get some big pickoffs, some big fatal links, it could be the answer. You combo that up with Sir Bossy, maybe getting some stuns in, but hold on a second, because Sirius now locking in this 1-1 in the gold lane. How are you feeling about that?
I mean, 1-1 though, after her big nerf a couple patches ago, right? We don't really see her being slotted, but early game she might struggle a little bit, right? She did get all her skills nerfed a little bit, damage input also getting reduced by a lot bit, but we also know that she is a big punish in that late game, right? And once she gets her 3 core items, the Windtalker Demon Hunter Sword, the DHS, and then the Corrosion Sight, she can pretty much proc her ult off of all of those, and with her second skill being a free purify at most, she's definitely going to counter that Atlas, right? But we do have to keep in mind of the enemy team read beat the odds draft, right? They do have that Valentina, so being able to copy kind of, I mean, Yue's ult here is able to kind of at least give a little bit more sustain. I mean, it's not as too much of a big heal passive, right? Coming in from the actual Estes being able to heal, but it is still a somewhat bit of a sustain, and being able to give that sustain towards Bossy and probably the next jungler or the marksman that gets slotted in might be a little bit of an issue, because I do know 1-1's crossbows tank, it does hurt, but they do have a good read coming in, right? Yeah, it takes a while. You do need all those 3 core items. It kind of reminds me of like Xavier, right? Xavier needs those 3 core items, like the lightning, the book, and the clock of destiny, right? He needs those 3 core items to power spike towards that mid and late game. So I don't know. We're definitely have to see about that 1-1. Yeah, but you want to talk about these bans though?
Yeah, coming into the second set of bans, we are seeing the Hayabusa, definitely a target towards Foe. I'm almost positive now Foe is going to be jungling. He has been known in the past to rock the assassin jungle, which could possibly apply pressure in this laning phase, and that I think is going to be the story for BTO. They need to try to press in pretty early on in this game, so I think they should maybe pick up an aggressive jungler. They have picked off some mages against Gosu, taking out the Farza, getting rid of any of that high ground, and also taking away the Pharaohs just for good measure here, not wanting to just completely let them be immortal. But now Foe's gonna be hovering over this Amon. Martiz could work very well here, I think, too. You get the bulkiness, but you also have a lot of kill potential, especially at that level 4 spike. I like it. It could be something, if he can lock onto UA at the right time, it could really be the answer for this.
Yeah, but with that being said, like, I feel like beat the odds when they first drafted those 3 picks, right? The Valentina. I feel like even though Valentina is not pretty much drafted, like currently in NA meta, because Yves actually took over Valentina at one point, but the Valentina pick gives so much draft pressure, right? Because she's able to copy off a lot of ults, which is why I'm pretty sure Fleur is one of the best mages I've seen currently in NA, being able to dominate a lot of teams here. I feel like they're kind of working around Fleur right now because they need to be careful with what the mage picks, because they banned out a lot of mages, right? They did ban out that Eve and that Farsa, but those two are backline mages. I mean, Lilia's still open. There's a lot of potential for these mages, but you still have to be careful because of that one Valentina pick, right? The entire draft is now pressured towards Kuzu. And now with that being said, Fleur did lock in that Lunox, and Lunox is good power spike early game towards that mid game, and really deadly towards that late game. And looks like, I mean, both sides honestly they have a good draft. I'm just more worried that, you know, 1-1 really has to come online early game, and with Sirius on marksman lane, I don't know too much about Sirius. It's their sub laner, so I don't know too much. I don't have any insight with this marksman, but I do know that lots of potential are being seen here if they did slot Sirius. But Trex, I'm gonna ask you a question. If you had to just pick, I mean, yeah, I'm gonna put that pressure on you.
Pick a draft?
If you had to pick a draft.
Honestly, so everything on Beat the Odds I actually really do like, except for the Bruno. It's a little iffy, especially with some other options out there. Now, Team Gosu, on the other hand, also very good. I think overall, Team Gosu has a little bit of the better, well-rounded draft, but Beat the Odds definitely have some answers here in their kit. But we are going to now be jumping into this game. This is Beat the Odds up against Team Gosu in a best of one. Only one match to see who moves forward.
Yeah, with that being said, a lot of pressure. I do see a little bit of a minion stall coming in from Uzi on that Grok. But let's talk about these lane phases real quick before anything gets too hectic. I do see a 1-1 lane against a Bruno, so nothing too much. Both are good marksmen to lane up against. I feel like 1-1 still lacks a little bit of that early game, but speaking about early game, mid lane, looks like a trade has been won. A little bit of a domination coming in from Beat the Odds, though, that Valentine being able to kind of have that wave clear with that Atlas. But you want to talk about the EXP lane? You do know that better than I do.
I think it will be interesting to see how this Grok does. Wait a second, Foe already in a very bad spot. 3 against 1, and first blood goes to the side of Team Gosu. Now, that could end up being a problem. I don't think that Foe wants to be alone when he's going for these objectives. He needs Totnak, and he needs Lucas to be there by his side. Uzi should kind of win out in the early phase, but as Bossy gets to level 4, may end up having the advantage there.
Yeah, so with that being said, we just kind of have to wait for the power spike coming in from the EXP laners, right? They both have good potential with their ults. And with a wild charge coming in from Grok and the bravest fighter stance coming in from that Lapu. So we're gonna have to definitely see how the turtle fight goes, because turtle's also very important, right? The neutral objective is kind of the most important things aside from pickoffs. But speaking about pickoffs, looks like a little bit of a hustle going down here, but looks like they're both gonna recall, but a little bit of a engage coming in, but looks like they're gonna back off and go directly for turtle. So I don't know, the early game is kind of too hard to tell. I mean, Estus is there, but both roams, honestly, Atlas even by itself is a little bit squishy, right? In the early game, no major defense coming in, so we're gonna have to see. But speaking about seeing, Trex,
yeah, full potential, doing a lot of damage on a Totnak, but Foe does get that turtle, so a nice trade-off. They're gonna all head over to this purple buff now. Totnak trying to push off full potential. Sir Bossy also engaging with the bravest fighter, trying to lock on to Yue. Will just miss that, gets the stun, and Sir Bossy picks up the kill. Now full potential gonna fall next. That is another pick for Foe, changing the pace here. Beat the Odds, taking control of the map.
yeah, but with that being said, even though they did pick up the neutral objective turtle, Beat the Odds did get a good response. I feel a little bit of overextension coming in from Kusu trying to invade that blue, knowing that Atlas was still there, right? Giving that CC, being able to kind of give that straight vision. But speaking about vision, let's look at these items real quick. I don't see anything major built in, but good early core items, right? And when you speak of core items, being able to do some little bit of defense. But speaking about defense, Trex,
yeah, Sirius bites the bullet, and this is exactly what I was talking about with Foe here on this Martis. It's going to be a problem. You have a lot of kill potential, and this is where Beat the Odds really needs to pick up their pace, because once it gets around to the 7-minute mark, it's going to be trouble for the side of for the side of Beat the Odds. But they want to keep on pushing in. A nice stun from Totnak. Yue in a lot of trouble here, taking too much damage, gets locked up and taken out. Fleur now just trying to run away, but Toru doesn't want to let it happen. Going to be able to pick up the kill as well. Sirius now entering into the fray, trying to lock on. Can't quite get it. Expo takes him down with the decimation. That is a 3-for-0 trade. Gosu on the ropes. Full potential, going to be forced to back off here.
a lot of pressure coming in from Beat the Odds towards that marksman lane, right? But we already talked about this before, right? 1-1 it needs those 3 core items to actually power spike towards the mid game to the late game, right? 1-1's kind of not doing too hot right now in the middle, in the gold lane here. She did die twice there, so a little bit of a gold disadvantage coming in from Kosu, but gold gap is only sitting up at like 2k, but I do see mages locking in on the side of Beat the Odd. They did lock in that clock coming in from Valentina. Usually I don't really see clock being built on Valentina anymore. I usually see like a book, Enchanted Talisman locked in with like a glowing wand or genius wand usually, but looks like Lucas is going for straight damage.
And full potential, gonna try to go for this, but it gets caught up by the Fatal Links. Turtle low, Buffo picks it up. A nice steal of that Blessing of the Moon Goddess. Going to be able to keep Beat the Odds alive a little bit longer. Sir Bossy is in the back of the line. Fleur and Full Potential up against him. Sir Bossy going to get the stun. Here comes Foe. Able to get the finish with that Decimation. Going to move on to this purple buff. Push Full Potential back, but Yue and Yuzi are here as well. It's a 2 versus 3. Lucas is in the backside, going to try to engage into this fight. Yuzi forced back off. Blue buff getting a little bit lower. Sir Bossy wants it. Pretty sure that ended up going to Full Potential, able to retrieve that, but still, now Sirius in the top side, gonna go down to Toru. Not quite, but right now the heat is on, Eunice. Ooh.
Speaking about heat tricks, looks like I picked off. We were done. We were done.
They're definitely not done. Beat the Odds applying pressure. They knew the condition. They knew what they needed to do to win this, and they are doing it textbook right now. A 3K gold lead. They're not giving Gosu any time to breathe.
They are not. They're kind of their backs are kind of up against the wall here, right? The thing is, with that early game, we did talk about this earlier in draft, and we did warn both sides, right? They do have a good draft. Both sides do have really stable drafts. It's just Beat the Odds does have the favor of early game towards that mid-game spike, right? They do have the advantages. They do have their early game damage, but I do see Mars locking in that 100 strike, so definitely a little bit more power spike now coming in from that Mars on that jungler, but I don't see too many things looking too good for the side of Team Gosu. I mean, the Grok did lock in Blade of Heptases, and Wama just locked in Corrosion, so might be able to start power spiking from here on out, but I don't know. Died too much. Early game spike was just too much for the side of Gosu, but hang on, looks like something's about to go on here.
Nice wild charge. They will be able to find Sir Bossy here, but still, they're going to move out. They're going to lose out on this mid tower. Fleur goes down. Beat the Odds, just finding answers all over the map. Full potential, tries to dive in, but he's in the middle of a lot of damage. Double kill goes to full. He's going to keep it rolling. A nice crossbow of Tang, but you find no one for that. A nice steal. Once again, the Blessing of the Moon Goddess is taken away. Lucas steals it perfectly with the Valentina, and it keeps Beat the Odds alive.
Yeah, like the Valentina, like I mentioned this earlier, being able to steal the Estus's ult gives that sustain, right? And being able to kind of help with that team fight, a little bit of a push coming in from Lucas is really nice when it comes to these team fights. Backline is a little bit squishy. We have the Valentina and the Bruno, but I mean, Lucas is kind of saying, no, I'm going to keep you here in the battlefield. We're going to keep fighting, and we're going to keep pushing, and we're going to be able to sustain. But speaking about sustain, a little bit of a little tussle going on down here, but looks like they're just still trying to pressure up the gold lane.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what they need to keep doing. Just rotate around. They're running in either, you know, a pod of 3 people, 2 on the opposite side, and they're pushing against these towers. They're taking away material. They know there's a slight time limit. It's not completely over for Gosu as long as they can possibly drag this out. But wait, a beautiful wild charge. Sir Bossy caught up. Yue finds the kill, but now Beat the Odds is trying to re-engage. A nice fatal links. 2 members will fall. Sirius and Fleur. Bo, a little bit low, needs to maybe back off, but full potential doesn't want to let it happen. Uzi is going to pick up that kill. It's 3 up against 3 on the map as BTO continues to push forward. Totnak trying to get the stun onto full potential. Toru is here, letting out some nice damage. Not able to find him. Totnak will fall instead. Beat the Odds up against the wall, but wait a second. Yue, Toru picks it up. It is a bloodbath, ladies and gentlemen. Beat the Odds, putting Gosu against the wall, but I don't think we can quite count them out just yet.
Yeah, that mid-game, the mid-lane clash that just happened, right? There was a lot of pickoff, shutdown on the Mardis. Shutdown also coming in. Did it go into the hand? I don't know who it went into the hand of on the side of Gosu, but there was a shutdown. So a little bit of a gold increase, but the gold gap is still there. It's a little bit on the advantage now for Beat the Odds, but with that clash happening, it could bring a little bit of a snowball advantage for the side of Team Gosu, but Wanwa does have to come online. But speaking of Wanwa, she still hasn't locked in that DHS, so a little bit of a power spike lag, right? Because she did die 3 times early game. Yeah, it is worth a lot. 1-1 is a very expensive hero, especially in the early game. But the thing is, with that being said, instead she locks Wind of Nature. So very interesting. I mean, I'm pretty sure she locked it for the Mardis and being able to sustain the Bruno, because honestly, that Bruno, no read, no punishment on that Bruno. That Bruno was all around the map, pushing both top, mid, and bot, rotating around the map, causing them to lose all their tier 2 turrets, and Gosu's left with their tier 1 turret on that bot side. So Lord has been picked up by the side of BT. But looks like, hold on, they're trying to go for something.
Fatal Links does miss, though not able to connect, but Sirius will still get found. Sir Bossy diving under the tower. Watch out for full potential here. He tried to hide out in the bush. Not able to find anything, though. Sir Bossy forced to flicker back, but Lucas continues to push forward. I mean, Beat the Odds. They need to be aggressive here. Team Gosu needs to just try to play this slow. Needs to just try to whittle away at this Lord. But BTO doesn't want to let that happen. You got Sir Bossy continuously diving in. Lucas stealing away ultimates. They are leaving no breath for Gosu. They're not alleviating this pressure at all.
Yeah, it looks like they're kind of, I mean, Beat the Odds is trying to rush everything, right? And with that Lord Sami, but hold on, looks like you're not done yet, Trex.
They are going to move in. Foe trying to get the lock on UA here. Totnak just waiting for a possible Fatal Links. Does have it. Able to land it on full potential. Not correct target, though. Lord going to move in and get melted down, but Beat the Odds got what they came for, and they're going to keep on coming for more. They take that bottom tower. Moving on to the mid side now. No minions left. They're going to need to back off. One more wave coming down the top. I think this is a good time to back off, though, for Beat the Odds. They got what they came for.
Yeah, and with that being said, Kozu really now has to start finalizing all the economy they can possibly can in their area, right? They do need to start farming up as much as they can, but they do have to play this safe. They can't rush this, right? They do have to try to farm off this gold off of the minions. I mean, Beat the Odds does have ground control and is dominating right now over Kozu, and there is a gold gap, almost a 10k gold gap coming in from Beat the Odds, and Bruno just locked in that Wind of Nature, and Holy Crystal did get locked in by the Valentine. It's a little bit of a sustain and more damage, but hold on, looks like there's trying to look for something here, but looks like they're not going to. The neutral objective Lord is coming up in about a minute or so. But let's take a look at these items real quick. Bruno does have 3 core items locked in. Wanwan still no response with those 3 core items, but like we said, Wanwan is expensive, but she does lack that early game damage, and she was able to get picked off early game. A lot of pressure coming in from Beat the Odds, and I don't know, this looks like a pretty big snowball if you ask me, but if Kozu makes some kind of good play, I mean, if they play it slow, I mean, they should be able to defend. They do have the clear coming in from Grok, Lunox, and they do have really heavy fronts and the healing passive coming in from Yue on that Estes, but Wanwan really needs to start trying to proc and be active and not die too much in these team fights, because there's no read coming in from that.
Just don't
Wanwan.
die.
Yeah, just don't die.
Just don't
die.
lose,
Yeah,
right?
just don't die.
Just don't lose.
Yeah, don't move.
Words
Just
of
don't
wisdom.
move. Yeah, right. But the Bruno is still sitting at 408. I don't know.
I think we saw Flicker of Hope from Gosu earlier when Yuzi got a really nice wall wild charge combo over by the orange buff. And I think it's not just on Sirius, right? It's not just on this 1-1. It's going to come down, I mean, it's a 10k gold lead. It's 11k gold lead at that. It's going to come down to Team Gosu making a big play happen. Beat the Odds maybe getting a little too aggressive. And a Team Gosu can capitalize on that, find a big set, get a big combo. Yes, they can hypothetically come out of this, but at this point, Beat the Odds could just not stop. They could just keep pushing forward, but they are playing a discipline, which is something I do like, because even when you're winning at 10k, it's a good habit to just keep it disciplined. Back off, take the inhibitor, wait for next Lord, take the inhibitor, wait for next Lord. You don't want to get into the habit of just constantly being aggressive, because when you go up against certain teams, they are gonna beat you on that. And the way that Beat the Odds is playing right now, I don't think they're gonna give an opening to Team Ghost.
Yeah, and a lot of punishment coming in from Beat the Odds, right? Like, okay, you take my EXP laner, okay, we're gonna go take the gold laner. You take my mid lane, okay, we're gonna take another lane. So a lot of discipline coming in from the side of Beat the Odds, but Kozu kind of has to wait for a mistake. Mistakes do happen. Like you said, if Beat the Odds, let's get a little bit over aggressive here. Might be a little bit of a chance, but speaking about a chance, looks like a little bit of engage is about to happen.
Oh, big Fatal Links. Totnak able to make a hit, and the Lord is still coming. Middle inhibitor does go down. This could be bad. Lord locked onto the base. They're going after members. They don't want the base. They're trying to take it all. They're going to take out 4 members, using the last one left, and the base will be the last to fall. Beat the Odds takes out Team Gosu 1-0.
Yeah, congratulations to the side of BTO. Very well played. Draft-wise, we did talk about draft earlier. Very good teams here, right? Very high elo teams. Low kill score coming in from both sides. But, I mean, there was no respond on that Bruno early game. A little bit of a lack of a power spike coming in that early game. So, definitely Beat the Odds did favor that side. But speaking about these stats here real quick, I do see most damage locked in from Lucas coming in from the Valentina. 91% team fight participation coming in from that mage. So we do know that the mage was all around the map, being with right next to Toadnak on that Atlas, being able to get these big, huge Fatal Links on the side of Kozu. No response to that, but we do know that Yue was there as much as he could be. We do know that Uzi was trying to keep his lane up with that mage and the Wama, but I just feel like the early game power spike was what caused Kozu to unfortunately snowball. But congratulations to the side of BTO. You did qualify for the next round. I will see you guys in the next match.
Wow, what a game indeed. Who would have thought? What a beautiful way to start the second half. Beat the odds, taking out Gosu. The polls were up. Now, I think a lot of people were voting on Gosu taking that win, but beat the odds, showing that they've been working on their drafts, working on their synergy, able to prevail and take out a team with a high name behind them out for the qualifiers. Not something you typically see. But definitely well played indeed from the side of Beat the Odds. And ladies and gentlemen, we are hosting the Valentine Dash. This is a Mobile Legends Scrim Academy first ever tournament to close out Season 1 and open up the gates for Season 2. And we are offering first prize, a total cash prize of $700 US provided by the MLSA and Raz, who has joined and partnered up with us. Not only that, but Moonton has pitched in and joined with an amazing prize pool of 25,000 diamonds to the team that places first. Second through fourth place, we get a total of 15,000 diamonds. And to top it off, fifth through eighth place, we get a total of 10,000 diamonds. 16 teams currently competing as we are embarking onto match 5. And we've seen with the results of that, Team Gosu being taken down by Beat the Odds. Now with only 3 more matches on the way, we do see Team Chubby going up against Huevo next. And then Shinigami up against Bloodhounds Academy and Phantom Esports versus Zoomers to close out the day. So definitely don't go anywhere. The polls will be up shortly, and we'll be embarking into Game 6.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home. Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me. You know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories. And something that's gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now. You can't ever break us down. I'll be speechless for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Don't just go. You're a man of silver and gold. Don't just go. You're the greatest, don't you know? You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight it out, always will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And can you take your aim? You know that this is
waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I got the controls. I stand for something. I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now. I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down. Don't let it off. I'm on the road to count the start of my goals. And I ain't gonna let you down.
Don't you stop. You're a man of silver and gold. Don't you stop. You're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it up the goal. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fire in our eyes, you and me are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, Honey Bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and this is officially the Valentine Dash, the first ever Mobile Legends Scrim Academy tournament. As we close the doors for Season 1 and embark on to Season 2, we are offering 16 teams the chance to compete for a total cash prize of $700 for first place. This is live from February 2nd through February 5th, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, and this is the Qualifiers. Prize pool provided by Moonton also includes first place receiving 25,000 diamonds. Second through fourth place will get a total of 15,000 diamonds, and fifth through eighth place get a total of 10,000 diamonds. And it does not stop there, as you are looking at the bracket right now for the top 16 teams competing. And man, we've had some insane matches on the way so far, and matches that were previously held as we do embark throughout today. Looking at the schedule, all best of one. Valley going up against Shadow 9. Valley able to take them down. Moving on to match 2. Team FaZe getting bursted down by Idyllics. In match 3, Ackerman prevailing over Elementalists. Bloodhounds up against Prime Esports was able to take the win. And then the match we just seen, Team Gosu getting knocked down by Beat the Odds. And now we are moving forward to Chubby versus Huevo. Two exciting teams that we have seen compete time and time again in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. And then up next we have Shinigami going up against Bloodhounds Academy, and to finish off the day, Phantom Esports up against Zoomers. And not to mention, we have two amazing casters to lead the way, paint the perfect picture with these two teams competing it out, trying to claim their spot in the top 8. We have on the analyst Eunice, who you've seen in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy from time to time, Season 1 and Season 2, and also joined, who you've seen on the desk dominating for North America at M4, and also the North American Squad League, Trex. How you guys doing today?
I am doing very, very good. Just as good as I was doing before the first game. You know, we watched a great one, but now we're coming into something I think I'm even more excited for. We have two upcoming rookie teams. Huevo, who has been competing recently, Chubby, who's been competing recently. I think you guys are a bit more comfortable with these teams, but I've definitely seen them, and I'm excited. I'm the type of guy who loves seeing new teams get stronger and stronger. I don't know about you, Eunice.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen these two teams compete personally because I've been with MLSA for Season 1 and Season 2, just like Wheezy said, but these two teams are pretty amateur teams. I mean, Chubby's from the West and Huevo's from the East, so definitely gonna have to see what they have in stock here. But I do know a little bit of each members here, so I have been actually in Chubby's squad before. They are very good players. I do know each member personally. I do know them with their advantages and disadvantages. And for the side of Huevo, I actually do know every single member on that team as well. We do I don't know, this matchup is pretty intense only because the level of these two new teams getting slotted in this tourney, their level is up there. They're kind of neck to neck with their skills, obviously, and their team play, team fights, lots of micro coming in for both sides. They're pretty neck to neck, so I feel like this is a really good game for you to watch, Trex, and you'll be able to see, since you do like watching new teams getting slotted in, you don't know too much about these teams. So I'm not going to spoil it too much for you yet, but they will play at a high level. So just looking off at these bans, Trex, what are you thinking so far?
I mean, everything's pretty typical so far, right? Nothing too crazy. So far, the only thing that's pointing out right now is that Fanny ban. Of course, the Wan, you know, in my eyes, I still feel very questionable about it. Like, is it worth being on the ban? I think it's one of those heroes that, like, if the marksman, if the player can play it to its maximum capacity, yes, it needs to be banned. If not, if you have any kind of read on the other gold laner, it may not need to be up there in the first phase. But with them being second ban right now, they do have a lot of options to play, right? Like, they just
what if I told
they don't
you
need to
that
ban anything crazy.
What if I told you that there's a one-trick Fanny on the side of Chubby's team?
Then it's a very solid ban.
There you go. There's your answer.
Now, hold on. I do like the Kadita ban. Now, Kadita's really slept on in NA, right? But I feel like we've been seeing a lot more players start to pick her up more, especially after M4 and everyone starts to see it. But we haven't seen it banned at all tonight. But I do like the Kadita ban here, especially with them being first pick. Again, they leave things open for themselves. We've seen this a lot tonight. When you're first pick, leave the carry open, leave the Fredrin open. Force Huevos here to have to pick one of them, and they went for a different way. They're going to leave the carry and the Fredrin open. They're going to trade up here.
Yeah, so, whoa, with that being said, they picked up the Kaja. They're letting a carry and a Fredrin walk? Just like that.
Pick it up right here. Easy.
Come on.
Easy.
Come on, Durza. I know you want that. Actually, the goal laner for the side of Huevo was Yukinon. So, come on, Yuki.
Who
I want to see that carry.
carry right now? It's like
exactly.
you try to play in a ranked game, and it's just like
carry?
95% banned. You never get to play it. It's literally like the funnest gold laner to play right now, just because how good it is.
Yukinon,
but
I know you want to grab that carry.
they're hanging out. They're chatting. They know what they're gonna pick.
Yeah, but we're definitely going to see. But I do like the Kaja pickup, though. Lots of punishment coming in from the Kaja. The single target suppression really does a lot. It got drafted, Trex.
It had to. But you said, like the Kaja, definitely a solid pick, though. Maybe worth the trade. I don't know.
Yeah, but like they did leave a Fredrin and a carry open, so they're really gonna have to start capitalizing on the late game power spike, right? They do have that early coming in from carry and being able, she can pretty much lock in a corrosion. She's pretty much set. But Fredrin, we talked about this earlier in our previous match. Fredrin is a good, solid jungle pick, right? But he's a little bit squishy in the early game, and like they did run a Estes with a Fredrin for unlimited punish in the invade side, but I don't know if they're actually gonna slot an Estes here, but they're hovering over a Lafu here. It's very solid EXP lane, a very good champion to pick, and they lock in a Lunox.
I like it. So, and then and they leave themselves flexible here, right? You pick up the Lunox, and it's, if you want, you can swap it over to the gold lane. You can keep it in the mid lane. So right now, the side of Chubby, they leave their draft very open, and it makes Huevos have to think about how they want to do these bans in this next phase, right? Probably end up focusing in onto the jungle side. I think Martiz wouldn't be a bad ban here. Couple options, just like we saw last game. Yes, the Fredrin is amazing, but there are answers to it. There are things to deal with that. Now Huevos gonna lock in the Lolita as the roamer. I like it. It deals with the Lunox, whether they want to put it in the mid or the gold lane, and then if they do end up picking up gold laner or marksman, it still helps with that as well.
Yeah, so I don't think the roam getting picked up this early is a bad idea. Like you said, it does give a good read on that Lunox, and I feel like because Lunox kind of flex picked her role, right? Like you said, it can be slotted in the gold lane or in the mid lane, but with that Lolita being there, it's just kind of like Chubby's now has to think, okay, do we really want Lunox in the gold lane, or do we really want Lunox in the mid lane? Because the Lolitas is a good punish. That wall and that shield coming in from the Lunox is able to block out a lot of skill shots coming in from the Lunox. For speaking of Lunox, they did ban out that Fair Miss. I don't think that's a bad ban. I feel like it's a very solid ban. Mages are still open for the side of Huevo, and I think EXP lane is also open for side of Huevo, but Roam side and Mage currently is locked in for Chubby, and I'm guessing it might be Mage, might be gold lane. We don't know that yet, but for the side of Huevo, it is a jungle, marksman, and a Roam locked in. So I do wonder what their last ban is going to be. I don't know if they're trying to flex a side ban or a what are they missing? Oh, a mage ban. But looks like Huevo went for a double assassin ban, and I don't know what Chubby is trying to do here.
I'm seeing the Valentina open right now. Huevo still does have the option to pick that up if they want, and it could be a problem because you're giving over that divine retribution from Kaja. So possible pickup from the side of Huevos here. They do end up banning out the Grok. Huevos will be first pick now. I don't think that's gonna be it, but they love to troll us, right?
Right.
Yeah, so I do think the Valentina could be a really solid pick. If they don't pick it up, I think it could be a solid pick from the side of Chubby. The problem is here is if they do decide to put that Lunox into the gold lane, they're looking at a lot of magic damage right there, right? But there goes the Valentina pick for the side of Huevos. I think that's kind of like the seal and the seal on this right now, possibly. At this point, I'm really favoring Huevos draft.
Well, hold on, that looks like a Valentina jungle getting slotted in from the side of Huevo, and I've seen Valentina jungles here and there a couple times. Not very common, I would say, but it's been slotted. But I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know if Valentina is a good what's it called, jungle position here, but I think that Fredrin and that Valentina might swap. I don't think Fredrin being drafted in EXP. Yeah, I don't think Fredrin being slotted in EXP lane is really too good of an idea. So pretty sure those two are going to swap, but I do see a Brody locked in and hovering over Mars and is going to get slotted in. So this is a Lunox mid, and honestly, what do you this is completely off of draft, but what are your thoughts currently? We in the M4, right, we did see Lunox jungle being slotted in at one point. What did you think about that?
I think it was perfect for that draft. I don't think it's something you use really ever, but Kyrie used it, I mean, godly against the Valley, and it literally countered just about everything that the Valley had that game. Encounter. It helps deal with the glue, it helps deal with so many things, and it just helped deal with that whole draft. So it's not something I think you should play. Like, if you're ranking, don't try this at home, kids. But in a competitive scene where you're playing a best of 5 or a best of 3, and you have these drafts going for a while and games going for a while, yes, it can be a very clutch pick. Now the Terizla does come in for Huevos here. It is going to be Fredrin on the jungle there, Valentine in the mid. Personally, I love Huevos draft here. I think it has all the marks checked. Nice dive comp, everybody's gonna be able to stick together, and then Valentina is just kind of the spiciness to steal away any skills that they want to. What we did see last game, we saw that the Martis can do well against the Brethren. I think the real win condition for Chubbies here is hover in onto Yukonon early on, try to get a decimation kill or two, and try to put Yukonon in a very bad position and make sure that Poiser gets the advantage early on. But we are going to be jumping into this game. Chubby up against Huevos, two rookie teams. Let's see who comes out on top.
Hey, let's talk about these lane phases before things get too crazy here, right? I do see mid lane winning the trade for the side of Chubby, so a lot of ground control over that little lead though coming in, but looks like there might be a little bit of an engage about to start happening here. Both junglers are hovering over this lead though.
Look at Chu hiding out in this bush. I do like the positioning. Does look like it's going to go over to the side of Huevos though, so the first neutral objective wins by them. Nothing too major, but Huevos already showing a little bit of dominance in some of these small skirmishes.
Yeah, and let's talk about these lane phases real quick. So we do see a Carry and a Brody being slotted up against each other, and Carry does have that wave shove coming in from her first skill, and then being able to dash around, be really mobile, right? And coming in from that Lapa and the Terizla is going to have a huge power spike in that lake and being able to kind of jump on anybody and give that CC chain, being able to tank a lot of stuff. So pretty much both ESP laners looking pretty solid. It looks like a little bit of a hustle coming out in the mid lane, but looks like they're gonna just back off. But like you said earlier, they do need to focus both goal laners, right? They do have a Carry, but Carry needs that little bit of a push, right? To be able to power spike and be able to rotate around the map and being able to kill. But speaking about killing,
yeah, Nug in a little bit of trouble. Already brought down to about 20% health. Skills and Chu, though, here to help out as Ree and Durza just hold their position out in this bush. They're going to cut this lane, keep pressure down. Nug is going to have to go back to base. So Skills and the rest of the team is going to have to help clear wave down here. So right now, in my opinion, they're not able to focus on that gold lane. Turtle's up. Huevo already has a great position over it. And it's kind of a win for them in this early laning phase.
yeah, so a lot of pressure, map pressure coming in from the side of Huevo, but hold on.
There's the steal, the IMU. Able to take that away from Sean, pull him back into the team. Luckily, not a death there, but Huevo already starting to scale ahead a bit.
Yeah, so a lot of ground control, like I said earlier, coming in from the side of Huevo. So being able to capitalize the EXP lane, punish the EXP lane for not being able to rotate to the turtle. Rome was already in good position right by the mid bush, by that turtle. So a lot of capitalization over that ground, a lot of economy. So neutral objective did get favored inside of Huevo. It looks like they're trying to push a little bit of pressure now on the gold lane. So after that neutral objective to get picked up on that bot side, they are going to shift their focus over to the gold laner. It is a Brody versus a Carry. But speaking about Carry here,
And Nug gets a nice stun on Durza there, but Wu and the rest of the team are here to help out. Keeping eyes on his skills here. He needs to try to help out Sean. Sean taking a bit of damage, almost getting stunned, gets the taunt. Here comes the Numenon Blast with the flicker. Wu's able to pick up that kill, and now Skills in the midst of them. Chu trying to help out with the darkness, but not doing enough damage. The rest of Chubby is coming in onto this. Nug also here. Gonna try to pop that Bravest Fighter, get a little bit of damage. They're able to take out Rito. A nice pick, a nice response, 1-1 on the map. Huevo continues to hold the gold lead, but wait a second, big stun onto Ree. Wu forced to back off as Huevo reposition, but still holding a 900 gold lead here.
yeah, looks like gold laners is still doing fine here. Not too much of a big gold gap. Scoreboard is even. Looks like a little bit of a wave stalling is happening, but I do see Sean rotating.
Oh, Yukonon gonna go down there. Pause does come in, but the fight was going on. We had to let that finish. But now we get a little bit of time to talk about it, right? So far, things are pretty even. Huevos is holding a slight advantage there. But overall, do you still think it's an even game?
Yeah, bear with us though. A little bit of technical issue coming in. We're just gonna have to sit here real tight. And while I do that though, I mean, looking at these two new teams and just by like these pickoffs and these rotations, and like I said, you do love watching new teams. So what are you thinking so far just by looking at their rotations, their micro macros? What are you, how excited are you to watch the rest of the game?
I feel good about it. Huevo's showing a lot of just dominance in their rotations and everything, but also Chubby, like in that last turtle, the first turtle of the game, they don't overextend it. They know they have a bad position there, and they decide to just keep it disciplined. We're not going to try to force this, give them the turtle, or we were able to salvage bottom lane. Both teams doing good at engaging and then disengaging. Even when we saw Nug almost get some of those picks in the mid lane, Ree and Wu were able to escape without losing their life. So, I mean, overall, it seems very evenly matched. We did finally get a pick onto Yukon, which is extremely important for Team Chubby right now. That needs to be their focus. I think once he gets back on the map, after this turtle, maybe focus on that again. Wait until Huevos backs off a little bit and use Sean to get that ultimate off and try to get continuous picks. And as long as they can slow down Yukon, they can get this game.
Yeah, but speaking of game, looks like a little bit of a hustle and a tussle coming in here.
Moving on, Blast does go down. Ree able to pull skills away, pick up the kill. Turtle does go to the side of Rito here. Poisa trying to reposition. Chu as well. Kind of very bad spot. Penalty zone almost comes down. Chu goes down though. Ree looking for something here. Wants a little bit more. It's 2 members down and a Turtle. Huevo taking a big advantage here. Wait a second. Sean trying to find Ree there. Ree's able to dash away. And this is what I meant. Huevo does such a good job at disengaging, escaping with their life. And Chubby having a bit more trouble with that when it comes to some of these micro mechanics toward the end of these team fights.
Yeah, and with that being said, the carry did pick up a kill there, so it looks like it makes up for the death that she had early game, but we do know that Chubby's already capitalizing that marksman and being able to put a lot of pressure, but good zoning coming in from that Kaja on Sean, and Lolita Wu being able to kind of zone out the carry for her. And with that being said, this looks like a more of a 1-2-2 rotation coming in, right? Because we do know that both roams has to be careful with their marksmen, so not really too much going on the EXP lane. EXP lane is just doing their thing, clearing minions, rotating around, but the mid lane and the gold lane is the most biggest focus coming in from both sides. They do have 2 really high scaling marksmen to hold on. Looks like something a little bit of engage coming here.
Sean tries to slow down Rito here, but it's 4 members of Huevo up at the top side. Sean brings out the steal play, able to get the lockdown on Ree. Not able to get the finish though. Yukon does find the tower. Newman on Blast comes down on 2 members, and Sean will be the first to fall on his team. Huevo not able to lose anyone. Durza does end up going down, but now Skills is on the run. It's a 2-for-1 trade. Huevos now taking full control of this game. We're at the 6-minute mark, a 2,000 gold lead, and a tower down. This could be trouble for Team Chubby.
Yeah, but with that being said, tower does get traded for a top lane for a bot lane, so I do definitely call a switch coming in very quick, coming in from the EXP lane and the marksman lane. But like you said earlier, right, the pressure is coming in towards that marksman lane. So carry is coming online 2-1-1 currently for carry, but speaking about carry, corrosion side did get locked in, and Turtle is getting picked up by the side of Huevo. So a lot of dominance, like you said, coming in from the side of Huevo. A lot of ground control, good rotations coming in from the mage. And I do see this a lot, right? When you guys are playing, right, in these 5v5 teams. Oh, hold on, looks like there's a little bit of an English coming in.
Sean gets stolen away, life taken. Huevos just finding those picks as Ree continues to steal that ultimate with the IMU. Huevos now, watch for the Summon on Blast, not able to connect onto anyone, but it does force the disengage from Chubby. I mean, it's looking like a problem.
It is looking like a problem, right? Chubby isn't really able to capitalize their economy around here, and being able to take all this farm is really important, especially for their Brody, right? Brody hasn't died yet, but a lot of pressure coming in that Brody really has to be careful. One death and it's pretty fatal. It looks like Wu has a read on Sean.
Yeah, and they're so good at checking those bushes right now. Huevos just playing smart, holding out in these, waiting for the ambush, waiting for the moment to strike. They're going to push in onto this mid lane. I don't think Nug really wants to try to force this. He does come in with the bravest fighter though, gets stolen away by Ree, able to get taken out. Yukon picks up the kill. Newman on Blast with the flicker. 2 will be the next to fall. And out comes the Bulwark Shield. Poiser can do nothing against the team. They're going to move in forward. Ree with the dash. Scan, trying to reposition. Ree able to escape with a sliver of health. Poiser forced to flicker as Chubby is put up against the wall. You were mentioning gold laners earlier. Even though Poiser hasn't died, he was 1,000 gold behind compared to Yukonon. And they were able to get the pick onto Yukonon, which just goes to show Yukonon did a little bit better in that farming phase. And now it went from 1K to 1.5K gold lead, a 2-item lead. I mean, it's looking very rough for Poiser in this game.
Yeah, Poisey does definitely have to come online and start taking all this farm around him to be able to catch up with a little bit of gold. I mean, he only has Blade of Heptases locked. Not too much of a good response from the Brody to the carry, right? But we did talk about how carry did win that early laning phase. So Huevo does have the advantage of that push, ground control, a lot of forcing, a lot of punishment, right, coming in. So like, you pick the Mars and the Kaja, well, damn well, I'm gonna pick and focus you in the goal lane. But speaking about goal lane, looks a little bit engaged coming in from Sean.
Sean tried to go in, but not able to find anyone. Rito able to take the Lord. Newman on Blast comes down, and members of Chubby are falling left and right. That's 3, 2, maybe next. Almost gets the top, but they got the conceal play. Nice stun on Chu. Chu will be the next to fall. Poiser all alone against 5. Huevo gonna take that Lord, and possibly this game. They turned a 1K gold lead into 6K or 7K now. Lord smashing down the mid.
Yeah, no response, no punishment coming in from the side of Chubby. They should have focused a little bit more towards Yukina, especially on that carry. And being able to lock in those core items is just a power spike, a huge power spike coming in from Huevo. But looks like this Lord is marching in, able to capitalize all these turrets. But looks like Huevo is playing the waiting game, the patient game, taking things very slow, being able to prioritize the objectives. A lot of macro coming in from the side of Huevo. But Chubby is just kind of playing everything safe, trying to keep up these turrets. But looks like they are going to lose all of these tier 2 turrets and just left with inhibitors at this point.
Yeah, you know, another problem that I'm starting to see from Chubby here a little bit. Sean, not really able to force away in, but wait a second. Poiser does find Ree there, but still, it's one member down. They take so much towers, but something that I'm seeing, Nug going a little bit too early with these bravest fighters here and there. Same thing with Sean, flickering in a little bit too soon, trying to get that Divine Retribution, trying to get that ultimate off, and then just immediately either getting taunted by Rito, getting stunned up by Wu, and just not really able to capitalize on it. And when he does this, the rest of the team is just a little too far back. Chubby, Team Chubby, needs to, I think, need to kind of think about their position a bit more when they engage in these fights, because Huevo is always together. When it's time for Lord, when it's time for an objective, they are 5-manning it. So Chubby needs to kind of take this the same exact way, and no one can pull the trigger too soon.
Yeah, and speaking of triggering, I feel like Chubby has more the advantage with single pickoffs, but Huevo coming in response to that with the 5-man rotations, but it looks like a concealed play is about to happen for the side of Huevo.
Yeah, Wu does get the stun, able to get the flicker. Newman on Blast. Luckily, Skills is able to get out of that CC. Poiser in a bad spot, though, taken out from Rito. Nug trying to go in, but once again getting picked off. Ree finds that kill. Yukonon holding the back line, shredding them down. Skills will be the next to fall. Ree dives in. Does go down, but still, it's a 3-for-1 trade. They're going to try to clear out some of these waves finally after freezing it up and push their way in.
Yeah, looks like this is a very well execution play coming from Huevo. A lot of macro did go into their favor. And like I said, I mean, mistakes can happen. So we're definitely have to see Lunox using that light form get out. But looks like they're not done yet.
No, they're going to shred through this. Yukonon pops a speeding light wheel, able to just shred through that tower. And that's another plus of the carry, right? Not only do you have insane damage, but you get the right position, you can shred through just about any tower.
Yeah, and with that being said, shred through any tank. Being able to melt down that Lapu and that Martis, and knowing that the Martis is building tank, I mean, Carrie just pretty much melts everybody, whoever she is shoved in front up against. But looks like a lot of domination coming in from the side of Huevo. Has a good read on this Lord, but we do see Skills and Sean kind of hanging out in those back bushes, but concealed play coming in from Huevo.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna force it here. They know they got their position. We do need to keep an eye on the Skills and Sean here, but they do find him. Wu able to keep him at bay. Rito also gonna reposition here. Sean staying in this bush, but he's all alone. Once again, the rest of the team not there, but here goes with his own conceal play. Gonna flicker in, tries to get the pick. Able to steal the Lord. A nice play from Chubby there. Wait a second, Nug in the backside. Penalty zone does come in. Newman on Blast lands down on a 3. 2 will go down. Now Chubby on the run. They got the Lord. They need to try to play this safe, but 2 members are already gone. And we gotta take a look at Sean in deep water right here. Gonna try to dash away. Ree should be able to find him. A little bit of wall play, popping the teleportations, but right now, he knows what he's doing. Buying time. He doesn't need to force it, but I don't know if it's going to be enough time because Huevo is now coming down the mid. They don't care about that Lord. They want to try to take this game as Skills and Poiser are all alone. 2 versus 4. Yukonon locking onto the base, but they don't have the minions quite yet. Poiser forced to flicker. away. Now with Chu back on the map, they should be able to defend this as long as they don't make any huge mistakes.
Yeah, and they were able to defend this, but the Lord is getting pushed in by the side of Huevo, so Chubby can take this time to reorganize their minions. We do see top lane getting pushed in by the side of Chubby, so a little bit of a disadvantage, just a slight type bit from coming from Huevo. They did have that Lord coming in. They did ignore it to stomp down that mid lane, but looks like they can still have all their turrets up and capitalize. We do see Carrie coming in with her full build being locked in by that Carrie, 10.1k gold compared to that Brody just barely sitting at 8k, being able to lock in BOD. Yeah, so like you said, it's that power spike coming in from that Carrie, right? Being able to shred everybody that is in her face. But speaking about shredding people, looks like they're gonna just disengage. So Huevo, the thing I like about Huevo here, right? Although Chubby is knows when to disengage these fights, like they did have a early disadvantage with that neutral objective turtle, and you said like earlier, Chubby does know when to disengage and know when they have those advantages and disadvantages. But speaking about disadvantages,
Finally getting a pick off. That is very important for Chubby. It's exactly what they need to do to continue. But continue with what you were saying, Unit.
yeah, so the thing I like about Huevo is they know when they can win their fights, because they do always go 5 as a team, right? When they do these team fights, they do move as a whole 5 team. Even though those neutral objective turtles, we do see 5 members. When they're fighting Lord, it's always 5 members. But Chubby did not do that early game, because as soon as Huevo started to rotate as a full 5, especially at the neutral objective turtle, it already put Chubby at a disadvantage. But the thing is, with Chubby's comp here, right, we do have a Kaja and a Lapu. Lapu is able to target that backline, but with Kaja there, a single target CC suppression coming in, I feel like Chubby favors more of those individual pick-offs, but the thing is that Kaja does need to get a read on that Carrie. Carrie's sitting at 10.13, 10.7k gold, and Lapu's sitting here with, I mean, that is a very typical Lapu build, but that Brody is just not getting a read on the gold for the side of Huevo. He has these 3 core items, but is that really enough for the side of Huevo compared to Chubby? I don't know, because Carrie did lock in these 3 core items, so being able to burst down is definitely an issue, and Chubby definitely has to respond and read to that.
Yeah, they're going to need to find out something here. They need to try to get another pick before this Lord. I don't know if they could force this, but at the same time, they're 6k behind. I don't think they can shred this Lord down if it's coming at them head on. So Skills is going to try his best here along with Poiser and Sean. I like the positioning, but Huevos knows they're there. They're going to take this very slow. Try to, oh, the Lord does reset, so we're back to the dance, back to the jock. Now, Chubby, when they got that last Lord steal, right, it wasn't like, it was good in a sense of you bought some time, but they didn't take any heroes. They actually lost someone, so they didn't actually close that gold gap. And we're at a time in the game where we're not all maxed out items. Only Yukonon is. So, I mean, they still need to find something else. They're not going to be able to just contest this head up. I think Sean needs to get a pick off here. They need to find someone. Maybe they get another big Lord steal, but if they overcommit, they're all going to die anyways with that.
Yeah, looks like Sean was trying to go for a little bit of a backdoor pick off on one of the members of Huevo, but he unfortunately gets caught out in that backside. Good read coming in from Wu on that Lolita, but looks like they're still trying to force this Lord. What do you think about this?
I mean, this is the game, right? This is what you do at the 17-minute mark. This is exactly what both teams need to be doing. The disadvantage that Team Chubby has right now is that mid lane's pushed in, which means Nug has to keep on moving over there to clear it. And you're seeing how Yukonon is macroing it up, taking out a couple minions, and it's forcing him away from this fight. And it's giving Huevo a little bit more of an advantage, I feel like, in this turtle pit. But still, they don't want to force it. I love Sean's positioning in all of this. He keeps on moving back to that tri-bush on the side there, waiting for a possible pick. Both teams pretty much just baiting this out. I think Huevos can actually do this, but eventually Chubby needs to force their hand. Penalty zone does come in onto the backside with Poiser and Skills. Up on the top side, Sean brought very, very low. Forced to use that. Yukonon finds Chu. Conceal place still up. Human on blast about to come down. Flicker does not happen, but Skill takes the Lord. Another steal by Chubby, but now Chubby needs to get out of town. They haven't been able to take anyone down. 2 of their members are out. No way to play. Skills now in a very bad position. Does go down. It's 3 for 0. The Lord was not worth it at that point. We are seeing Poiser a little bit out of position here in the mid lane. Woo, 1 stun, and he's taken out. Uses that torn apart memories, but he's popping the recall. In a bad spot, uses second skill, plus the flicker. Sean's here to help out, and now with Lord crashing towards Huevos, we are back to ground zero.
I mean, that was a good play. As soon as Chubby got a read on the Valentina, going back up in the top lane to split push that wave, because that Lapa, like you said, was doing a lot of bouncing back here and there, being in that tri bush by the red bush, and then going back into the mid lane to clear and try to force up these lanes. But looks like Carrie was also sitting in the mid bush trying to get a read on this Lapu and trying to push back and forth these waves. But looks like Huevo's doing a good job defending that mid lane. And like the thing is with these turrets, right, sides might not be a huge issue when it comes down, but as soon as that mid lane turret comes down, it opens up too much vision all over the map, right? So they are trying to capitalize that mid lane to try to hold their ground control in most areas of the map, right? They do have read on all of these little small bushes, these tri bushes, and then that mid lane, the dead man zone that we call it. As soon as somebody steps into that zone, very high chance of getting picked off. But like, I mean, look at Huevo's comp here. I mean, always together, really good team fight situations coming from Huevo, but Chubby is getting small pickoffs here and there. I feel like this is more towards whoever makes the first mistake kind of wins the game.
I mean, if Huevo at this point can secure this next Lord, they can take the game out of Chubby's. If they can just buy a bit more time, Sean actually playing much better than he was in the early game. I think he was having a very rough start, but he's kind of found his groove. He's found his purpose in this game, one would say, and that's to try to get some pickoffs. And now the death counters are so high, Team Chubby does have a bit more potential, I think, in getting a single man pickoff, right? So if they can just find one, right? Anyone. It could be Wu. It could be anyone at all, and it's going to give them a slight advantage here. The gold gap isn't going to start to matter soon, right? We're getting close to that 60,000 mark, that 62,000 mark. Well, everyone's going to have maxed out items anyways. So the game for Chubby right now is buy a bit more time. They've already claimed a nice position over this Lord pit. Sean once again in that tri bush, exactly where he loves to be. The problem is Nug once again stuck in this bot side, having to clear waves, and Huevos knows it. They're gonna force it, Terrify onto Sean, and they get the pick instead. That is a bad thing for Chubby. Now Poiser's gonna be the next to fall. Huevos should be able to finish this off. Immortality goes down, but there's no escape from this one. Huevos with a nice dominant play, and with two members with 40-second death counters on them, I don't think there's an answer for Team Chubby.
Yeah, looks like these minions are getting pushed in by the side of Huevos, so looks like they're about to seal the deal with this game, but looks like might be a little bit engaged. Let's see if Chubby with the Mars is able to hang on.
Once again, stealing the Divine Retribution, looking for the stun. They get Chu. Nug trying to dive in, take out Yukonon, not able to get the finish. And now he's in a bad spot. Skills, Immortality pops. And this could be bad for Nug, the last member standing. It's a full man wipeout. And Huevos will take the game after a grueling 21 minutes.
Yeah, looks like this is so far been the longest match currently, I believe, in this Valentine's Dash tournament now. So looks like a good, like I said, this was a 21-minute game coming in from both sides. Very good micro plays, but I'm gonna have to give it up to the side of Huevo, right? They were able to group up for all of these fights, being able to stay together, pick off together, team fight together. Look at those team fight participations. Everyone is at a very high level. That means you know that the team did rotate everywhere, being able to capitalize these turrets, this objectives, a lot of farm and economy coming in from the side of Huevo. So looks like a good execution play coming in from the side of Huevo. But let's take a look at these stats real quick. We do see Carrie coming in with 32% damage, being able to lock in. So those 3 items were locked in. Carrie was able to get that power spike and being able to shred everyone. Like you said earlier, that Mars and that Lapu just took too much damage being able to front. But we do see the next one in line is that Valentina re on that mage. Very good micro plays, being able to take Kaja's ult and punish them for picking up the Kaja, but leaving open that Valentina really gave a good advantage for the side of Huevo. So good game, guys. Congratulations, Huevo, for your good gameplays today. I will see you in the next match.
Man, what a series, and definitely one of the longest of the day. You did see the team from the Wild East take down the team from the Wild West of the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. That was crazy. Looking at that Lord engagement definitely takes a lot of patience to be able to pull off, right? We've seen that Lord reset like 4 or 5 times, and that just shows you attention to detail, right? They don't want to rush into the Lord. They don't want to force the fight. They want to wait for the enemy side to make a mistake, You got to give it to both sides being very passive on that engagement. Not too many teams do that. We typically see that in the M Series and MPL, but to see it in North America, definitely it's showing you how much these teams are preparing to compete and rise with their names into the land of the dawn for upcoming leagues such as the NACT. So, man, that's just been insane. I gotta say, Huevo, good job indeed. We've been seeing them since the beginning of MLSA. Same with Chubby, but Huevo just kind of dominating, able to close it out. Congratulations on moving on to the top 8. Ladies and gentlemen, we are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and we are officially hosting the Valentine Dash, the first ever tournament from the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, as we've officially partnered up with Raz to give 16 teams the chance to compete for the #1 spot. First place taking home $700 cash, and also Moonton providing a big diamond prize pool for first place with 25,000 diamonds. Second through fourth place will get a total of 15,000 diamonds, and fifth through eighth place will get a total of 10,000 diamonds. So I appreciate all the teams competing. We appreciate everybody across the land of the dawn tuning in to the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy YouTube channel. But the show does not stop here, right? A little bit of a look at the schedule so far. We've seen the Valley go up against Shadow 9 as the first match of the day, and the Valley able to take the win and take them out. Match 2 was faced up against Idyllics. Idyllics paving the way and claiming victory. Match 3, we did see Ackerman with Zia leading the way, taking down Elementalists, and then Boca Roscoe and the Power Bloodhounds with Pika Pika taking down Prime Esports. And moving forward, Beat the Odds, taking down Team Gosu with Sir Bossy and his squad mates. And then also moving on to the next match that we currently just seen, the longest match of the day, the team from the Wild Wild East versus the team from the Wild Wild West, Chubby versus Huevo, with Huevo able to prevail and moving on to the top 8. Ladies and gentlemen, we only have 2 more matches of the day, as we are going to be seeing Shinigami go up against Bloodhounds Academy, and then to seal the deal for the final game, Phantom Esports versus Zoomers to close out the qualifiers. Definitely don't go anywhere. Grab some popcorn, get some drinks, and we'll be right back with you guys for Game 7.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Valley are going to M4!
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best best life. They've been talking, tell me on me. You know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories. And something that's gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now. I made it now. You can't ever break us down. Break us down. All these pictures for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop. Yeah.
Touch your sky. You're made of silver and gold. Touch your sky. You're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our hearts and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the control. I stand for something. I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now. I just wanna make it better. Don't let me down. Don't let it all. I'm on the road. Accomplish all of my goals and I
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. We are officially hosting the Valentine Dash, the first ever Mobile Legends Scrim Academy tournament, partnered up with Raz to offer 16 teams a chance to compete for the first place spot with a total cash prize of $700 US. Not to mention Moonton chipping in with the amazing diamond prize pool. First place receiving 25,000 diamonds. Second through fourth place will get a total of 15,000 diamonds, and fifth through eighth place, we get a total of 10,000 diamonds. As a little sneak peek at the bracket, as we are seeing 16 teams compete for the top 8 positions. Looking at the schedule so far, we are seeing the Valley prevail onto top 8, taking down Shadow 9. Team FaZe losing to Idyllics, and Idyllics able to secure their spot in the top 8. Ackerman taking down Elementalist. Bloodhounds taking down Prime Esports, and Beat the Odds taking out Team Gosu. The match that was just on the way, Team Chubby versus Huevo. Huevo able to prevail from the Wild East, taking them out. And now, on to Game 7. Shinigami up against Bloodhounds Academy. And then to close out the day, we are going to be looking at Phantom Esports go up against Zoomers. But currently, both teams getting ready to embark inside of the Land of the Dawn. Bloodhounds Academy and Shinigami, the polls are up. Definitely vote on who you guys are rooting for Match 7. Joined on the desk today, we have the on-point analyst scene from Season 1 and Season 2, and playing over there with teams like Gosu and so much more inside of the MLSA, we have Eunice. Also joined with the play-by-play, you've seen him in NASL, you've seen him on M4 with all the flashy suits. Trex is in the building. How you guys doing today?
I'm doing very, very well, but my suits were far from flashy, wheezy. No, I'm doing really, really good. I'm excited for this next game. I think we've had some great games all night, honestly. Kind of sad that they've had to all be best of ones. I would have loved to see some of these go a little bit farther, but now we are jumping into another one. Eunice, what was your vote in the chat, huh? What would you vote on?
I honestly, the thing is, like, I didn't even vote because the thing is, you can't even put a thing.
You have to.
No, the thing is, like, I look at these drafts and then look at the read coming from both sides. That is not cheating.
What's your prediction before we see the draft? Give me one.
What's your command? I'm gonna go for the red side.
I'm going for Bloodhounds Academy. All right, there we go.
Anyways, I do know a lot of these players. I actually personally went up against the red side before. Shinigami used to be known as Novacore back then, but looks like Ash is out of the picture this time. But looks like they have their full solid 4-man still there. Bloodhounds Academy, very, very solid team, run under by Exio, I believe. It's a very new team currently. They've been playing around for MLSA, but looks like they also have a pretty strong 5-man, so I want to see how this can go. I mean, both sides are pretty solid. I don't know yet too much for the side of Bloodhounds Academy, unfortunately. I haven't been able to see them play to their full potential as their 5-man, but speaking of these bans, I do see Fanny and Eve getting banned, very typical bans in the one Dawn currently in our patch, and I do see Hayabusa getting banned as well.
Most definitely. And I mean, overall, everything's pretty typical, right? It's the same thing. It's essentially close to what we've been seeing all night. And this is kind of what you get when we have these best of ones. You don't want to get too crazy. You don't want to get too out there. But once again, with things like the Hayabusa being banned, with things like the Fanny getting banned, there are some openings. Some of the same openings we've been seeing happen, right? We have the Carry still open. We have the Fredrin still open. The question is, will Bloodhounds Academy force the other side to ban one of them? No, they take out the Carry. So I think at this point, it's going to be pretty simple. We see the Fredrin get banned here, or the Kaja, right? One of the two.
I wonder if they're gonna let the Kaja walk or the Fredrin walk, but I do think they might let the Kaja walk and ban the Fredrin, because Fredrin's been a pretty big, huge hero here in the Land of the Dawn with this upcoming patch, and that new hero, just a walking Petri around the map with that top. But actually, they banned Glue.
I forgot about the Glue.
Yeah, we did forget that split is very deadly in that late game. Coming in from that Glue, so good ban. I mean, these are pretty typical bans. They're pretty good, but they did open a lot of heroes, and I do see this a lot, and we saw this a lot currently with the last three games that we saw, right? Whoever has first pick, they're letting a lot of things open, and the disadvantage that comes with the first 3 bans is you kind of have to prioritize what you really want to ban. And being in the tournament setting, right, you really have to capitalize and really be picky with what you want to ban. And knowing Bloodhounds probably has a read on the enemy side, the Shinigami team, right? They do know their hero pool, and they have to be really careful when they pick up 5 seconds left on the clock, and they do pick up Fredrin instead.
Okay, so this just in, I may have to change my vote. I did figure out, so Afnan is ex-Team First Blood. One of their coaches, manager, also a player for them. Great player. So this is more, I think this is more of the Team First Bloody team over here. And if you guys don't know, big super Team First Blood fan over here, Trex. So I may be showing a little bit of favoritism, but they do give up the Fredrin. They pick up the Valentina, and then the Lapu Lapu. We've seen how well both of these heroes have done so far in the past games. So at this point, I'm hoping, I mean, with the Fredrin, Bloodhounds Academy, BHA, should be able to, you know, they've got a nice solid beginning. They just need to kind of build around that. The question is, are they going to kind of go for more of the Ube? Maybe pick up like the Estes like we've been seeing, even though it hasn't exactly always been winning? Or do they try something a little bit different here?
I mean, Bloodhounds already has a draft pressure. They did pick up that Valentina. Even though you pick up the Estes or even the Faramis, a lot of pressure coming in. Even the Kaja, the Valentina is just going to copy it. So it looks like Lilia and 1-1 did get slotted. And we saw from 2 games ago, 1-1 does have a mid-late game power spike, and honestly, if I had to slot 1-1 in the power spike bar, I think she really shines towards that late game like 10-12 minute mark, and from there is when she actually starts to be able to proc all of these skills and be able to do some damage. But looks like they're leaving open and letting a Kaja walk, and I think the reason why they're doing that is because Bloodhounds is actually pretty smart. I mean, if they did pick up this Kaja right here, right, Valentina would have already gotten that pressure, so they either have to, I think, ban the Kaja, or since they do, they don't have first pick this time, right? It's on the side of Shinigami that does have that first pick advantage, so I don't know. Bloodhounds Academy is, they have to ban the Kaja, right? They do have to ban the Kaja. I mean, the side of Shinigami can also go Ubi strat, but the thing is, like I said, that Valentina is just giving too much draft pressure for the side of Bloodhounds. But looks like Bloodhounds is doing a good job getting a draft read coming in from their side. So they do have a coach. So it looks like they're kind of like working around the Valentina pick, and they do actually, Shinigami ends up banning Kaja.
I like it. I think it's a solid ban. On the side of Bloodhounds, what I do like, I like the Lilia pick, man. I think it's something that will be able to trade, like, lane up against the Valentina. We've seen a lot of other mages have trouble against the Valentina in the first 2 minutes, you know, first 3 minutes. Lilia's known for great wave clear, good rotations. I think at this point, you pair something up with that. You don't even have to go for, like, you don't need the SDs, you don't need a Wrath, you don't need a healer. You have some nice aggression, and the Lilia and the Fredrin alone are great at invade. You could honestly pick up a Grok, pick up something for big engage, big damage. The Fredrin doesn't always need heal behind him. He's great at taking objectives. He has that job. So with the Lilia, I think right now, put something aggressive in the hands of BHA for that roam right now. Put something that can give you some big set potential. Maybe even like the Lolita, like we saw last game, something to deal with this. Something to deal with
Blast.
this. Yeah, and the Bulwark Shield to deal with the Valentina and deal with the Beatrix. So there's a couple answers for them, but also we saw the Ling hovered earlier, so I'm wondering what exactly Shinigami's gonna bring.
Yeah, and they do have a pretty solid comp right now. They do have a Valentina, Lapu, and Beatrice, but I do wonder if they're trying to go for a tank jungle or an assassin. And with that comp, I might favor the assassin because, I mean, somebody has to go through that 1-1 and be able to punish her in that early game. So I don't know who's going to be slotted on the jungle side for the side Shinigami because, I mean, Bloodhounds already has a Fredrin, right? They did pick up the 1-1. They actually banned the Lolita. So a lot of open heroes, but oh, Martis did get drafted, and Martis is really, really annoying with his second skill, being able to kind of shove everybody out of his way and give a lot of CC. Might put a disadvantage on the side of Bloodhounds.
Not only that, but you can escape the CC, right? You have that ability to just know, like we saw it in the last game, able to get out of some of those Numenon blasts just because of that second skill. So a lot of options there and a lot of kill pressure, especially if you want to take the dive under the tower, focusing onto 1-1, you have that opportunity. All Shinigami needs now is a nice roam to deal with that. I'm wondering if they're going to go for possibly something mobility based. Same thing from BHA. BHA, something I don't think we've seen at all tonight, possibly like a Matilda, something like that. We are going to see BHA hover over this Atlas. Not completely against it, but like I said, it's going to be hard to focus down onto this Martise just because of him able to get away from the CC. Oh,
yeah,
and
so we do have to.
solid
Ooh,
pick.
solid pick coming, but no CC. I don't know. I'm just looking at this draft. They both have. I don't know. I mean, they do have good backline mages. The draft is there. There was good read coming from both sides. I mean, they banned out 4 roams and kind of putting them in a very difficult situation. But they did leave open that Diggy, so I feel like the Atlas pick might have just kind of ruined their draft in a way. I don't know. It might be too early to say, but that Diggy is just gonna immune the CC. Those Fatal Links is kind of gonna hook air. Yeah, Atlas is gonna go for some free air.
Yeah, not only is it going to immune the CC, but then Valentina's going to steal it and use it on them. So, I mean, yes, both, like, that is literally just about the only CC, like, hard CC. Yes, you have to slow down with Lilia, and you have Fredrin with the taunt, but that's not really enough. And with the Diggy, it all means nothing. And Shinigami, they don't need to have CC on their team. They have enough with the Martis, and now they have an Atlas ult because of the Valentina. So we are going to now jump into the second to last game of the night, Bloodhounds Academy going up against Shinigami. I like both drafts, but with that Diggy pick coming in, I feel like Shinigami ended up coming out on top.
Wow, looks like Atlas already being aggressive with that Diggy, and the thing is, Diggy is pretty squishy early game, so definitely gonna have to be careful with this Shinigami. Looks like Martis already got a read and good response coming from Shinigami, but let's talk about these lane phases real quick. I already see pressure coming in on the side of Bloodhounds and Shinigami, and the thing is, Diggy's a good harasser early game, right? Being able to stall wave and be able to kind of pick off these marksmen early game, and look how low that 1-1 is, look how low that 1-1 is already, just with that Diggy just kind of sitting there zoning out the minions. But Atlas is coming online, kind of pressuring up both lanes here, both marksmen and the Diggy. But speaking about Diggy, he's a little bit low. Looks like he's gonna go back out, but like I said, both roams are pretty squishy still. So we're gonna definitely see what's going on. But speaking about going on, 1-1 needs to go back home. But the thing is, 1-1 really can't die early game, right? She is way too.
That's bad. That's bad. Wait a second. Rainy may be able to pick it up. Hopefully, at least respond back. Noru is here as well, so it's a gold laner for gold laner there. Nothing too major. Shinigami not getting too ahead. I think at this point, we're going to always see this 1-2-2. We're going to see both tanks just holding down in this gold lane because neither of them can let the other get ahead right now. Up in the top side, you're not that guy, Nafnan. Kind of focusing on to Will here. Noru going to get pushed back. You're not that guy. Going to try to steal away this camp here. Both of them just kind of waiting it out.
Yeah, looks like Both sides are doing a lot of fist fighting here, right? For in the jungle and in the marksman lane, but looks like 1 to 2 rotations have ended. Looks like it's gonna be a 1-3-1 shift towards the turtle. Looks like Shinigami has more ground control, and look at that Atlas ult kind of stolen from that Valentina. She's just waiting, so definitely the CC might not be there. Kind of scared, but speaking about being scared,
Falling Star Moon does come in to try to delay this, but you're not that guy able to pick up the turtle as well. Anyways, now Rainy in a bad spot, gonna get pulled away. Ken ends up taking that kill, but down on the bot side, Requiem picks up some pieces where Bloodhounds fell and able to get a kill, a solo kill onto that Beatrix.
very well by that marksman. I didn't expect the 1-1 to actually pick off Beatrix, but I guess the Inspire coming from the 1 was able to give a little bit of sustainability with that lifesteal with the Inspire. A little bit more of a basic attack with HP coming in, right? Kind of like a Vampire Mallet coming in with that basic attack skill, but early game items not looking too shabby. I mean, they're both kind of... looks like there's like a 1k gold gap, a spin gold gap. Looks like a possible engage down here in the bot side.
Nothing too major. Rainy taking a little bit of damage. Nice snipe shot does land onto Requiem there as Ken continues to poke. And you mentioned how Diggy's just good at poking. The bombs are the real nuisance there. When you have the range of both of these heroes just up against this 1-1, it starts to become a problem. Bloodhounds are going to need to keep someone down here. As long as Ken's down here, someone else needs to be down here. Either Rainy, either Super Noru. Somebody needs to be helping out Requiem because that is their win condition right now. That is their option. Atlas isn't going to be able to get the big sets off. So what they need is Requiem to get those big crossbow tangs off and not get hit by snipe shots right now. Now, Peter also coming down. He does have the Atlas ultimate ready to go, but I don't think anything major is going to happen just yet.
Yeah, looks like they're kind of playing the waiting game and playing very patient, but I do see Lilia kind of shoving that mid lane. And what the thing is, you already gave that advantage to that Lilia, right? Being able to shove wave and clear wave forces the jungler on Shinigami to force clear that wave. But speaking of force clear wave, I do see a possible engage.
Nice pull by Peter there, but wait a second. Gonna get caught up. I had a feeling that was coming. Requiem goes in, shot down. A nice counterplay. Requiem being very aggressive on this 1-1, and I get it. It's what you want to do. On the 1-1, you want to kind of push in a bit, but you still have to be careful. And for that, you bite the bullet.
Yeah, for biting the bullet, the turtle does get into the hand of Shinigami. So with that being said, 1-1 did assert some dominance in the early game, right? They was able to get a solo kill on their Beatrix, but late game, when that fight happened, she kind of played over too aggressive and kind of found her place behind the caster's desk down here for being killed off and picked off there. But I mean, looking at this engage, ooh, looks like Flicker did get burned by Rainy on that Atlas, so we do have to be careful that, I mean, that Valentina putting a lot of pressure, right? Picking up that Atlas ult puts the entire team at a disadvantage. The only person with Purify here is that Lilia.
And not only that, but Ken using that reverse time so well, peeling people back into his team, helping the damage get laid on. And every time Rainy tries to go in and then escape, he's pulled back in, and it just gives Jolie a little bit more damage every time. It just gives them just enough to keep Bloodhounds at a bit of a disadvantage. First tower is going to go down now. Going to go over to the hands of Shinigami.
Yeah, that is a good response coming in from Shinigami. That Valentina is just going to harass the Atlas ult. And speaking about turrets, looks like topside is getting down. Esme's having a little bit of a rough time landing against that Lapu, so a little bit of a disadvantage already coming in. Bloodhounds with just, ooh, that was a very cool. Oh my goodness. They're playing pretty aggressive here, but looks like a little bit of an engage might happen in that mid lane.
Rainy looking for something. You know, just for a second, the outplay up in that EXP lane by Afnan, the Falling Star Moon comes in, Afnan pops he pops the Bravest Fighter to nullify the CC, maneuvers over to the left and just continues to hit the tower, and Will can do nothing about it. Tower goes down and then he saves the stun to lock down onto it. I mean, just overall, the micro mechanic of that small move, I know it's nothing huge, but I'm nerding out a little bit over it because it was just such a clean play from Afnan. At this point, he's sitting at 0-0-1, but this is exactly where you want to be as an EXP laner. Esmeralda, I mean, she's kind of fallen off. It takes her even longer. She was already a bit more of a late game hero, but she could deal with just about everybody in the XP lane. And now at this point, I mean, she's doing well with not taking any... Oh, Super Naru does take that turtle. A nice play by him. Salvaging it a bit there, but still, Bloodhound's at a bit of a disadvantage here at 3k gold.
Alright, looks like mid-tier is gonna fall for the neutral objective steal a little bit. Should have just made prioritize that mid lane because the vision just fall off, but oh.
Every time.
Ooh.
First time does come out. Rainy taken down. Able to steal that with the IMU. Get a nice fatal links on several members of Bloodhounds Academy. But Bloodhounds continue to push forward. Noru going maybe a little bit too deep. Ken and Peter continue to poke. First time comes in. Noru gets pulled back. The bomb does not land. Requiem is alone. Tries to get the crossbow Tang. Not quite able to lock it in. Wants to push in, but knows he shouldn't. Afnan comes in with the bravest fighter to force them back. And Shinigami continues to hold ground on the map.
The reverse fatalings coming in from Valentina was a beautiful play. Just waited out that Atlas ult, and then in response, right when they were grouped up together, Valentina did a very good play coming in. Looks like, I don't know, a good read coming in for Shinigami. I mean, that Diggy is just really in the favor of Shinigami. I mean, I was favoring good draft coming from BHA, but that Diggy just kind of ruined the entire draft. And Rainey's still looking for an engagement, but with no Diggy there. Oh, Fatalings did get nobody. So, yeah. I mean, the thing is, they have to be careful, right? They do have to really prioritize these ults, but I don't know. Rainey is already at a disadvantage. There's no CC coming in. And Diggy's just going to nullify all of that CC. But speaking of nullify, looks like a possible engage coming here.
Yeah, Rainy does try to look for something, but Peter's the one who finds it, able to get a big pick, but Supernova doesn't care. He's bulky, and he's doing some damage as well, able to take out Peter. This is where they need to start pushing a bit of an advantage, right? I think that's kind of the strategy. Rainy needs to stop going in first and using the Fatal Links. They need to let Noru in, try to bait out that reverse time ult, and then Rainy needs to make the play happen. They need to use some of their other utilities throughout other heroes to bait out that Diggy ult. If they don't, if Rainy keeps going in first, you know it's a whiff. You know you're not going to catch anything at all with that Fatal Link. So they need to approach these team fights a little bit differently.
Yeah, and the Diggy is building mage. Like, he is hurting a little bit. Looks like the Alice is looking for the Diggy, but looks like, is it a failed engage?
Yeah, Joy Afrin goes right into the back line. Lord does go to the side of Shinigami. Nice flicker with the ult. Able to get stun on Requiem, but he's able to get away quite easily. Look at Noru hiding out in the tri-bush, but he knows it's a failed attempt. Forced to back off. Lord still on the map. You're not that guy. Gonna focus in. Anjing will trying to find a different position, but Bloodhounds is not gonna be able to get in on this. Shinigami's zoning them away. Lord finally going to the side of Shinigami.
Good zone coming in from the Valentina, being able to kind of pressure the buff area there around that area. So looks like a little bit of ground control and dominance is definitely coming in from Shinigami. But speaking of these items, I do see good items getting picked in. They're all drafted in. Good builds coming from Shinigami. Good gold lead coming in. Highest with that marksman, 7,400 coming in from that BHS, being able to lock in 2 core items. Walmart also has 2 core items, so she is falling a little bit on gold. But speaking about gold, I do see a little bit of a possible engage coming in melee, but looks like they're gonna back up. But no, they're not.
Rainy tries to do it, does finally land it, but the time journey still comes out, and a beautiful snipe shot takes out Rainy. Forever Gosu also down as well. Next will be Will. Requiem does, oh my god, that is disgusting. A big maniac going to Jolie. Will get shut down, but it does not matter because the Lord has arrived at the tower. Peter gonna zone away Noru. This could be bad. Lord down about 48 HP. Should be taken out quickly, but they're gonna try to lock onto the base. Take out this middle inhibitor. Nothing but Noru stands against them. Rainy back on the map, able to do a little bit of damage. The Frozen does lock on. You're not that guy does fall as well. Forever Gosu now back on the map, able to dish out a bit of damage and keep Shinigami at bay.
Looks like that was the first maniac of the entire dash. I don't know if there was any other maniacs on the board here, but I do see it. Very nice, well played. Coming in from Jolie on the BHS, being able to really position herself for these team fights. But looks like Will's a little bit of a disadvantage, but no.
Rainy,
I mean, look at that.
Rainy. What are you doing, Rainy?
Alright, looks like Valentina also used the Fatal Link, but she did not catch anybody. So both roams, I mean, kind of a roam coming from the Valentina. They both missed their Fatal Links coming in from those Atlas, from the Atlas ult. So a little bit of a disadvantage from both sides. I mean, Valentina burned her ult, but Atlas also burned his ult, but he's gotta stop trying to hook that Lapu. Lapu's not your issue here, Rainy.
Oh, there's a lot of issues for Rainy right now, and he just can't quite deal with them. Afnan gonna get the stun onto Noru here as Ken and the rest of the team have his back. I mean, Bloodhound's just looking for an opening, but every time they think they have one, it is nullified. Shinigami has all the answers right now, and Bloodhounds Academy can't seem to pass this test.
Yeah, looks like a little bit of engage. Oh!
That's disgusting. That's gross. They shouldn't be able to do this, but they are. Shinigami coming into this bottom tower. Another inhibitor down. None stand. Nice flicker comes from Afnan, able to get the stun. A lot of damage on Requiem, looking for something, but will fall. Rainy and Will now on the death counters. Requiem next. Peter finds a nice movement, able to find that kill. Noru and Gosu are all alone against the world. The tower will drop, the tower will fall, and Shinigami will move on to the next round.
All right, good game by both sides. And honestly, this draft was being favored. Honestly, I was honestly favoring the side of Bloodhounds, but that Diggy pick coming in with that MVP and a Mage Diggy on top of that was just it just ruined all the CC and the good draft that Bloodhounds was building. But do you see good scores getting locked in by the side of Shinigami? But let's take a look at these stats real quick before we jump into anything else. I do see MVP locked in by the Diggy, 12 assists, almost 100% kill fight participation, 29% damage. Actually, most damage was coming in from Diggy. On top of that, building damage, Diggy was able to harass that marksman pretty early in the game. And with that being said, Valentina being right next to the Diggy's waist, being able to kind of set these for the team, being able to steal Atlas's Fatal Links, and being able to hook the rest of the team. So good job. But coming in next is the marksman, being able to get the first Maniac here in the Valentine's Dash so far. Congratulations, though, to the side of Shinigami. I will see you guys in the next match.
Man, what an insane match indeed. Picking up that Atlas and having a very hard time, especially when you have that direct counter with that Diggy. Not to mention the Valentina, who can use the IMU for the Fatal Links to work against you. And definitely a good read for the side of Shinigami inside of the draft. And I think that was just a little bit of a difference drafting so far. But Shinigami does prevail on to the top 8. And ladies and gentlemen, that means there's only one more match of the day. As we are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, we are officially hosting the Valentine Dash, the first ever Mobile Legends Scrim Academy tournament. As we are closing the doors for Season 1 and opening up the gates for Season 2, we have partnered up with Raz for 16 teams to compete in North America, with a total cash prize for first place receiving $700 US. Going live right now, currently on the qualifiers, 16 teams, and finishing with the grand finals on February 5th, all starting at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. And also Moonton pitching in an amazing diamond prize pool. First place getting 25,000 diamonds. Second through fourth place, 15,000 diamonds. And fifth through eighth place getting a total of 10,000 diamonds. And speaking of these teams, like we said, some insane matches we've seen so far for today. We did see the Valley kind of open up and take down Shadow 9 in a fast finish. Match 2 was Team FaZe versus Idyllics, and Idyllics leading the way, securing their spot in the top 8. Ackerman prevailing, taking down Elementalist. Bloodhounds taking down Prime Esports. Team Gozu getting taken down by Beat the Odds. Chubby getting taken down by Huevo. Shinigami up against Bloodhounds, the match we just currently seen, with the power of the Diggy, able to prevail with that Valentina to counter the Atlas and take their spot for top 8. And now, on to the final match of the day. Match 8. Phantom Esports versus Zoomers. Definitely don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We appreciate y'all tuning in, and definitely shout out your favorite teams who you think will take the top 8 spots. Not only top 8, but vote your favorite team who you think will take the #1 spot for the Valentine Dash, as these teams are getting ready to embark into the Land of the Dawn one last time for today. We appreciate you guys in the MLSA, and we'll be right back with you guys momentarily for Game 8.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home. Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me. You know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories. And something that's gotta give. Cause it's just what I made it now. You can't ever break us down. I'll be speechless for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Don't just go. You're a man of silver. Don't just go. You're the greatest, don't you know? You and I can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fight in our eyes and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, you take your aim, you know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I got the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it bound. Don't let me down, don't let it all. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals. And I ain't gonna let you down.
Don't just go. You're a man of silver and gold. Don't just go. You're the greatest, don't you know? You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fire in our eyes and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? my little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, Honey Bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and we are officially hosting the Valentine Dash, the first ever Mobile Legends Scrim Academy tournament. As we close the doors for Season 1 and open up the doors for Season 2, we have partnered up with Raz to give 16 teams a chance to compete for a total cash prize for first place of $700 US. Moonton pitching in with a big diamond prize pool for first place as well, with 25,000 diamonds. Second through fourth place, we get a total of 15,000 diamonds, and fifth through eighth place, we get a total of 10,000 diamonds. A little bit of a sneak at the bracket so far, as 16 teams are paving their way up into the top 8 positions, and currently on our final match of the day. A little bit of a history. We did go through match 1 with Valley up against Shadow 9. Valley did take their victory and secured their spot first on top 8. And then we seen Idyllics take out FaZe, Ackerman take down Elementalist, Bloodhounds take out Prime Esports, Team Gosu falling to beat the odds, Chubby taken down by Huevo, Shinigami taking down the Bloodhounds Academy, and now on to match 8. Phantom Esports versus the Zoomers. Joined on the desk as these two amazing teams are embarking into the draft, we have the one, the only, you've seen her on Season 1 and Season 2, Eunice, for your on-point analyst to break down these items and keys to victory, and to close out today with the on-point play-by-play. You've seen him in M4 with the crazy suits, breaking it down on the caster's desk to represent for North America, Trex. How you guys doing today?
I'm doing really, really good. And you know, I've been excited about a lot of these games, the Gosu game, a lot of these games coming to the Huevos game. But honestly, I finally got to see the roster of these two teams, and I think this may be the game that really gets me going, guys. This may be the game. I know a lot of these players. I'm excited about it. I think this could actually end up being like the really even, crazy game.
Yeah, and like seeing all these games, right, and being able to sit next to you, Trex, and being hosting with you. I mean, I've seen too many good plays right now, but the thing is, like, two very even teams going up against each other. We have, these are both East teams, correct? So kind of seeing two very amateur teams going up against each other. This really might be the game of the Valentine's Dash tonight. So we're definitely going to see, but we're talking about bans here real quick. We do see Fanny and 1-1 banned out. Pretty typical bans again. We do know there's a Fanny player on the other side, so Fanny is a very good ban, but I do see Joy and Kaja banned. So Kaja was a very big punish, and we did see that in a couple of games ago, especially that match with Chubby and Huevo, right? That Kaja was a big punish, but also left open Valentina, and Valentina has been drafted almost for every single game that we saw today, right, Trax?
Valentina has been drafted in just about every single game for sure. Not always banned, but almost always picked. Now, still a lot of things open. Some picks I do think, like some hot takes that I think we should keep our eyes out for. Joybaj been known to play an amazing show, right? And there goes that Valentina ban though, finally, which them being in first position, I think it's a great ban for them. And once again, we see a lot of open heroes. The Glue, the Fredrin, the Carry still open. I do think the side...
Eve is open.
The Eve is also open, not something we haven't seen banned at all. So this is what we call a, just a free-for-all here. And no matter who gets first pick, there's going to be a lot of options to take after, and even from there could still be a lot of options to take after. So I like where it's going. These are the type of drafts you normally see in like a best of 5 at like game 2 or game 3 or game 4. That's when things start opening up. But the fact that this is just a best of 1, they are putting a lot on the line here.
All right, so they did ban the Fredrin, but they are letting Carry, Glue, Yve walk the board here in the Land of Dawn. But I wonder what they're gonna pick up first. Is it Carry?
Carry.
Is it
Carry.
probably might be Carry or Glue even? But I don't even want the Carry. Come on, pick it up.
It's got. I think it's I mean, because here's the thing: you pick up the Glue, you get countered by the Carry. You know what I'm saying? Like either way, you pick up
Right.
the.
There's also
Eve.
Faramist. Yeah.
I mean, I just feel like you have to pick up the Carry. It's the most solid pick. They're gonna pick up the Carry, but still, it doesn't mean that the other team doesn't walk away with anything here, right? They get the Eve and they get the Glue if they want. So still a lot of opportunity here.
I like the way that they're banning though. They're letting a lot of things walk on purpose though. So we do see they banned the furtherance of the Glue. They're leaving open a lot of these things, but it all depends on draft, right? So we do have to see. So they did pick up the Eve, and I think this is the first game that we've seen a Valentina ban instead of the Eve, because we've seen in every single game the Eve did get one of the first bans right off the board for every single team that we saw. But looks like Nicolette is going to pick up that Eve, and Nicolette is a global Eve and very good mage player. But speaking about mage, oh, they picked up Lapu. Very interesting pick. I don't think they want to opt in too much for that Glue, and honestly I think you were right about that draft picking. I don't think they really want to pick up that Glue because they can get easily countered.
Yeah, I mean, the Carry does shut it down, so I think instead the idea is, all right, let's pick up the Lapu, have some dive potential onto the Carry, have some possible dive potential into the back line, because yes, the Glue is like ferocious, right? Like the Glue is a super pain, it does dive into the backside, but it doesn't have any real stun potential exactly. Like it does, but I don't think it can handle the Carry as well. So I like the idea behind it. The question is can they make it work? Because it puts a lot on to the shoulders of whoever ends up playing this Lapu here.
Yeah, and they did. Glue does get drafted here, and looks like I wonder what they're gonna pick. Kadita.
I like it.
Ooh. Have fun, Eve.
Yeah, that's exactly, and you're exactly right. Like that's what that's for. Deal with the Eve, burst her down immediately, and then you also do still have the Glue to get onto the Eve if you need to. So a lot of answers coming from the side of Phantom Esports here on the left side. Now, Zoomers still do have a chance. Nicolette, known to be an amazing mage, amazing mid laner. If they can position themselves well, and depending on what they pick for the rest of their drafts, maybe get a little bit more CC to hold people inside of that real manipulation, they can still work around them.
Yeah, and they do have to be careful though. We do have the Kadita, so we do need someone to punish that Kadita, and I wonder who they're gonna pick here. New here. Oh, looks like Kufra did get drafted for the side of Zoomers. Now, we do know New down there, S4 down there, slotted there, is a very good marksman player. And we do know that he has a very wide hero pool when it comes to picking these marksmen, but we do have to make sure though, right? A lot of snowball happens. They did ban that Chow. They did ban Joy's one trick. They did ban the Chow. I do wonder how they're gonna work with this Kadita. Is it going to be a roam Kadita or is it going to be a mid? But I don't know, because Kadita can be flexed picked here in the mid lane or the roam position. But like I said, like I feel like Phantom Esports, they do want to really set like front tank, right? They do have the Kufra sitting there, pretty free walking. They did ban a Moskov here to pretty much counter the stun coming in from that marksman. Ugly ass champ when it comes to using that spear, and as soon as you kind of get shoved into a wall, you just kind of perma-stunned at that point. So good ban coming in from Phantom Esports, but I do wonder what they're trying to ban here. They are missing a jungler and potentially a roam or potentially a mage, but I think they're trying to ban out a lot of EXP roam positions. So they did ban out the Chow, but I do wonder what they're trying to slot next. But looking at this comp, where do you think Kadita's going to be slotted?
I think Kadita's going to be in the mid, honestly, just because Joybaj, just as we can see, like banning out the Atlas, banning out the Cho, he likes to play these aggressive roamers, right? He wants to play something that he can get picks with, get sets with. It's where he shines. I've never even seen him play Kadita. It is something that's more newly coming to the NA scene, so maybe it's something he's been practicing. I'm not going to take it away from him. I think the Kadita could be flexed here, but personally, I think it's going to end up being mid. I think we see Joybaj maybe pick up the Grok here, pick up something that can make plays happen. They already have a nice They've got this. They have nice bulky front line. I think they just need a little bit more. And then we see Kid kind of pick up whatever he wants in the jungle here. Maybe go for something a bit more damagey, especially since they already have this glue. And if Joybosh picks up something bulky as well, they have that opportunity to flex there in the jungle.
Right, and I do feel like Noob might pick up maybe potentially a Claude for that back line. Yes, because they do have that Lapu. I mean, Melissa is very slottable here actually, but I mean, I've never really seen Noob play Melissa before. I've only seen him play like the more meta picks right now, and actually they go for the Barats, and I don't know about the Barats pick into a carry for that. I mean, early game maybe, but late game, if it even gets to that point, carry is going to start shredding and really making the tank and the Barats kind of be like, you know, you guys are just pretty squishy to me. I'm just gonna sit there, stand still, and press my basic attack, and you're kind of dead. But looks like Diggy's getting slotted. Oh my goodness, CC's going to be. I feel like. Oh my goodness, so there's a Mardis. I don't know. Ooh, instead they opt for a potential Lolita here, but I mean, we saw the Diggy last game. It was pretty vicious. I mean, he just has to run around like a little egg he is and just kind of pop his ult and use a reverse time and then leave pretty much. But I do see Diggy getting slotted in, so they do have to be careful, but looks like New is hovering over Brody here. But we did see that matchup earlier actually. Carry versus a Birdie, and we all know that Carry can't shove wave, so might be looking at a 1-2 rotation already, just looking at this draft. So I don't know. The CC is there for the side of Zoomers, but the Diggy just kind of blows that CC in a way.
Honestly, when they went to the Lolita, I thought it was just like a let's spare him for a second. But honestly, the moment they lock this Diggy in, as long as they play right, I think it's kind of GG's. Very, very rough for Zoomers here. It's going to be very tough because what they had going for them this whole time is, yes, the Barats does get shredded down by the carry, but you have this Kufra, you have this Lapu Lapu, you have potential to get to that back line, a lot of potential, but as long as Diggy, as long as Joybosh positions himself well in this and peels for carry and kites for carry, then they'll be fine. They'll be able to just shred through. I think in the early game, a lot of it's going to come down to Zoomers probably, if they can capitalize on that gold, or maybe even try to push in and invade a little bit. Because if it goes into mid-end game, it's going to be GG's for them. But this will be the final game of tonight, the final game of the qualifier stage of the Valentine's Dash. This is Phantom Esports going against Zoomers, new names, but a lot of known players. Definitely excited to see how this plays out, Unit.
Yeah, looks like they're doing a 1-2 rotation. Looks like that Diggy's kind of gonna be around that Carry's waist for the entire game, for at least for the first like 5 minutes up until neutral objective turtle does pop up. But let's talk about these laning phases really quickly. I do see a glue laning gets a Lapu, so a little bit of advantage towards the glue being able to get that wave clear and kind of punishing the Lapu. In his lane, I do see mid trades kind of equal right now. Kadita versus Eve both have good clear potential, so nothing too much going on there. But I do see a 1-2 situation going on bot. That Birdie is looking to not be too deep in here, right? They have to be careful. They have to be careful, right? Brody knows that Diggy's kind of camping around there. The bushes do have his little bombs in the bushes, so Diggy early game bombs kind of hurt, especially in the early game stages. Marksmans are pretty squishy, very viable, vulnerable heroes, but hold on, looks like Kufa is going for a jump, but looks like that Kadita is going to live, so I don't think they're looking too much for 1-2, and like with these drafts, right, high elo teams, they do know when to stick with their marksman and when to respectfully leave, and looks like they're trying to do a little bit of a trade-off here in the mid lane, but neutral objective turtle is popping up in about 15 seconds. Both marksmen are looking pretty okay. Good trading lane phases here and there, but I don't know, Trex. We did talk about this, the Diggy. I'm just really worried about the side of Zoomers. They built up all the CC, the Yeve, the Lapu, the Kufra, and the Barats, but once that Diggy gets slotted in those team fights, I mean, there is no CC coming in from that Diggy, or not the Diggy, from Kufra.
Yeah, I think Zoomers are really gonna have to try to capitalize in these early phases like they're trying to do right now. Nice stun on to Kid. Able to get the first blood. Edith picking that up. Time Journey comes in, but it's a little bit too late. Bogey will take that turtle. Kevo uses the rough waves. That'll get a little bit of damage, but they're gonna keep on pushing in. Kevo brought down to about 20%. Poggy doesn't want to stop trying to get the knockback. Kevo forced to dash away, but this is the win condition for Zoomers, right? Right before that level 4 spike that comes in for Phantom Esports, we need to try to get a kill here. We need to try to get a little bit ahead. And I think if they can kind of play as Phantom is split up and just go elsewhere on the map, not try to focus around too much on where Joybaj is, they can find picks. And here we go. If you're going to use that Time Journey, we're going to take you out first. Another pick going into the hands of Zoomers. This is a nice start for them.
Good punish coming in from the side of Phantom. Coming from Phantom, being able to take out the Diggy, but the Diggy just has to kind of sit there. He does turn into an egg, but you know, he can still hang around there, give vision, which is a good big thing coming in from Phantom Esports. Being able to he's still dead, right? But he still wants kind of like to roam around the map. The little egg he is, and just walk into these bushes and give enough vision for the carry to be able to play aggressive or play passive in her laning phase. And we do note that carry is a very dangerous marksman once it hits that 5-10 minute power spike. But hold on, looks like a little bit of engagement coming up here in the mid lane.
Yeah, this could be bad for Kid. Goes a little bit deep. Is going to get taken out. Poggy picking up that kill. The tone is welcome. Tries to lock in. Rough Waves able to help him escape. Poggy does not care. He's going to get in your face. He doesn't care about the Time Journey. He doesn't care about your CC. That's what you pick the Barats for, right? And Super Mitsuke sniped out. Catches a face full of torn apart memories. A nice move from Noob there.
Yeah, looks like Brody's doing a good job being able to pressure up that lane and that goal lane, kind of disciplining that carry for, if this is what you're gonna pick, I'm gonna kill you instead for that trade there. But looks like Dig is trying to hold off the main a little bit, but looks like he's kind of in a dangerous spot, but he does live. But neutral objective turtle might be in the hands this time in Zoomers, and we do have that lop already in position. Barats is making his way up. The little dinosaur, come on, look at this little tiny dinosaur walking up there at the turtle. But looks like objective-wise though, right? Zoomers has more of a heavy front line when it comes to these turtle fights, these objective fights, but I feel like it all just depends on the carry and the Brody. Whoever gets fed first and is able to proc and get these items in towards that mid-late game wins this match. And we saw that Brody did get an early pick-off kill on that carry, so we're gonna have to see where the gold stands and where the rest of the match stands. But hold on.
Oh, big stun, comboed up. Chomp chomp bursts into the wall and down goes Kid. Zed Cutie trying to come in and help out a little bit. The rest of Phantom Esports gonna come into the bottom line, but Noob able to get the outplay. Hold on, trying to dash, trying to weave, trying to move, but he goes down. Super Mitsuke able to pick up that kill. Nicolette brings out the real manipulation. Luckily, Time Journey comes out and helps them escape there. But still, Zoomers is holding the lead, about a 2,000 gold lead at that. 71 seconds to the next neutral objective.
Was able to kill the Brody, but looks like Nicola did a good job rotating to the bot lane to be able to kind of keep those minions pushing and shoving the way. But speaking about shoving the way, first turret down for the side of Phantom Esports. Lava really capitalizing the punishment from coming in from that trade up at bot lane, right? As soon as when these rotations happen, once a rotation happens to either side of the lane, you really want to prioritize the objective, the macro objective, which is the turrets, right? So we do see a possible engage in the mid lane.
Yeah, Jules tries to get the setup. Road manipulation does come down. Kid caught in the midst of it. Able to stash away. Joybaj coming from the backside, but Poggy's not going to let him go. Able to get the slow down. Edith steals the kill. Zen Cutie now also trying to use a split. Maybe jump onto somebody here. Bunny bombs are coming in, but not enough damage just yet. Zed Cutie forced to run away, but while all this is happening, bottom tower does go down. Super Mitsuke able to pick that up on the gold side. Zoomers trying to push in on the mid here. Jules Cutie cocked, ready to go. Gets the Tyrant's Rage. Poggy picks up the kill. Joybaj comes in just a little bit too late. Kevo able to get the knock up here onto Edith, but now he's a bit too deep. Able to get the Petrify. Edith forced to use the bravest fighter to jump away, but now the Turtle Pit is in the hands of Zoomer. Kid gonna get stunned upon entrance. Joybaj now trying to also hold it, but Jules Cutie able to keep Phantom Esports at bay as Zoomers take another objective, putting them at almost a 4K gold lead here.
I mean, at all of these objectives, right? We did talk about this earlier, especially with the team with Huevo, right? They are rotating as a 5-man every time for every single objective. So lots of kill by participation, but hold on.
Oh my god, that is disgusting. A beautiful Braves fighter. Joy Bosch always a little bit too late to the party here. Zed Cutie able to lock on, get the split, able to jump ahead. It's gonna be able to take him down here, possibly with the shield is there. Kevo trying to help out. Edith finally bites the bullet. A nice shutdown, giving a little bit of gold over to Zed Cutie here.
Yeah, so good team fight coming from Zunis, but good response. And still got to pick off on that Lapa, but shutdown coming in from that glue. But hold on, they're still not done.
Kid is having so much trouble right now. 0, 5, and 0. Boggy is just answering him toe-to-toe, blow for blow right now. It's becoming a bit of a problem. Zoomer's going to rotate up to this boss side, put pressure on another tower. And they know the game. They know what they need to do, and they have executed it perfectly.
Yeah, with that being said, I feel like they're kind of punishing the Diggy pick. Oh my goodness, they are punishing that Diggy. Whoa, so the carry is starting to spike up, but I don't think they're done.
Yeah, a lot of damage. Jules Cutie goes down. Super Mitsuke, though, caught in the midst of this road manipulation. Noob looking for it, finds it. Double kill. Is he going to be able to make it a triple? They're going to try to dive under. Noob wants it. Can't quite connect that final blow. Going to lock on Joy Bosch. Torn apart memories goes off. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Noob able to pick up the triple as Edith works away on this mid-tier 2. This is becoming a slaughter fest. Now Kid forced to back off. Zoomers are here to play.
Yeah, looks like they are punishing that Diggy, being really squishy, not really being able to front for the side of Phantom Esports, kind of putting them at a disadvantage, right? They don't have a really set heavy frontline tank. They do have the Kadita with the Airborne, but they do also have a glue with the immobilized, but that's not enough. They need that hard CC, right? Coming in from Phantom Esports, but Zoomers in response to that did pick up that Kufra. Lapa being able to get to the back line, and the real world manipulation coming down from that Yves, being able to stun the back line and kind of slow them down with that CC. But speaking of items, Carry did pick up 2 core items, but Brody in response to that has starting to build in his 3rd item. So 2k gold gap around like 2-3-ish now coming in between the Brody and the Carry. Mage is still fine items, but look like, oh no, Kevo's gonna get caught out.
He was just hiding out in that bush. Poor Kevo. They didn't find him for the longest time either. He tries to get away. He actually tries to get the rough waves onto Noob there, not able to connect. I mean, at this point, Phantom a little too split up.
A little bit, and like you can definitely see the team fight participation really start to spike for the side of Zero. So hold on, Cooper charging up real quick.
Yeah, not able to connect, but he does buy space. Tower does go down. Lord still at about max health. Kid gonna get knocked back towards the fight. Mitsuke keeping distance. Knows it is a lot on him. The weight of his team on his shoulders. Gonna try to shred down this Lord. But Zoomers know they don't need to push down the mid. All they gotta do is take a couple more inhibitors as Poggy and Edith chip away at it. No minions, but they don't care. They're bulky, they're tanky, and they are here to take everything.
Yeah, looks like they're gonna look for possibly English. They still have some minions. Looks like what they're gonna do.
Ooh, big stun from Edith with the flicker, able to lock on a Kid. Juice Cutie comes in. Nice Tyrant's Rage, followed up with the real manipulation. Joy Bosch goes down. Kevo luckily does find Noob, but the Chomp Chomp comes in, and Evo's against the wall. That is going to be bad. 3 members fall for Phantom Esports. Zoomers still 4 strong. Jules Cutie looking for a pick here, looking for a moment to finish this off as Kid and Mitsuke try to survive against the World. Poggy going to try to lock on to Mitsuke. Mitsuke does not go down, but now he's all alone. Tower down to 50%, make it 20. Zoomers are going to take this game, knocking Phantom Esports out and moving on to the next round.
Well played by the side of Zoomers, and honestly, behind the casters SQ, right? We did favor the draft on the side of Phantom Esports, all because of the Diggy, but the Kufra and the Yves being able to punish that Diggy for being very squishy in the early game and punishing the marksman. We're gonna punish you late game, right? We do see MVP locked in by Nicolette. 2-0-12 coming in from the Yves. Very nice play coming from the mage player alongside with the jungler Poggy on that Barats, and same with Jules with that Kufra, being able to kind of rotate around and being able to set and give potential for their team. But I think that being able to solo pick off the Diggy, right, gave them a really big advantage. No immune CC, no reverse time, right? As soon as Dig is dead, they just go for it, and they did bring that to the table, and they did seal the deal. They sealed the bag. So congratulations, Zoomers. You are the champion for this match. Congratulations. I will see you guys in the next match.
And man, what a match indeed. Zoomers able to secure the last spot for top 8 for the Valentine Dash. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, we are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and that is going to conclude today's stream. But as we embark through the stream and look at a little bit of what we've seen, best of ones, 16 teams competing it out for a top 8 position. We've seen the Valley take down Shadow 9, Team FaZe taken down by Idyllics, Ackerman able to secure their spot over against Elementalist, Bloodhounds taken down Prime Esports, Gosu taken down by Beat the Odds, Team Chubby taken out by Huevo, Shinigami taking down Bloodhounds Academy, and then Phantom Esports against Zoomers. The match that we just seen to conclude the day, Zoomers does prevail to secure the final spot on the bracket for the top 8 teams, as we are officially hosting the first ever Mobile Legends Scrim Academy tournament, the Valentine Dash, partnered up with Raz to give 16 teams a chance to compete for a total cash prize for first place of $700 US. Currently, the qualifiers February 2nd today has concluded with 8 teams securing their positions. The next stream will be tomorrow, February 3rd, starting at the same time. And Moonton pitching in. It's not all about the cash. There's also some diamonds in here as well. For first place, getting 25,000 diamonds. Second through fourth place, getting a total of 15,000 diamonds. And fifth through eighth place, getting a total of 10,000 diamonds. And I cannot thank you guys enough for joining us inside of the Land of the Dawn to see these teams in North America compete, as our whole focus for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy is to see teams prevail and be the best of the best, so that we can see them, upgrade and get ready for upcoming leagues and events. NACT is right around the corner, and I'm sure you'll see a lot of these teams prevail inside of there. So huge shout out to everybody that was on the desk today. A little bit of M4 in the building. We had Trex on the play-by-play. We had Eunice, MLSA seasoned veteran from season 1 and season 2. We also had myself on a little bit of the play-by-play, and joined by another member from M4, Assassin Dave, and I couldn't have asked for a better caster's desk. So guys, thank you so much. Special shout out to everybody across the world, across the Land of the Dawn, inside of YouTube. We appreciate you guys tuning in every day. All the new subscribers on the MLSA, thank you so much. But it doesn't stop there, right? We are always actively hosting events Monday through Thursday, and we do like to put up tournaments every now and then. So if you guys do want to stay up and current with events for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, make sure you guys register on our Discord servers. All these teams that you see in there are currently registered, and so much more. So guys, that's gonna be it. I appreciate y'all. Definitely tune in tomorrow and get ready to see these teams that prevailed to the top 8 claim their spots for the top 4. As always, it's been a pleasure. I have been your host, and I look forward to seeing you guys next time in the Land of the Dawn. Take care of yourself. Peace.